Third part is here guys, if you happy, then like now for more parts. Chapter 65. Don't worry, let me meet them. Our Qianlong squad also dares to lie. It's really boring. Rain on the side. At this time, he took the initiative to speak. Regarding Yan's life experience, although she does not know the specific circumstances. But Yan didn't like it. Then this is fake. Not to mention that this group of people basically came here on purpose to defraud. Hello, I'm Luo Yu, the captain of the Qianlong squad. I don't know what you are doing here. Luo Yu took the initiative to greet him and said. Hello, Captain Luo Yu. I need to talk about some household stuff with the players behind you. I hope. The middle-aged man said with a smile. The former meaning is to tell the rain. Let's talk about our own affairs, you, an outsider, better not make trouble. It's for your own good. Go back now, what happened today can be regarded as never happened. It's hard for me too. 95. Luo Yu looked at each other. Said with a sigh. Captain Rainfall, you are joking. What's so difficult about this? It's just some household thing. And the child is still in the rebellious period, so there are some small problems and misunderstandings are normal. The middle-aged man still said with a smile. There is no intention of listening at all. To defraud, you have to get on our heads, right? You don't know what our Qianlong team does? Luo Yu suddenly sneered. Next moment. The members of the Qianlong squad who are resting around. They all stood up. One after another, the master-level powerhouses radiated out. The middle-aged man's expression changed. But he kept smiling. He stretched out his hand to signal to himself not to be nervous. Then he continued. Captain Luo Yu, your Qianlong squad has a good reputation. But it's just a group of Master Diamond disciples. There is no one behind you. So it's better that you don't get involved in the family's affairs. Otherwise your team. The middle-aged man hasn't finished speaking yet. Someone just kicked out. The middle-aged man was kicked a few meters away. Also a master. I don't see it. The old fish said with a smile. Then it looked like he was about to put his feet up. But the next moment, suddenly rushed up again. All out. This time, the opponent defended in a panic. But in the end, it slammed into the wall. The defensive circle flickered a few times. It finally calmed down. Good rubbish master. Who gave you the courage to threaten us? 5. Believe it or not, we killed you here. Nothing will happen. The old fish smiled and threatened. They were originally sinners. And a sinner who has accomplished many tasks. Even kill some people now. Then they are still sinners, and what they have to do is to complete those high-risk tasks. There is no difference at all. You crazy bastards. Just wait for the Ye family's revenge. The middle-aged man couldn't keep his smile at the moment. Look at the more than 20 murderous people around. At this moment is also guilty. After finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. Stood up hard. About to leave. Wipe off the blood, or it's too dirty for my liking. 35. The rain said when he saw it. The middle-aged man paused. Look at the person next to you. 2 of them immediately used their abilities to clean up the blood. Then the other party glared fiercely at everyone in the room. Chose to leave. Unnecessary. At this time, Yan said. You're new to our team. 55. It's normal for us to come out and help you solve a problem. As a senior, you must have a role as a senior. Luo Yu said with a smile. But Yan shook his head slightly. There's no need to let him go. I mean that. Yan said. Luo Yu immediately showed a stunned expression. 71. She also thought that Yan didn't want them to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, he didn't want to let go of those people at all. You're doing this to offend him. I peeked into his mental fluctuations. In short, his idea is that you must be killed. That is to say, this is a blood feud. Furthermore, the Ye family probably won't give up. Next time, maybe it will be the king's realm of their family. 5. You can't stand it. Yen explained slowly. Don't worry, we are under the jurisdiction of the military. The so-called aristocratic family will at most give us a little trouble. They can't be too presumptuous yet. 35. Rain said. But the king is the king after all. 39. At that time, a group of you formed a formation, and it only lasted for a minute. It was still Yuan Shan, the deputy commander at the time, who led more grandmasters to fight the damage head-on. In short, although the people of the noble family don't dare to touch you, but it may be necessary to be beaten. Yen continued. He didn't want to see these teammates being bullied because of him. What does that have to do with us not letting him go? Lo Yu said with some doubts. Because I killed people. The mere king, don't dare to touch me. Yen said lightly. The tone was flat though. But there is an indescribable arrogance. And confidence. Anyway, I'll handle this matter myself. It's almost done. Yen said. What's the meaning? Luo Yu suddenly realized something. Teammates around. They also looked at Yen. Faces of difference. Just a trash master. And still badly wounded. 35. It's not too troublesome to solve. Of course, I still have a good heart. Forgive those little followers. Yen said with a smile. Kr. Are you sure you're all right? Luo Yu suddenly didn't know what to say. And there is. She always thought that Yen was relying on herself not to die. So just like to die. But I didn't expect that Yen's methods were so cruel. I said that. No problem. If there is a problem, let Ren Jingsha solve it for me. If he can't solve the problem, I can also go to the old dean. 35. Yen said confidently. If it's the vice president, and the old president. That's fine, as you like. 2975. Rainy nodded and said. Don't talk about the old dean. It was just Ren Jingsha alone. It is enough to suppress most of the aristocratic families. After all, most aristocratic families. There is only one king sitting in the throne. Even if there is a king. That can't be Ren Jingsha's opponent. You, if you really dare to kill me. That's a violation of the military's wartime ban. 5. And the family will avenge me too. At this time. The other side. On the edge of the fortress. Drained by Yen mycelium. A middle-aged man with blood oozing from his body. He looked at Yen in horror. For the first time, I didn't want to kill someone. 5. But you have to come and provoke me. By the way, I don't care if your Ye family has anything to do with me. Whether it's true or not, you dare to come and provoke me again. 99. I want to destroy this so-called Ye family. Yen looked at the other party lightly and said. Also, I hate others threatening me. Yen finished. Waved. A root mycelium directly and forcibly cut off each other's limbs. Don't be afraid. Today, I'm not too angry to start with you group of migrant workers. Yen looked at the bodyguards of the surrounding Ye family and said. Take him away. By the way, help me bring the words to the person who really wants to find me. Don't bother me anymore. Otherwise I'd be really angry. Yen finished. The body turned into nothingness and dissipated. Wait until Yen leaves. The bodyguards looked at each other in dismay. Finally, he hurriedly picked up the limbs of the man in the middle. At the same time, the middle-aged man was taken away. I didn't expect to play like this. Take back the avatar. Yen muttered with a funny look. His clones are all phantom clones. When it is used, it is also a phantom state. But if you use it again, the essence changes. The avatar of the phantom state. It will become a clone that is exactly the same as yourself. Of course it's a little less capable. But most of his abilities depend on the level of spiritual power consumption. The more power is consumed, the greater the power. Although as long as the spiritual power is sufficient, the strength is not too different. Come on, keep playing. 35. Whoever loses this time will have to fill this glass of wine 5. How about it? At this time, the rain did it again. Said carelessly. I'm a good boy. I don't drink. Yen said with a smile. Provoke contempt from a group of people. Just you. Good boy? Looking honest, the result is more ruthless than anyone else. So, whoever of us loses will lose one thing. Like earrings, shoes, clothes, etc. Yen immediately changed his mind and said. Bah, scumbag. The three of us are playing cards with you, aren't you taking advantage of winning or losing? The rain shattered. Then whoever loses will tell a story about his own dark history. At this time, Lu Yu thought about it and said. Can. Come on. 35. Yen nodded. Aiming and Wei Na did not refuse either. The four of them started playing cards happily together. Did he really say that? At this time, inside the Ye family's fortress, the old man looked at the man in the middle whose limbs were cut off and asked. Yes. Master, you must avenge me. 39. Master, I don't dare to have an idea, but those people in Qianlong's squad. The middle-aged man cried and said. At the same time, more full of hatred. Okay. You go down for your treatment. 35. I'll handle this matter. The old man waved his hand and said. Thank you, old. The middle-aged man hasn't finished speaking yet. The body suddenly stiffened. Then his face changed wildly. Finally, there was a sudden bang sound. Total explosion. Blazing flames swept out. The defensive circle in the room was activated immediately. Stop the flames of this explosion. In front of the old man, there is also an arc shield. All attacks were easily resisted. 99. I didn't expect that this character would be so violent. Murder if you don't agree. And deliberately murdered at this time. Obviously made for me. The flames dissipated. The old man said with a sullen face. That old man, this Yan. The young man beside him asked. We'll stop here, and then we won't have anything to do with him 5. But, this makes other families look at my Ye family. I'm afraid in the next few hundred years, my Ye family will also be ridiculed by others. And it's just a rookie who has only been practicing for a few months. 35. Our Ye family can't deal with him. The old man said angrily. Sue him in court-martial first. Then talk to him again. With the pressure from the military, we will negotiate terms with him. It's much easier. The old man thought about it and said. By the way, I also sued the Qianlong team by the way. Those people are so protective of him, it must be a good relationship. 99. I don't think he wants to get his friends into trouble either. The old man added. The young man nodded. Then leave and start working on things. But it didn't take long. There is a hurry back. There was a frown on his face. What's wrong? The old man asked suspiciously. The military dismissed our charges. The young man explained. 66.99. He was born in Tiangong Academy, and his talent is amazing. It's reasonable that the military doesn't want to touch him. After all, the military has always given face to the academy. If the Qianlong squad is originally a group of criminals, it was the most dangerous mission. The military is too lazy to trouble the Qianlong team because of this. After all, Yan killed people. The old man analyzed it a little bit. It's not good to play emotional cards, and it seems that it's not good to play hard. Then lure. You go over in person this time and make out the conditions. 35. We had some misunderstandings when we met him. In the future, the Ye family will be handed over to him. I don't think he will refuse. Nominally it's not about recognizing relatives, but recruiting relatives. The old man thought about it and said. He doesn't believe it. Such conditions. That Yen still doesn't accept it. It's endless, isn't it? 39. Look at the group of people who appeared again. Not just Yen. Everyone sighed. I've never seen such a shameless death. Don't be impulsive. I'm here to talk about other things. It's not about recognizing relatives, but recruiting relatives. 35. The young man felt the murderous aura in the room. He quickly raised his hand and said, hire a relative. The people around were immediately puzzled. What kind of trick is this going to play? This is my eldest miss of the Ye family, and also the respectful face of my niece. I promise nothing has been done. The man projected a mannequin and said. Yen took a look. Found really good. Grow well and develop well. The smell is also good. If Mr. Yen, you are willing to join our Ye family, then the future Ye family will be in charge of you. And my niece's talent looks completely worthy of you. The man looked at Yen and said. Anything like this? You said this earlier, there may not be so many misunderstandings. Yen hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly a bottle of medicine rolled to the ground. Immediately after that, the surrounding spiritual power ran wildly. A palpitating feeling instantly appeared in everyone's heart. Ah, sorry, my hand slipped. Hong Lu, who was standing at the door, blinked and said. And this time, Wei Na, who was about to raise her hand, suddenly changed to pack up. Instantly propped up a huge green shield. Blocked the four of them playing cards. As for the other members of the Qianlong squad, also the next moment more together. All means of defense come together. See this scene. The man realized something was wrong. Immediately start the defense. Next moment, an explosion comparable to the Grandmaster's full-strength blow rang out. The entire room was instantly swept away by the powerful impact. The formation on the wall also flickers infinitely. A final click sound. Completely ineffective. The smoke dissipated. The man got up in embarrassment. Madman! See the mess around. The man also cursed in his heart. But on the surface, he continued to smile. Then he looked at Yen. Mr. Yen, I also hope you can consider. This time. The man hasn't finished speaking yet. Wei Na suddenly raised her hand. Countless plant vines grow on the surrounding walls. The man was knocked out in an instant. The other side. Hong Lu, who was about to continue throwing potions, silently put away the medicine. This man is too dangerous. 99. Assaulted us. 9. Are you okay? Wei Na looked at Yen and said with a kind smile. Cough, it's okay. 35. Was watched by Wei Na. Yen suddenly felt a nameless pressure. It's all right. Wei Na continued to say with a smile. This time, Yen suddenly felt the pressure dissipated. Psychologically, he breathed a sigh of relief. So embarrassed, failed. The other side. Inside the Ye family fortress. The old man looked at the man in embarrassment. Said directly. It's not that he didn't agree this time. It's the woman beside him. Speaking of which, the man also changed his face. Two women start. Like a madman, throwing such a dangerous thing directly. Another direct hands-on. Although it didn't cause much damage. But the pressure on him was particularly great. Think again. when Wei Na and Yan joined forces to kill 200 grandmasters. He couldn't help but be afraid for a while. Still careless. People are talented and female. Go in the past by yourself. Will definitely be missed. Woman. It's true, his talent is so high. There must be no shortage of people around him who admire him. And we didn't look at the woman who fought with him at the time. Otherwise, go and investigate that woman's background. Maybe there is a breakthrough. The old man then thought about it and said. Yan's origin is simple. Orphan. With federal subsidies. Live alone. Before becoming an extraordinary person, he had no friends. So he played the emotional card. But Yan didn't accept it at all. Therefore, he has nothing to do. But the woman beside Yan. Maybe it's different. Soon. Another day passed. After raining out for a while. Quickly walked towards the lounge. Look at her current state. Everyone knew that something was going to happen. All right. The death order is down. We can't keep playing anymore. 35. Next, we need to destroy a fortress. 35. Of course the deadline has not changed, but you have to go out and pretend, at least don't stay in the lounge. 99. Lo Yu said with a sigh. Perhaps. Dragon Squad. Among all teams. After receiving the task, it is still so leisurely. Other teams are not planning how to execute. Just on the way. They are fine. Eat, drink and have fun in the lounge every day. And yesterday, Hong Lu lost the medicine. There was a lot of noise. So it was decided above that they could not be left idle. Okay then, quickly destroy a fortress and come back to continue playing. Zaijuo and the other team members yawned and said. Previous words. Face the task. They won't be so easy either. But this time, there is Yan. This task is simply easy. The premise is, there is no king in the enemy fortress. Vina, you are not a member of our team. So this mission, you don't need to participate. And with your record, in this battle, you don't need to go to the battlefield. Luo Yu looked at Wei Na next to Yan and said. Then he looked at Yan again. Speak up. You can be considered to have completed the target task. You can leave at any time now. Rainy continued. What are you leaving for? It doesn't matter if you go back. And I love battlefields. Yan said with a smile. Joke. Back to college. How can there be high profits on the battlefield? Although there are many resources for students. But compare the harvest of the battlefield. That really can't compare. Then let's act together. Lo Yu said with a smile. And this time. Wei Na also stood up. I'll go too. No, I'm not worried. Future said. At the same time staring at Yan. Don't worry about anything. Nature speaks for itself. That's all right. We'll think of Wei Na's powerful ability. Luo Yu thought for a while. Finally nod. Together, these two can kill 200 grandmasters. Speak up. Their Qianlong squad is not worthy of such two geniuses. It's only been over a month. It always feels like years have passed. Falling Rain not only complains. I thought. She felt that Yan had to follow them carefully on missions for several years. Even 10 years. Grow to this point. It turned out to be just over a month. It's outrageous. Captain. 35. Which race's fortress are we targeting this time? At this time, a team member asked. A small race, what is it called? The Bone Spirit race. It's just a bunch of bone scum. However, because of their racial characteristics, they are also troublesome to deal with. 35. And also allied with the devil. Now their king has left the fortress. That's why we found the reason above and let us act. Otherwise the king will sit in the fortress. We can't destroy the fort either. 9. Rainy explained. Bone spirit race. Hear what Luo Yu said. Yan also began to think about some characteristics of this race. Remember this race, it looks like bones. But it is essentially a spiritual race. Their spirit, or, the soul is the body. Does not destroy the body. Even the bones are broken into scum. It can also be easily restored. Although it belongs to the race of the spirit body. But their spiritual power is not that strong. It just has some special features. Such as no physical attachment. Ordinary spiritual bodies will dissipate little by little. They are restrained. Move around for a short time, and it will not dissipate. If it is a long sleep, it can also be unaffected for thousands of years. But bone scum can recover. But burning it to ashes won't work. And the spirit body is also afraid of flames. Yan seemed to have figured out how to deal with the bone spirit race. Certainly. The point is to destroy the fortress. Killing the enemy is the next thing. If you're ready, let's go. This time the target is in the other direction. It's going to take us a while to travel. Luo Yu looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded. Indicates ready. Of course, it's the same as before. After all, everything is in the storage space. They are mentally prepared. Even if it is ready. Left the fortress. Crowd pilots the airship. Begin to follow the fortress of the human race all the way. Although the power of the fortress of the human race is connected together. But the interval between dozens of fortresses. Actually quite big. Even in an airship. They are going to fly to the edge of the fortress. It also takes 3 days. Immediately afterward, we have to hurry and cross a battle line. About 2 days. In order to reach the place where the bone spirit race is. There shouldn't be any danger in this war zone. But with so many of us, the possibility of being discovered is not small. Once discovered, it is easy to be targeted. 3 days later. On the most marginal fortress of the human race. Luo Yu observed the battlefield ahead and said. It's simple. I'll go first. It's time to send you to your destination. Yan thought for a while and said. Did you go? I'm afraid you are more conspicuous than our group. Luo Yu looked at Yan. Couldn't help but complain. Then you put this on. It can change your breath and appearance. Then you better not expose those special abilities of yours. 35. Just find a way to cross the war zone directly. At this time, a female player took out a mask and said. The female player Yan was very impressed. Just went there. It's her who is insane. Certainly. Ever since falling rain introduced her particularity. Yan never got close to her. It wasn't that Yan was afraid of her. But for her good. She came here in order not to cause trouble to others. But still patiently. In case he has been dangling in front of her. She couldn't resist. Although Yan himself will not die. But the other party will not feel well. And once there is the first time. There will probably be countless times. Yan doesn't want to be because of his handsomeness. Hurt her. 3 days at the latest. If I don't have news, I'm stuck with something else. Yan took the mask. He didn't say anything polite. In the team, help each other. This is a normal thing. Vina, you should stay here too. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Yan looked at Wei Na again and said softly. I'm waiting for you here. Wei Na nodded. Yan said with serious eyes on Yan. That's it. Farewell to everyone. Yan put on a mask. Left the fortress. Go straight to the battlefield. On the battlefield. A huge skeleton. It is frantically attacking a short-statured woman. And albeit a skeleton. But it has a variety of attack methods. especially. It can be on its own bones. Many tiny spikes grow rapidly. These spikes also have a tracking function. After hitting someone, it will explode instantly. Numerous tiny bone spurs are embedded in the human body. The damage caused is great. And the short girls on the human side. Although the fighting ability is the same. But the cultivation base is on the level. But it is a lot worse than the other party. Lead to oppression everywhere. This will be forced to resist the attack. There was no chance of victory in sight. Human, die. Your bones are mine. Finally. At a certain moment. Short girls who are restricted everywhere. A huge flaw was revealed. The enemies of the bone spirit race will naturally not be spared. Directly launched the attack with full force. Humph, it's you who died. The short girl snorted suddenly. Directly abandon the defense. A full counterattack was launched. A huge wolf spirit phantom was summoned by her. Violently bit the skull of the bone spirit race. Hope to kill. After launching the attack, the short girl looked at the countless bone spurs that were coming. Subconsciously make defensive actions. Cover your vitals as much as possible. But right now, a series of explosive shocks were produced. The girl opens her eyes. Find all the bone spurs. It has now turned to ashes. Thank you. The short girl looked at the male figure who suddenly appeared beside her. Thank you. This blow, although she felt it was not fatal. But it would definitely hurt her badly. It's here. If seriously injured. Want a safe retreat? That's almost impossible. You are welcome. It should all be. Yen looked at the short girl and said. He didn't expect it. You can also meet acquaintances here. This short girl, the moment he met in the official assessment. What is the name of the leaf? Yen subconsciously touched the back of his head. X. No way. This girl. Except for being short and small. There are no features. So he can't remember. Just when Yen was thinking about the other party's name. The other side. The phantom of the wolf spirit has split the bones very cleanly. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of the wolf spirit disappeared. Those broken bones. They came together again quickly. It's all right. I thought that breaking its skull should be enough. Ye Wenqiu saw this scene. Said weakly. You came to the wrong battlefield. Yen looked away and she said. Although dogs are pretty good at chewing on bones. 35. But these bones must be broken into slag and then ground into ashes. Otherwise you will attack its soul body. Other than that, there is no other way to kill the bone spirit race. Yen explained very seriously. 66, 99. It's a wolf, not a dog. Ye Wenqiu said speechlessly. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's not all the same. Anyway, I suggest you go to other battlefields. You can't kill this kind of enemy at all. Yen continued to propose. Ye Wenqiu was speechless for a while. If it wasn't for the other party to save her. She wants to lose her temper now. Anyway, look at it. Yen pulled out an iron knife. Cut directly at the bone spirit race. Serial flame knives. Of course there is no such ability. Didn't learn this martial art. It was just a slogan that Yen shouted at will. The knife was also picked up just after passing the battlefield. But he attaches his fire ability to the knife. The effect is very good. Go down with a knife. Break the opponent's skull directly. Immediately afterwards, the fire was raging. The skull was completely turned to ashes. Asterisk. Number. Although there is no skull. But the big skeleton is not dead. Even make a sound with your mind. Attack Yen. Magic flame. Yen continued to casually talk about a non-existent ability. Next moment. A flaming cannonball flew out. He slammed into the opponent's body heavily. Immediately after the explosion, the fiery flames quickly devoured all the broken bones. Not dead yet. Burst. Another fireball. The opponent's body has not been reorganized yet. It was completely wiped out by Yen. Aren't you, an ability? Ye Wenqiu blinked. She suspected that she was wrong. But Yan's ability to release twice. Exactly the same. Why have to change the name? That's not the point. The point is, the enemy isn't actually dead right now. Their souls can survive for a long time without their bodies. So their souls have to be captured. This can be completely wiped out. Of course it can't be done. Solid body completely. It's useless for the other party to have only his soul 5. Wait until there is a new body, it will take a long time. Yen explained. Ye Wenqiu nodded. Then he saw Yen stretch out his hand forward. Caught what? But then waved his hand. It seems that nothing happened. Anyway, the enemy is settled. You, too, leave quickly. 39. By the way, go back and learn more theoretical knowledge. 99. Otherwise, if you go to the battlefield, you will easily suffer losses. 35. Yen continued to remind. Understood. Ye Wenqiu nodded. Watching Yan's leaving back, she suddenly felt quite familiar again. It can't be him. That person is not so rude. And he's much stronger than this man. Ye Wenqiu shook his head and said. Then turn around and leave. As Yan said. She also knew that she was no longer suitable for this place. Although her rank is the lowest on the battlefield. But elsewhere, it still works. However, facing the bone spirit race, her dog, ugh, the wolf spirit symbiote won't work. Speaking of which, why are there so few bone spirit races? Theoretically speaking, there should be quite a lot of its race. Farewell to Ye Wenqiu. Keep going all the way. Watch the dwindling enemies on the battlefield. Yen couldn't help but wonder. Although for humans, the bone spirit race is actually not worth mentioning. But now the pressure of the human race mainly comes from other big races. It will never kill a large number of bone spirit race with heavy troops. Any other race? After all, the king of that bone spirit clan fortress has left. Yen thought. But there are few enemies for him. Rather a good thing. These bone dregs don't have much nutrition at all. He can't reveal his other special abilities yet, so as not to be identified. But flames are common. And it is very effective against the bone spirit race. So no one will doubt anything. Human, get out. Move on for a while. Yen suddenly saw a bone spirit race running towards him. But look at his hurried appearance. Obviously not for Yen. But avoiding something. Sorry, don't go. Confront the enemy who is sent to your door. Yen had no reason to get out of the way. He directly pulled out the big knife and slashed it. The people of the bone spirit race can only choose to dodge. But Yen immediately threw out a heavy flame bomb. Boom! After a violent explosion, the countless broken bones around him began to heal quickly. Not bad. Good quality. It's not a big deal. 35. Look at this bone spirit race. Yen not only praised. Human, you are courting death. The bone spirit race was also furious. Attack Yen directly. But the attack is halfway through. Suddenly noticed something. Immediately started running again. Interesting. Stop for me. Yen swung a knife again. A fiery wall of flames quickly extended into the distance with the knife light. Humans of damn it. The people of the bone spirit race saw this. Said angrily. Just as he was about to turn his head and continue to attack Yen. Next moment, a black energy bomb struck. It directly hit the body of the bone spirit race. Black flames were burning. The bones of the bone spirit race quickly began to melt. And Yen can see it. Its soul is also rapidly dissolving. Human? 99. At this time, a nice, but a little weird sound rang out. Yen looked up. Found to be a human-like female. It's just that her skin is blue-black. Eyes dark red. There was an aura that didn't belong to the living. The corpse. Yen thought for a while and said. That's it. The two observed each other for a while. Nobody moved. Finally, the girl from the corpse clan took the initiative and said. It turns out that living humans are like this. 9. Although the body is good, I don't need a man's body. Hear what the other person has to say. Yen was also confirmed. This is the ghoul. Just like the bone spirit race. The soul of the corpse is the body. But they parasitize the flesh, not the bones. To them, bones are not the most important thing. It can even be replaced with other materials. In this way, it seems that the corpse spirit race and the bone spirit race complement each other. There is a corpse. The bone spirit race wants bones, and the corpse spirit race wants flesh. But in fact, these are two incompatible races. Specifically why? Yen doesn't know anymore. Two different races anyway. It is normal to have hatred for each other. By the way, why are you here, human? 35. This is already the battlefield between my corpse spirit race and bone spirit race. Seeing Yen kept silent, the corpse girl asked again. To deal with the bone spirit race. Yen replied. Dealing with the bone spirit race. Oh, I remember. The bone spirit race has also opened up a front. I got into a fight with you. So, human, I have a suggestion, do you want to listen? I think your ability is not bad, why don't we work together to kill the bone spirit race? 5. Don't worry, I'm a woman, and I won't covet your body. And we have no direct conflict with you humans. Would you like to think about it? The girl of the corpse clan invited and said. This. Look at this corpse girl. Although pretty. But the thought of it being a corpse. No, why am I more interested? Yen looked puzzled. Looking at Yen's silent appearance. The other party thought Yen was worried about something. Don't worry, my corpse spirits have no conflict with humans. I don't want to conflict with humans. And I can help you deal with the bone spirit race. 35. That's a good thing. The corpse girl continued. It's not that I disagree. 35. It's just that I have other tasks. Yen said. It has something to do with the bone spirit race. The corpse girl asked curiously. Yen nodded. Convenient to reveal. The other party asked. I want to tear down the opponent's fortress. I heard that their king left the fortress. I was sent over to sneak in. Yen said directly. These two races have an inexorable hatred. So he wasn't worried about being exposed at all. You have a way? 35. By the way, I remembered that your human race has special items for dealing with fortresses. 99. How about you take me with you? We will overthrow their fortress together. You can go back to receive the reward, and I can also go back to receive the reward. And helping each other, the success rate is also higher. The corpse girl suddenly proposed. Yen thought about it and it was indeed a good proposal. But he doesn't need to. But if you are alone, you can take her with you. Not his own anyway. If something goes wrong, you can't be held responsible like a scumbag. Yes, yes. But can you hide yourself? If not, I'd better go alone. Yen deliberately pretended to be innocent and said. It's easy. I have the special ability to temporarily hide my whereabouts. 39. Even at the Grandmaster level, it's hard to find. Now the king of their fortress is fighting against the king of our corpse. So absolutely safe. The corpse girl said. Yan nodded, then let's go together. By the way, where is the fortress of the bone spirit race, do you know? 99. I only know it's nearby, but it's hard to find. Yan continued to ask. Don't worry, just come with me. The corpse girl nodded. You still trust me? Or, you don't care about being attacked? Looking at the opponent's back defense, it was completely exposed. Yan suddenly muttered. Although he did not have the idea of attacking it. Next. Under the leadership of the corpse girl, Yan soon saw the fortress of the bone spirit race. This fortress is different from the fortresses of other races. The entire fortress is made of countless bones. The grey-white fortress also revealed an indescribable aura. This fortress is alive. Yan glanced at the corpse girl. Asked. Yes. This is the most important fortress of the bone spirit race, and it is the only fortress built with the bones of the strong. The last time, it is also a master-level skeleton. As long as it is destroyed, the bone spirit race will definitely be severely damaged. It won't give you any trouble, and us. The corpse girl said. Forward. I guess it shouldn't be my goal. My device is only useful for the fortress. 35. This fortress is obviously the body of a huge bone spirit race. It doesn't work. Yan complained. Such a big fortress. There's really nothing he can do. Even if all the Qianlong squad arrives. Can't be removed at all. Or change one. Wrong. He has a way. Yan suddenly thought of something. Own original ability. In fact. Maybe it works. No way? Then let's change it. Hear Yan say that. The corpse girl also sighed. I thought humans were so powerful. Should be able to deal with this fortress. Unexpectedly, it won't work. No. There should be a way. But it takes time to wait. Wait for me a while. Yan said. Then go into hiding. Start diving into the past. The corpse girl discovered Yan and disappeared immediately. Looking around for a long time. I couldn't see Yan's existence either. Humans are amazing. The corpse girl sighed. This means of stealth. Really invincible. So she continued to wait for a while. About an hour later. Yan turned back. Solved. The corpse girl asked curiously. But look at the fortress in the distance. It seems that nothing has changed. Need to wait. Let's go to another fortress now. Yan said. The corpse girl nodded. Leave with Yan. That's right. 35. My name is Liliana, what's your name? 95. On the way. The corpse girl suddenly turned her head. Looking at Yan and asking. Yeah. Yanzu. Yeah, Yanzu. It's Yanzu, pronunciation problem. Oh. Liliana nodded. Then his eyes turned to the distance. Yanzu, pay attention. There is an army of the bone spirit race over there. Liliana said suddenly. Can you feel it? Yan asked curiously. Well, our family has studied countless methods for the bone spirit race. Sensing the position in advance is the most basic. Liliana explained. I see. Yan nodded. However, those large armies are all bone spirit races from the lower regions. The highest level is just a grandmaster. With our strength, Lai said, it is enough to deal with. Do you want? The girl from the corpse clan was eager to try. No. Yan shook his head. Liliana frowned slightly. Obviously dissatisfied with Yan's decision. I know you have a big hatred with the bone spirit race. But we're going to do something greater. 35. Destroying their fortress is more important than killing a group of low-level bone spirits. 5. If you shoot now, your position will be exposed. They're on guard. Our mission will be difficult to succeed. Yan explained. You're right. Liliana heard Yan's explanation. Suddenly nodded. You should restrain yourself. Don't lose the big because of the small. This is it. This time the fortress should be fine, right? 95. Keep going all the way. Liliana led Yan to the second fortress. Look at this ordinary fortress. Yan nodded immediately. Simple. Let's go right in. Yan said. Liliana can hear it. Also showing an excited expression. Directly hide the figure. Prepare to sneak in. Why do I smell the death of the corpse? Brother, you are a bone not a dog. 99. Although it uses dog bones, don't think of yourself as a dog. At the entrance, the two skeleton guards talked. Look at the closed door. Liliana was also worried. How does this get in? Follow me. Just when Liliana didn't know what to do, suddenly he noticed that his wrist was being grabbed. Next moment, vision flickers. When you look around again, already found himself in the fortress. Awesome, how did you do it? 99. Although I didn't see Yan's existence. But the girl of the corpse clan. No. It must have been Yan who brought her here. Stop talking. Come with me. Yan tugged at the corner of the other party's shirt. Although the corpse girl did not know the exact location of Yan. But I feel the direction of the east. It is also to move forward cautiously in this direction immediately. The location is good. And there are no enemies around. It's set up here. Finally. One person and one corpse came to an empty room. Yan sacrificed his body and said. Hurry up and take it out. I'm going to see what it is. The girl from the corpse clan also said expectantly. Nothing. Yan took out the fortress bomb. The huge size made the other party show a surprised expression. It's so big. I thought it would be small and secretive. Liliana said unexpectedly. That's almost impossible. So, infiltrate the enemy and place this kind of thing. It's a very dangerous thing. Because it's easy to be discovered. Of course it's okay to be discovered now. The entire fortress doesn't seem to have many enemies. Yan said. We have a direct battle over there. 99. Of course not much. Liliana explained. But want to destroy this fortress 5. One is not enough. You're here looking at this. I'll place other devices. Yan explained. Then choose to leave after the time is up. I watch it myself. Liliana didn't expect this to be the case. Don't worry, it's okay to fight. 99. This thing is not so easy to destroy. Furthermore, you are not afraid of this fortress top grandmaster. Yan explained. Then he mercilessly chose to leave. 66. 9. Should I not be used? Look at the huge fortress bomb. The corpse girl Liliana pondered for a long time. Suddenly thought of something. Probably not. If something happens to me, the corpse will go to war with humans. Although it can't beat humans. But daddy he. Number 35. Think about it. Although we are a small race. But humans can't afford to provoke us. Liliana thought wildly. Gone. At this time. A familiar voice rang out. Lilian 3.7 NA suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not abandoned. Yan doesn't come again. She started thinking about running away. Send. Yan grabbed Liliana's body. Directly teleport to a large distance outside the fortress. And here. He also happened to meet a bone spirit race passing by. Boom. Yan hasn't started yet. Liliana subconsciously threw a black fireball. After the explosion. Melt all the flesh directly. turned into a puddle of black substance. The hatred is deep enough. Yet inside secretly, he may also be watching the situation and thinking about making a move. And Liliana, killed by instinct. All right. Watch the big fireworks next, Yen said to Liliana. Liliana nodded, confirming that the Bone Spirit clan could no longer die. Looking at the fortress. Immediately after. The next moment, the fortress suddenly burst into waves. All the energy dissipated in an instant. Although it doesn't seem to be the same as before. But Liliana could feel that the fortress instantly became lifeless. The next moment, in a certain direction, a white beam flashed by. The fortress of the Bone Spirit. It was still for a few seconds. Then it started to collapse like crazy. It finally collapsed to a certain extent. A strong explosion erupted in an instant. Everything turned to ashes and shards. What a powerful attack! Even if the Bone Spirit race has no protection, it will take several rounds for our corpse to completely destroy a fortress. Liliana said in surprise. And what about humans? A white light flashed. Destroyed a fort directly. Really? As 3 human races. Every aspect. They completely crushed her small race. The standard fortress attack of the human race, one line of the sky. The energy is compressed to the extreme, the range is extremely long, and the power is extremely great. Attack a few more times, you can even shoot the king. Yen explained with a smile. This is the first line of heaven. I've heard of it, but never thought it would be like this. Liliana said in surprise. There are actually many other similar means. Like, ashes. This attack is like an ocean wave, turning everything into ashes wherever it passes. 5. Even if it is a master-level existence, it is hard to escape. I have also seen the dragon cannon of the Abyss Demon. The attack method is similar to the attack you just did. 5. But the power is not the same as yours. Even stronger. But the range and speed are not as fast as one day. But that's still a super attack that can destroy a fortress in one go. Yen talked eloquently. The girl of the corpse clan. Listen to Yen tell stories. Also a look of fascination. It feels so good to be human. Not like our little race. It's only because you don't want to attack us. 39. Otherwise we may be exterminated at any time. Liliana couldn't help sighing. Humans aren't much better either. Among the tribes, at least half of them are hostile to humans. Of course, there is no need to care if there are less than 100 people. More than 100, aside from the 99 races of human beings. More than 70, not dealing with humans. And the 2 races of gods and demons also put pressure on humans. So humans are just looking at the huge amount of questions, and the situation they are facing is no better than yours. Yen thought for a while and explained. Forget it, it's useless to talk about these things. Let's leave now. The fortress here is destroyed. The enemy must have come back to check the situation. Yen said. Liliana nodded. Follow Yen and leave quickly. Yen, this mission is not for you to complete alone. Just left not long ago. Yen received a letter from Luo Yu. It's all right, those who can do more work. 35. I'll keep destroying the next one. Yen said indifferently. You really? Anyway, you can come back safely. Falling Rain thought about it. Too lazy to say anything more. Only. She suddenly felt. Your own dragon squad. Is not it about to become Yetan's backup force? That's fine. The rest of the province is risking their lives all day long. Anyway, he's not. Rain falls here. Said angrily. That's how he is. If you have the ability, you can carry it yourself. 99. Of course. I think he dislikes us getting in the way. At this time. Wei Na smiled and said. Lo Yu saw Wei Na's smile. Immediately no longer angry. Although Wei Na seems to be complaining about Yen. But she always felt. She was warning herself not to speak ill of Yen. It's outrageous. I would be afraid of a platinum. Luo Yu murmured in his heart. In terms of combat power. In fact, she felt that she was not necessarily much weaker than Wei Na. After all, she is also a genius. Although unable to leapfrog to beat the king. But in the same realm, he killed more than 10 masters in seconds. Still not too difficult. Wei Na's performance was great. But more needs Yan's cooperation. Otherwise, even if there are only 50 enemies, she probably couldn't solve it either. But even so, she was just a little afraid of Wei Na. The reason for the aura. But, I'm a battle-hardened veteran 5. The aura can't be compared, a newcomer? Rain is a little suspicious. But speaking of atmosphere, she really admires Wei Na. The relationship with Yan has never been confirmed. But that belongs to the aura of the main palace. It's really invincible. Plus she comes with her own. A mother-like temperament blessing. It's exactly like the feeling of a princess in the palace. It is estimated that there are only such outrageous women. It's worthy, Yan's outrageous man. 35. Luo Yu murmured in his heart. At this time, the other side. Yan led Liliana to the bone fortress again. Effective. Look at the fortress. Yan said with a smile. You want to destroy this fortress? Liliana asked curiously. Just in a few days. This fortress is mine. Chapter 66. The entire fortress is yours. What have you done? Liliana asked suspiciously. At the same time, he looked incredible. Although humans are awesome. But such a large fortress cannot be taken away in a few days. If the strong human beings arrive, it will be fine. You are a human, and your cultivation base doesn't look as high as you. How to do it? Just be patient. Yan smiled. Not much to say. Then he closed his eyes and began to practice and wait. Liliana saw this. I had no choice but to stay here and wait patiently with Yan. 3 days passed in a flash. Yan slowly opened his eyes. Liliana saw that Yan finally moved. She had been waiting impatiently. He quickly asked, Is it all right? Yan nodded. Against the fortress made of pure bones. Made a beckoning gesture. Next moment, the white bones of the fortress quickly began to change. Huge fortress gradually began to spread out around. Countless bones are constantly reversed and deformed. Eventually turned into a bone behemoth. Like a dragon, but not. I don't know what species. 39. Watch this scene. Yan muttered. But there is one thing. This beast is really big. After transforming, it is dozens of times larger than an ordinary fortress. You actually controlled this fortress? Liliana said in astonishment. His eyes turned to Yan. Already full of adoration and wonder. Such manipulation of a fortress. It's a lot harder than destroying a fortress. I really don't know how he did it. Virtual soul. Look at this behemoth. Yan thought for a while. Immediately endows a simple consciousness. Follow me. Go and tear down other fortresses. 35. Yan looked at Liliana and invited. The enemy above. Liliana said worriedly. Naturally it has been resolved. Yan said confidently. Those enemies are no more than grandmasters. Infected directly. How did you do it? 35. Liliana was even more surprised. She had thought that Yan had usurped control. Unexpectedly, the enemy has also been solved. And himself. These 3 days. It hasn't even moved here. Secret. 35. Go. 35. Yen naturally wouldn't tell the other party how he did it. Then began to approach the giant beast. Liliana hurriedly followed. It's so big. When the two came to the giant beast, Liliana couldn't help but exclaimed. The distance seemed to be big enough. But wait until you get close. But found that this giant beast, just the eye sockets, it left her almost invisible. Go to the top. Yen thought for a while and said. Liliana nodded. That's it. The two came to the top of the giant beast. Paws on the corner of the forehead. This huge horn. Seemingly sharp. But wait until Yen falls. But found like a huge platform. Let's go. Target, other fortresses. With such a behemoth, it's not easy to destroy other fortresses. Followed by Yen's orders, the bone behemoth began to flap its wings. Fly away quickly. Of course, flapping the wings is just an appearance. Really able to fly away. It is because of the power of this behemoth itself. In this direction, there are 2 enemy fortresses. There are 5 fortresses in the bone spirit race. One of them was destroyed at a great price by us. You destroyed one and occupied one. So that's the last 2 left. Liliana explained. Then tear them apart. Yen nodded. Manipulating the giant beast and flying at an extremely terrifying speed. Originally, Liliana thought it would take a day or 2 to travel. Just under half an hour. It completely flew to the vicinity of the first fortress. Amen Behemoth. 95. How did it start? It came to replenish energy. 39. At this time, all the bone spirit races on the fortress were extremely puzzled. But they didn't expect that this would be the ultimate trump card in their clan. It has been occupied by Yen. Just when the people of the bone spirit race were all guessing what was going on, the almond giant in their mouths, it hit him without slowing down at all. The protective cover of the fortress disappeared in an instant. Followed by the huge bone claws, the huge fortress was easily torn into pieces. What's the matter? The almond giant beast attacked us. Look. 99. There are 2 corpses on top of the giant beast. Damn it, could it be that the almond giant beast has been controlled by the corpse? 35. Many people from the bone spirit race escaped from the fortress. Looking at the almond giant beast, there is a lot of discussion. By the way, Yen was regarded as a member of the corpse clan. Everyone come with me. As long as we enter the body of the giant beast, they will have nothing to do with us. When we get there, we have every chance to snatch the beast back. 5. A master of the bone spirit clan called out. All the bone spirit race immediately rushed towards the giant beast. Nice idea. See this scene? Yen snorted coldly. At the same time, it doesn't matter whether or not it will reveal its abilities. Just for a moment. Countless mycelium completely covered the giant beast. Immediately afterwards, the mycelium began to turn fiery red. A thick flame burns. At the same time, shells were continuously fired towards all the bone spirit races. A large number of bone spirit races were killed with a simple request. What kind of ability is this? Liliana's surprised mouth could barely close. It can cover such a behemoth in an instant. And can fire countless shells. Killed so many bone spirit races with ease. It's just under half a minute. The bone spirit race only has those Grand Master level existences. This ability will also clear up the miscellaneous soldiers. These master level enemies are still up to you. 35. Yen looked at Liliana and said. Her combat power is more than enough to deal with a few Grand Masters. Of course, there are not many masters of the enemy. But now dare to approach. Not much. Do not worry. Watch the approaching enemies. Liliana nodded. This human being is so amazing. Although she can't compare. But you have to show your strength. This broken fortress cannot be wasted. 35. With Liliana to deal with the enemy, Yen focused his attention on the remains of the fortress. Although the clan's fortress, the quality is the same, but the energy is not too low for him. So naturally it cannot be wasted. Thought here. Countless mycelium quickly extended from the giant beast. Those grandmaster enemies. I thought that Yen was going to attack them. They are ready to fight back or resist. But the hyphae bypassed them directly. Wrap up all the debris. All the energy was quickly absorbed. I won't kill you. Not worth the loss. Looking at the masters of the bone spirit race, Yen said in his heart. Kill them. You have to waste too much energy. In the end, there is not much benefit to be gained. If infected. Wasting time. Anyway, the energy of the fortress is now in hand. Can leave. Won't you get rid of them all? Liliana watched Yen choose to leave. Suddenly a little suspicious. Unnecessary. We directly destroy the next fort. In the end, I'm going to the battlefield to support your ghouls. 27. Then you will be victorious. There are some grandmasters left, which is nothing to worry about. Yen's voice transmission explained. 2. Liliana nodded. At the same time throw a black flame. After solving this grandmaster, fall back on the giant beast. Then she didn't move. Countless mycelium enveloped her. She subconsciously thought that Yen was going to attack her. Results the next moment. These hyphae directly dragged her to Yen's side. As scared me. I thought you. Liliana glanced at Yen and said. Just kidding. 35. Yen said with a smile. He didn't need to do anything to this corpse girl. The last fortress is about 10 minutes away. 99. But this time, they may be prepared. Liliana glanced at Yen and said. Understood. But it doesn't matter. Yen nodded. The fortress this time. Although not ready. But the shield is still on. Directly hit by the giant beast. Visible. Normal fortress. There is still a big gap with this fortress behemoth. 2. Think of what just happened. Liliana also nodded. 15 minutes later. Look at the broken wreckage. After Yen absorbed the energy in it. Just turn around and leave. All that's left is the battlefield. This time, I am also considered a hero of the corpse clan. 35. Father, he won't dislike me either, and he's running around without obeying orders. Liliana looked at the remains of the last fortress. Said with some excitement. Which direction is the battlefield? Yen looked at the excited Liliana and asked. There, a 10-day journey. Of course this is going faster and faster. It will be there in over an hour. Liliana thought about it and said. Yen nodded. Began to drive the giant beast all the way to the past. I see, that's my father over there. An hour later. Liliana said to Yen excitedly. Yen looked into the distance for a second. Next moment. Directly slapped Liliana. Liliana still didn't understand what was going on. It was immediately teleported away by Yen. I didn't expect the corpse to feel good. Yen muttered. Next moment. An extremely terrifying coercion came. Yen looked into the distance indifferently. Human, damn you. Then came a very angry voice. At the same time, a terrifying force struck. This is a pure psychic attack. Not too many tricks. Just, powerful. Illusory space. Yen raised his hand. Created a space. The blow was easily blocked. That's it. See this scene. Yen smiled lightly. The attack of other kings at that time. His illusory space is almost unstoppable. This time. It was able to stop it. Then explain. The king of the bone spirit race. That's it. You bone, have you forgotten me? At this time, another voice sounded. Countless things like blood. Overturned rivers and seas poured in. Yen looked at it. It was discovered that it was the father that Liliana spoke of. It can be evenly matched with the bone spirit race. It looks like that. Yen muttered. Then the mind moved slightly. The behemoth opened his mouth directly. Powerful energies began to gather. And the target? It is the king of the bone spirit race. Haha, human, I will help you hold down this bone. You can attack with confidence. Liliana's father said with a laugh. Although he didn't know what was going on. Even what happened to Yen just now with his daughter. But since it is dealing with the bone spirit race, then we are all friends. I don't know what this attack is called. But since it belongs to your bone spirit race, you should know it yourself, right? Looking at the king of the bone spirit race trapped in the sea of blood, Yen said lightly. Next moment, the concentrated energy is instantly emitted. And the sea of blood immediately gave way. Let this powerful energy completely hit the king of the bone spirit race. Tisk, what a waste. See this scene? Yen exclaimed. Although hit the enemy. But this way of attacking is extravagant. Or too far behind. Not using enough energy at all. Not even complex point property reactive transformations. Purely by the amount of energy. To increase power. I have to change it. System, help me deduce a suitable plan. Yen said immediately. Ding, the game is starting. 55. According to Yuxiantian, Ashes, and Dragon Cannon data for reference. Ding, the game is over. An attack has been created to suit you. The specific information has been passed into your C. The system prompts. And in Yen's mind at this time, detailed information also emerges. Good. It's a pity there is no name. Like a good one next time. Feel the content of the data in your mind. Yen couldn't help sighing. Next moment, he waved. Countless hyphae began to form within the beast. Just under 10 seconds. A special attack device is formed. When you think of it, it's called Sky Dangling Magic Cannon. As the attack progresses gradually, Yen immediately thought of a nice name. Next moment, an attack 10 times more terrifying than before was launched. Far away, Liliana's father, who is haunting the king of the bone spirit race, also retreat immediately. Although the king of the bone spirit race reacted, but there is no way to avoid it. Only abruptly endured a blow. The power is good. It's just that my mycelium can withstand it once. Yen commented. Simultaneously waved. Countless hyphae are constructed again. And the mycelium that was shattered because of the launch attack. It is swallowed by other mycelium rolls. It's not a waste either. Humanity. Well done. Again, I promise to let this old bone die here. Liliana's father. Look at the power of this cannon. Somewhat surprised. But then there was a lot of excitement. Immediately afterwards, he controlled the sea of blood and surrounded it. The king of the bone spirit race who ate 2 cannons in a row. It was too hard to resist at the moment. It looked at the sea of blood but could do nothing. Feel an even more terrifying attack aimed at yourself. Nor can it escape. Humanity. I curse you. You are bound to be killed by others next. Your soul will suffer. The king of the bone spirit race hasn't finished speaking yet. Yen's next attack was launched directly. As for the curse, Yen snapped his fingers. A moonlight shone down. Calms most of the curse power. As for the rest, it was swallowed by Yen. A curse that is too strong cannot be swallowed. But the remaining part, it's easy to eat. The other side. The second modified attack hit the king of the bone elf. The opponent's body completely fell apart. Most of the skeletons were annihilated. Only a small part remains. Besieged by a huge sea of blood. Eventually quickly dissolve and corrode. Even the soul eventually dissipated completely. The threat of the bone spirit race is now relieved. 99. Yen said with a sigh of relief. At the same time, he glanced at Liliana's father. Then he waved his hand. Next moment, Liliana was teleported back directly. What are you doing? Liliana watched as she was suddenly teleported back again. He asked Yen involuntarily. Nothing. Just for your safety. Although it was found to be overthinking. Yen said indifferently. At the same time, his eyes swept across the front of him. I was also wondering. Why are corpses so flexible? You didn't say. By the way, what's the situation now? Liliana thought about it. Yen really didn't do anything to him. So he nodded and asked. You ask your father. Yen gestured. Liliana only found out at this time. His father was looking at him. Think about your own achievements. So he hurriedly flew over. Father, the enemy of the bone spirit race has been resolved. Liliana asked excitedly. Well, thanks to that human being you brought. 35. Liliana's father nodded. I tell you, father, we both wiped out the enemy's fortresses. Under his feet is the largest fortress of the bone spirit race. 35. I didn't expect to become such a big beast. 35. Liliana took credit. Well, you did a good job this time. 59. But you've also found a troublesome thing. Since you have a good relationship with him, then help me ask. 99. He helped our family, what kind of reward do you want? Liliana's father said worriedly. Liliana didn't notice the difference. So he went back to Yen again. Passed on her father's words to Yen. I don't want anything. And you can't give me what I want. I came back here because you showed me the way. This is your reward. 99. Yen replied directly. It's settled now. I should go back too. 99. See you next time. Yen continued. Then turn around and leave. Liliana suddenly stretched out her hand and stopped Yen. You left too suddenly. Our corpse clan is not invisible to outsiders. You have helped us, at least for a while, let us treat us well. 99. Liliana thought about it and said. Let's be honest. I am a living person, and I am a dead person with you, hee hee. Yen didn't go on. Necrons are friendly to the living. But they are all greedy for the flesh of others. I am with this group of perverted races. Who knows how many? Covet your body. He thought about it. I just don't want to stay here anymore. Then, how about you take me to your human race to see? You are so powerful, I think your status should not be low. With your guarantee, I should be fine. Liliana thought about it and said. Her at the moment. Like a little girl in a back country. After seeing the big city. Just curious to know more. 66, 99. Alright. Look at Liliana. Think about her father's identity. Yen immediately nodded in agreement. The bone spirit race is now out of the question. Next, its nemesis, the corpse. It will definitely clean up the remaining bone spirit race. Although the bone spirits have taken refuge in the devil. But the big picture is set. The devil will not be idle, and send troops to reinforce some remnants of defeated soldiers. Moreover, the bone spirit race also borders on the human front. The devil sent troops. It is nothing more than opening up a new battlefield with human beings. It's not that there are too many things about the corpse. Therefore, there is a high probability that the devil will not send troops. At that time, the corpse clan occupied this place. Will border on the human race. Liliana is nominally going to play with the Terran. It's time to be a hostage. As long as the ghouls don't make trouble for humans, Liliana will be fine. If you mess up, Yen himself would not come forward to Paul Liliana. But if the corpse clan is honest, Yen didn't say much. Humans don't bother Liliana either. At most, send someone to watch her. Don't let her do other tricks. Then you wait. I'll tell my father now. Hearing Yen promised himself, Liliana said happily immediately. Yen nodded. Liliana immediately turned to look for her father. You sure? Facing his own daughter's request, the king of the corpse clan showed hesitation. Of course. And human beings are so powerful, I might learn something if I go there. 5. Liliana nodded. It's not as simple as you think. If you go like this, you will become a hostage. Liliana's father said. I know. But that's okay. Father, shouldn't you be as brainless as the bone spirit race, to provoke humans? Liliana asked. Of course not. Liliana's father shook his head. He's not insane. The bone spirit races because they provoke humans. On the human side, a person was dispatched directly. Just help them and destroy the bone spirit race here. Although the bone spirit clan's hometown still has some foundations. But this battlefield, the bone spirit race don't even think about coming over to join in the fun. This should be okay. Liliana said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand and left. Her father saw this. After thinking for a while, he said. Go to the human side, don't make any trouble. 99. Also, it's impossible for us and humans. After all, we breed, not by the flesh. 99. Bah, what did you say, father? How can I be interested in a male body? Liliana snorted. Then you go. Liliana's father nodded. The combination of the corpse clan is the sole aspect. No matter how good-looking the body is, it all belongs to personal interest. It's like the pursuit of art. Can't talk about fertility. Accepted. Watching Liliana come back happily, Yen knew that it was basically certain. Let's go. Liliana said impatiently. Yen nodded. Glancing at Liliana's father. Then turn around. The giant beast under his feet also turned around. Followed by full speed. Fly away quickly. Captain, I'll go back right now. A fortress was harvested this time. 35. And bring back a friend of all races. You report it. I want to take out this fortress to exchange resources. 39. On the way back, Yen directly transmitted his voice. When he came, every distance will spread spores. These spores are like repeaters. It can transmit his will to the human race. Wait until near the human race. Yen wants to communicate with Luo Yu. Much simpler. Fortress? Friend? Hear from Yen. The rain fell instantly. She thought. Yen was slow to come back. It's just a few more fortresses. I didn't expect to get back a fortress directly. That's a lot of credit. An ordinary fortress can be compared to a king. But even so, many kings have no fortresses either. After all, to build a fortress, the resources consumed are not just for fun. Even the king can't bear it. Moreover, ordinary kings do not have this technology. They are all handed over to military factories. So also caused. Many kings have accumulated enough money. I want to get a fortress and earn military merit on the front line. But it was never his turn. Yen got a fortress this time. Whether it is auctioned or handed over to the military for transformation, all his benefits are indispensable. Except for the king who will take over the fortress next. We'll give Yan all the resources he prepared. The military will also reward some additional resources. Of course, this was still when Luo Yu didn't know what kind of fortress Yan had built. If you let her know, it is a fortress that can be deformed and more functional. It is estimated that she can now be surprised to forget what she is going to do. Yan is coming back. 35. You can continue to rest here and wait. I'll go out and report the situation. Luo Yu looked at the people in the house and said. The others nodded. Wei Na also showed expectant eyes. Ah, that's right. Indeed 9. I don't know the specifics. But my team member is definitely famous, you can check it out. What? You can't accept it. Then who should I go to? This fortress, our Qianlong team has no luck. Forget it, let's talk about it later. 9. The communicator is turned off. The rain fell silent for a while. The person who first received her thought she was bragging. As a result, Yan's identity was investigated. Immediately, his attitude turned 180 degrees. And they directly stated that they didn't have enough authority to deal with Yan's affairs. It's not that I don't want to. But don't even think about it. In Yan's capacity, they are not qualified to deal with him at all. It can only be reported layer by layer. Wait until the level is high enough to accept Yan's affairs. Even a student of Tiangong Academy shouldn't be treated so well. Luo Yu said somewhat incomprehensibly. But things didn't work out. Neither can she. Then let Yan solve it by himself. She can't handle it. The front is the territory of my human race. You stand back. Otherwise, if you are in front of me, they will misunderstand you and add me, and you will be in danger. Yan said with a smile. Kidnapping you? You think I dare? Liliana pouted. She was impatient. Dare to kidnap this Yanzu? Not to mention human pressure. She knows it herself. Definitely not his opponent. But say so. She still pushed behind Yan honestly. But he couldn't help but look curiously, and stuck his head out to look at the fortress of the human race. What's coming? What? Cough, you park the fort nearby. Someone will contact you soon. 35. On the most marginal fortress of the human race. The guarding king saw Yan, a huge bone monster flying over. I was just about to ask who he was. They even prepared for battle. The next moment, it was transmitted by someone. Only then did he discover that there was a human on top of the giant beast. Or Yan, who has recently gained fame. So quickly change your attitude. After a few words, he stopped talking. You're a fortress. When Yan stopped the giant beast, she contacted Luo Yu and told her that she was back. So Luo Yu brought people out to meet him. Then I saw this behemoth. Fortress of course. 9. Yan waved his hand. All the hyphae wrapped around the giant beast were withdrawn. Then the mind moved slightly. The huge beast began to deform rapidly. Eventually it turned into a fortress. 66.99. It really is. Everyone saw this scene. They were all surprised. At the same time, I admire Yan. When you go out, you will sneak in by yourself and cooperate with the human fortress. Destroyed a fortress of the enemy, not to mention. He even snatched it over, such a big fortress. And it can transform. This is outrageous. By the way, who is she? At this time, Aiming looked at Liliana behind Yan. Asked openly. She wouldn't ask if she normally would. Mainly this woman. It doesn't feel like a living thing to her. Anyway, very weird. That's why he couldn't help but ask curiously. Hello, my name is Liliana, from the corpse. I'm here to communicate with you as a guest. And because Yan helped us defeat the bone spirit race. So next, our corpse will border with you humans. But we're not going to start a conflict. 39. Liliana took the initiative to introduce herself. Others listen. Suddenly understood what? The hostage. Or she is a proton sent by the corpse. But that's a good thing. Humanity has lost a war zone to fight. Stress can be relieved. No response. 9. At this time, Lo Yu took a peek at Wei Na. It was found that Wei Na was not angry or jealous. He kept a calm smile on his face. Then Wei Na also noticed Luo Yu's gaze. Turning his head, he smiled at Luo Yu. Didn't say anything. It seems that Liliana is not considered a competitor. But, a normal person, who would take a corpse as a rival in love. Luo Yu murmured in his heart. Then his eyes turned to Yen. I reported your case, but they said they couldn't handle it. I need you to wait a while. Rain said. Well, I know. 35. They should be dealing with it. It just so happens that I will upgrade first. Yen nodded and said. Then he turned to look at Liliana. You go to find them first, rest assured that my teammates will be fine. You can say what you need. If it's not too much, it will satisfy you. Yen said. Aren't you together? Liliana asked regretfully. It's not that she has any feelings for Yen. Just fought with Yen. She felt more at ease with Yen around. Nothing. I'm going to practice. Yen said. Immediately afterwards, Liliana was trapped unceremoniously. Just throw it out. 66, 99. You are. Liliana was speechless. She felt that Yen was quite loyal when she did things. But sometimes, don't give yourself a little face. It's okay, just get used to it. Looking at Liliana being thrown over, Luo Yu said with a smile. Welcome to the human race, I am Luo Yu, the captain of the Qianlong squad. They're all my players. If anything happens, just tell me. After all, you are the one he brought, we must be satisfied. Luo Yu stretched out her hand and said with a friendly smile. For the person Yen found. She is also relieved. And this is the fortress of the human race. Liliana was probably being watched by more than one king. She wasn't afraid that Liliana would do something she shouldn't do. Liliana nodded. I just talked about visiting the fortress of the human race. But Aiming spoke at this time. Don't worry, I suggest you see how he is promoted first. 35. Hear what Aiming said. The others nodded. Indeed, I'm also curious about how he cultivated. Don't worry, little sister, I'll show you some fun later. But now wait a moment. The rest of the team members spoke in succession. Is that so? Liliana heard everyone else say that. Think about Yan's invincible means. Her curiosity was also piqued. So nodded. Watch Yan's promotion process with everyone. You played me like a monkey. Find a group of people watching themselves. Yan, who was about to be promoted, pouted. But still sit cross-legged. Begin to invoke the power of the fortress. Elevate yourself. The energy of other fortresses he had collected before are stored in this fortress. So although a few shots were fired, spent some energy. But at this time, the energy reserve is still terrifying. Enough for him to be promoted a lot. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Moonlight Brightness has been successfully strengthened. 39. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Existence Reduction has been successfully strengthened. Ding, congratulations to the host. Stop prompting, change the method. List the forms directly to me. Listen to the intensified voice that fills your head. Yan thought for a while and said. As you wish. The system replied. Followed by Yan's continuous improvement. A list of tables, also constantly emerging text. Moonlight roaming, moonlight traveling. Holy light, holy bath. Essential qualitative change, rank upgrade. Spiritual worm, soul eater. Devouring luck, manipulating luck. The rest of the abilities have been enhanced, and the ability names remain unchanged, so they are not displayed. This is so much simpler. See what it looks like now. Yen nodded in satisfaction. Then start to feel the role of these evolved abilities. Moonlight roaming evolved into Moonlight Shuttle. The name doesn't seem to have changed. But this shuttle can take people. And you can travel across space. Provided you can lock in the moonlight elsewhere around you. Like the teleportation of Ye'an's altar. As long as there is support on both sides, they can transmit. The difference is that this moonlight travels through no consumption. And can teleport at will. For the altar, prepare it every time you teleport. Although the distance is far, if there are more people, the preparation time will be more. Consumption is also extremely terrifying. All in all, there are pros and cons. And the holy bath. It is an upgraded version of divine light. Summons the moonlight as thick as water to cover you. Wash away all the dirt from your body. This dirt naturally includes curses and other negative effects. Then there is the rank promotion and Soul Eater. 0. Although these two abilities have evolved. But the effect is still the same as before. It's just more effective. It's just more powerful. And finally, the luck manipulation. You can manipulate other people's luck, and you can even apply one person's luck to another person. But this ability also has limitations. For example, if the strength is evenly matched, there will not be much luck to manipulate. The strength is too high, and it is almost useless. That is, the effect of low strength is significant. Of course, the original ability to swallow the luck was still preserved. This ability. The opponent's strength is as useful as his own. But it is impossible to perform detailed operations. Age, 1-8. Level, Platinum early stage. Symbiote, indestructible illusory bacteria. Original ability, inextinguishable infection. Symbiote characteristics, indestructible, spirit, illusion, curse, fire, roaming. Ability sequence, God, life, spirit, curse, fire, devour, phantom, bright moon. God, to be unlocked 570000/100, 00, million. Life, homogenized parasitism, rank ascension, essential change, biological origin tinder, will evolution, energy demand decline. Spirit, soul eater, illusory dream butterfly, heart dream weaving, virtual soul, spiritual seeing through, all things consciousness connection. Flame, heavy flame bullet, flame cutting, magma mushroom, ultimate life burst, fire immunity. Illusory, illusory clone, existence erasure, illusory space, phantom altar. Minjiu, the brilliance of the moon, the existence is reduced, the moonlight shuttles, the sacred bath. Curse, curse of abnormal status, luck manipulation. Swallow, all things melt, illusory stomach bag. Good. Take a look at your current attribute table. Yen nodded in satisfaction. Then suddenly discovered. The own symbiote has a new feature. Roaming? Isn't this the ability of the bright moon sequence? There should be a bright moon feature to appear. How could it be roaming? Yen said strangely. But after thinking about it, I suddenly feel that there is no need to pursue anything now. After all, this feature is useless now. Have it. Not a bad thing anyway. But there's still some energy left. Forget it. 35. Don't upgrade first. 35. Drain some energy first and give birth to some spiritual fruit. In the end, leave what is barely usable, so that people will not come to collect the fortress. 55. Have to pull another energy bar to inject energy. 35. You still have to be serious. When the time comes, these energy will be converted into resources to compensate me. Yan said with a smile. Then he opened his eyes and stood up. Just about to say hello to the group of teammates watching him. As a result, he found that two people suddenly appeared in front of him. Hello student Yan. We're here to deal with your fortress. If we're not wrong, you should have brought the main plug of the bone spirit race. And you helped destroy an ordinary fortress of the bone elf. Destroyed 2 fortresses myself. He also helped to solve the king of the bone spirit race. Make friends with the corpse and let the front line stabilize. Should be right. A military officer in green clothes said very politely. And by name. Yan knew that this person did not regard himself as a member of the Qianlong team. Instead, he was treated as a student of his Tiangong Academy. To this, Yan nodded. As for your other previous performances on the battlefield. 35. That belongs to the management of people at other levels. We are only responsible for the things you are involved in during your trip on this mission. This fort is now under our investigation. After the value is determined, we will come back to you to negotiate the price. 95. What do you think? The other party continued to speak politely. Can you take this? This is the authority controlled by this fortress. There is artificial intelligence in it, and you order or want to ask some questions, which can be directly intended to communicate. Yan nodded. Throwing a puppet to the other party said. Thank you for your cooperation. The other party nodded and said. Then I'll go first. Yan waved his hand. Just choose to leave. Throne, you don't need to be so polite. Wait until Yan leaves. The one behind the person who just talked to Yan said somewhat surprised. He. I dare to be rude. He is a talent that Tiangong Academy focuses on cultivating. 39. It can also be said to be the hope for the future of my human race. And according to the latest information, he is only at the platinum level. When you're platinum, don't talk about grabbing the chief of a race. You can't even destroy a fortress. And forget it, I shouldn't have told you anything else. Next, take someone to check the capabilities of this fortress. Finally, make the price judgment, it must be impressive. It's okay to be expensive, but don't be cheap. Said the human king. Yes. 35. Another nodded. Take over the doll handed over by the king. Then communicate with your mind. Drive the fortress toward other places. The location here is remote after all. Doing research in the heart of the Terran fortress is a good choice. Are you finished with the upgrade? Back to the fortress of the human race. Yan hasn't said hello yet. Luo Yu looked at Yan curiously and asked. Certainly. What else could it be? Yan replied. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. Or did you just improve an ability? Luo Yu continued to ask. The existing capabilities have been improved almost once. Some abilities have evolved. Don't look at ease, my consumption just now. It's comparable to the energy stored in this fortress. Yan explained. Hear what Yan said. Everyone else was taken aback. The energy of an entire fortress. Did you consume it all at once? Isn't this still human? And the symbiote has nothing at all? Even Liliana showed a surprised expression. Although she didn't know how the human race cultivated. But it consumes the energy of one fortress at a time. It's scary to think about. No wonder this man is so powerful. It's just a symbiote characteristic, nothing to be concerned about. It can only be said that you are unlucky, there is no such powerful symbiote as me. Yan said with a laugh. The others were speechless for a while. That's why Wei Na kept her smile and looked at Yan without moving her eyes. Let's go back next. 99. This time your mission completion is so high, we won't need to receive the mission for a long time. 99. However, if you are on the front line, it may be shortened, and it is estimated that there will be a rest period of 1 or 2 months. Lu Yu thought about it and said, "It doesn't matter. Although the highest king level is limited. But the kings all need to sit in the fortress. Facing the Grand Master, we don't have to be afraid anymore," Yan said directly. Falling rain spit out. The others nodded. It is estimated that the two perverted newcomers, Yan and Wei Na, don't need to be afraid. Although they can beat. But when encountering enemies, be careful and careful. What is this? When everyone got on the airship and was about to leave, Liliana asked curiously. A craft made of a special material. You understand that a mechanically made mount will do. Come to the little sister, come to the elder sister. 35. What do you want to know? My sister will tell you. A female member of the Qianlong team explained. And she's the pervert whose symbiote is a spider. Humans she doesn't want to start. But now facing a corpse, she suddenly became interested. Okay. Liliana didn't notice any danger. Nodding happily. Come to the other side. Being carried into the airship by the other party. You don't really kill people. It's a guest after all. Seeing the rain, he said quickly through voice transmission. Do not worry. The body of the corpse is the soul, and the body doesn't matter. 9. When the time comes, I'll find her a new body. The female player said with a smile. 66, 99. Forget it, be careful. Lu Yu sighed and replied. That's it. The crowd left in the airship. Wei Na was ahead of Yan this time. Of course she wasn't flying an airship. It was Yan who was driving. But she snuggled in front of Yan with a look of enjoyment. Enjoyed the trip. This process continued for several hours. A beep suddenly sounded. Yan glanced at 297 curiously. Wei Na turned her head and smiled at Yan. Then open the message and check it out. Yan 39. I need your help. 35. Wei Na's voice suddenly became heavy. Yan also suddenly realized something. He said softly, tell me, I will definitely help you. My relatives in my hometown contacted me. The Ye family, investigated them. And also negotiated with them to let me leave you. Wei Na said in a low voice. Although the relationship between the two of them, it is self-evident. But it was the first time that it was so obvious. The Ye family. I see. You go back first. 99. This matter also implicates your relatives and friends. I'll do it myself. Yan said. Leave the airship directly at the next moment. Waved. The giant beast fortress, which had flown far away, suddenly turned around and flew back. Student Yan, you. The giant beast suddenly flew back uncontrollably. They thought something had happened. No to see Yan. They knew that Yan had manipulated the giant beast. The transaction is temporarily cancelled. By the way, help me with a sentence on it. I'm going to attack the Ye family. Although it is on the battlefield, it is a personal grudge. 35. In order not to cause a worse impact, I request the Ye family to leave the fortress formation sequence. 35. So as not to wait for me to launch an attack and affect other fortresses. Above. Yan said lightly. Then waved. Countless mycelium entwined and spread on the giant beast. It's like mending this skeleton. In the end it turned into a fiery red monster. Understood, I ask superiors. The other party heard Yan say this. And so decisively. You know there's a lot going on inside. He is also not good at managing Yan. This kind of thing must be reported to the gods. After all, Yan is, that adult named to take care of it. This Ye family is really dishonest. It's not good to offend anyone, you have to offend him. The male god who sits on the battlefield. Haven't waited until below to pass the message on to him. He knew what happened. Not only began to support the forward. Then let him do it. 35. After all, no matter how much trouble this war makes, it won't affect our fortress. There are so many fortresses, it's just a pretense. It's okay to have one less. Not to mention, if he destroys the Ye family's fortress, then let him compensate with the fortress made by this almond giant beast. Anyway, the Ye family's fortress was also given by the military. It belongs to the military in name. 99. Ask him to make amends is no problem. Another female god spoke up. That's it. But the head of the Ye family? Let me ask, no matter what. Senior Mendi said, let him solve the king himself. So be it. After the two gods talked, also issued an order. The Ye family immediately disconnected from the fortress formation. The Ye family members who suddenly received the news were all stunned. But God's command, they dare not refuse. Just when they thought it wasn't a special mission, a behemoth suddenly rushed over. Hurry up and turn on the shield. All sit down and prepare for the impact. Damn, what is this? No one in the command room knew what was going on. But faced with a sudden attack, you can only defend first. Boom. The impact is over. The shield of the Ye family fortress has been broken. Ye Anzaman behemoth, without any problems. But it also lost its inertia and stopped. I'll give you a minute. 99. The non-Ye family members quickly leave the fortress. I'll keep attacking in a minute. It doesn't matter if you live or die over time. Ye An's voice was not loud. But it was passed to every corner of the fortress. And it's not just sound. This moment, he used the connection of all things and informed everyone directly with consciousness. Presumptuous. The head of the Ye family. That is, after the old man heard it. Suddenly furious. Who gave you the right to dare to attack my Ye family? And the war is infighting, you wait for the military court. 35. The head of the Ye family reprimanded angrily. Guess it's given. 35. Old dog, you Ye family have to kill yourself, then I will do as you wish. 5. Half a minute. If no one leaves, I will attack. Yen stared at the fortress and continued. You dare. The head of the Ye family was furious. But suddenly realized something. Where did this kid come from, this behemoth? Why did the gods order his Ye family to leave the fortress sequence? And Yen did it. No one came out to stop it. All right. 1 minute has passed. I'm doing it. Yen ignored the other party. If you wait until the time expires, start accumulating energy without hesitation. Madman. Hurry up and prepare for defense. No, it's too late. Prepare to fight back. Everyone gets ready for the upheaval again. The command room of the fortress. Immediately it started to mess up. The head of the Ye family. Looking at Yen. He couldn't believe that Yen really continued to do it. But watching Yen's rushing attack is getting stronger and stronger. He also began to sit still a little. Since no one cares about you, then I will come by myself. The head of the Ye family said loudly. It can be said to others. I just wanted to know if I really didn't care about it. Stop trying. No one cares. Wait to die. Yen snorted coldly. The sky swings the magic cannon. Emission. Yen took the initiative to speak. Next moment, a powerful attack burst out. And inside the Ye family's fortress, it also emits a white light. Standard for a human fortress. Line day. But at this time, the first line of sky, although it was shot in the sky, the magic cannon. But it didn't have any effect. The Skydang magic cannon was still flying towards the Ye family's fortress. A line of heaven penetrated the sky-swinging magic cannon, and also shot Ye An's almond giant beast. Although the giant beast exploded in an instant. But the next moment, all the bones quickly clumped together again. Those hyphae also quickly regenerated. And the sky swings the magic cannon. There is no real fortress of the Ye family. Instead, a small, old figure appeared. With all his strength, he resisted the blow. "Boy, how dare you!" the old man said angrily. His eyes turned to Yen. "There is no more appreciation like before. I want to cultivate Yen as an heir. Old dog, it should be your plan. You said you had nothing to do with me when you were idle." Yen cursed unceremoniously. Immediately afterwards, he drove the giant beast towards the fortress. Because that shot just now consumed most of the energy. The energy of the original fortress is not much. It's almost bottomed out now. Can only go up to melee. But for a fortress like the Ye family, it can't be used for close combat at all. Once in close contact, the almond giant can only be torn to pieces. "Boy, don't think I dare not touch you." 5. The head of the Ye family said angrily. The next moment, he rushed in front of Yen. A palm smashed Ye An's body to pieces. A little body that was promoted quickly flew out. "That's it. Ye An quickly reborn. Not even a second. He is good for the universe." Looking at the Ye family's head, not only mocked. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want without the ability to die. I can kill you until you want to die. It can also crush your spirit and make you a total walking dead." 5. The head of the Ye family snorted coldly. "Then try it." Ye An raised his hand. A bright moon phantom suddenly appeared. The soft moonlight shone around. The owner of the Ye family doesn't know what the moonlight is for. But he knew that this must be the ability to increase. But the gap between king and platinum. Just like gold bullies a bronze. Let the opponent be how powerful. You can't beat him. I don't know why you are angry. If you are dissatisfied with me, we can talk about it. 5. After all, you are also a top genius. I don't want human race. The old man suddenly became calm again. Start trying to communicate. But it's not over yet. Ye An's attack flew over. Countless flame bombs hit like a meteor shower. Tips for carving insects. The head of the Ye family waved casually. Smash all the fireballs directly. Ye An didn't say anything about it. Still continue to attack. Are you humiliating me? The old man became angry again at this time. Such a child's toy-like attack. In his opinion, it was Ye An who was humiliating him. After all, Ye An definitely knew that these attacks would definitely not be able to cause him any harm. 6. Ye An remained silent about this. Until a certain moment. The head of the Ye family suddenly turned around. "I saw the almond behemoth. The Ye family's fortress has been torn apart. Just found out that I interfered with your perception. But it's too late," Ye An said with a smile. Next moment, the Ye family's fortress was completely reduced to ruins. The strong men of the Ye family wanted to resist. But it can't destroy the almond behemoth at all. "You, damn it! I don't have to show you any more feelings now. The fortress is broken." It was too late for him to rescue him now. Seeing the Ye family's biggest property destroyed in one fell swoop, the head of the Ye family no longer hesitated. In an instant, he came to Ye An. "Just slap it down." But the next moment, Ye An's figure disappeared instantly. "What about the king? You can't kill me. Lo! I can slowly consume you to death." 35. You can also take it slow, first slaughter all of your Ye family. I'll deal with you again. Ye An, who appeared in the distance, said lightly. Then he turned his attention to everyone in the Ye family. Chapter 67. You dare! The head of the Ye family scolded angrily. The coercion belonging to the king was completely dissipated. Ye An's body was also slightly twisted. Yes, I dare. Next second. Ye An raised his hand. Countless mycelium grows overwhelmingly. Immediately after, countless flame bombs attacked everyone in the Ye family. As for his own body, he recovered quickly. And gradually, the opponent's coercion had no effect on him. Upgrading the rank, this ability is really good. I feel my body being continuously strengthened. Ye An muttered with satisfaction. Next second, a terrifying attack came instantly. Ye An's figure also flickered and disappeared immediately. I see. Your teleportation ability relies on that moon. When I kill it, see how you teleport. The head of the Ye family snorted coldly. Then raised his hand. The poisonous miasma that was enough to cover tens of thousands of miles spread out completely. A whole universe. All are shrouded in a poisonous miasma. I didn't expect this to see through. Then I will give you a gift too. 35. Moonlight is blocked. Although the ability is completely ineffective. But Ye An didn't panic at all. Instead, let the eyes pass through the poisonous miasma. He looked at the rest of the Ye family. You. Suicide. 35. Looking at the Ye family's group of people trying their best to resist their attack, Ye An said directly. Those with low cultivation. They all started to act. Attack yourself in various ways. And the existence of the master level. Most of them were controlled for a moment. Immediately restored. But even so, that endless heavy flame bomb also quickly swallowed them up. Although not dead. But they were seriously injured. I don't believe that you can live forever. Your spirit can be like your body, and you can never die. This scene once again angered the head of the Ye family. He rushed straight out of the poisonous miasma. A slap slapped Ye An's forehead. This blow, not just smashing Ye An's head. Ye An's consciousness was directly scattered. Some things don't exist unless you don't believe them. Like you can't kill me. 35. I made it clear to you from the beginning. Accompanied by Ye An's voice, it sounded from all directions. This broken body instantly started to explode. But it didn't cause any harm to the Ye family patriarch. But one thing you did. 35. You met me. Although they won't die, these poisonous miasmas are indeed troublesome. Ye An's voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, an endless sea of fire emerged. The poisonous miasma that pervades this universe. It was quickly consumed by endless flames. Continue. It's your turn. 35. Or you can try to save your Ye family first. After all, you can't kill me at all. In the endless sea of fire, a figure made of pure flame walked out. Looking at the head of the Ye family, he said. But the next moment, a sharp scratch flashed across. This universe seems to have a gap opened. Ye An's body suddenly turned into two segments. But the surrounding flames rushed towards Ye An quickly. That's it. Ye An's body recovered quickly. Body of elements. The head of the Ye family said in surprise. This makes it even more troublesome. Ye An didn't die originally. The elemental body is immune to most physical attacks. And most of his own attacks are at the physical level. Even if you can open the void. But in the face of the body of elements, it still doesn't work very well. This kid is hiding so deep. 35. This elemental body, he has never shown it. 95. Not only the head of the Ye family. The powerhouses who watched the battle secretly. They were also surprised. Especially the two gods who are in charge of supervision. They thought they were familiar with Ye An. Unexpectedly, Yan still has hidden means. Although the elemental body is powerful, he is still invincible in the face of the King 5. Looks like this is destined to be a long tug of war. I don't know if this kid needs spiritual support for his immortality. If necessary, then he is destined to be unable to defeat the Ye family's patriarch. On the contrary, that would be interesting. The male god saw this scene and said, I don't think it is necessary. Otherwise he would not have the confidence to challenge a king. 99. But this Ye family is just courting death. To use such crooked thoughts on the geniuses of our clan, and even to coerce and lure their family members. Even if he can get rid of Yen, then it's doomed to die in the end. After all, Senior Mendi is very protective. The goddess said. There are always people who are more confused than ever. It's okay to bully people because of the identity of the family. Dare to do it this time. When the time comes, his ending will be a wake-up call for other families. It's okay, don't do anything wrong. Do you really think that the gods of the human race don't care about things? The male god said with a smile. Then he turned his attention to the battlefield again. On the battlefield at this time, another round of bright moon is in the sky. Mycelium on the almond behemoth in the distance. It is also madly absorbing the residual energy of the Ye family fortress. At this time, the head of the Ye family. A little crazy. The death of their own people, the wounds of the wounds. There is no way to get a mere platinum by yourself. Either destroy the body or destroy the spirit. Yen can always be resurrected. And now it has become the body of the elements. It made him unable to capture Yen. Almost. Deal with each other for a while. Yen said suddenly. Then he waved his hand. The bright moon in the sky disappeared. The endless sea of fire recedes. Almond giant beast in the distance. It is to turn the direction and aim at the head of the Ye family. Come with me to another world to play for a while. 35. Yen looked at the head of the Ye family and said suddenly. Then he stretched out his hand. A new dimension of space directly enveloped the two of them. Are you trying to trap me? The head of the Ye family found himself suddenly in an unknown space. Looking at Yen questioned. No, I just want to kill you. This space prevents you from escaping. 99. Yen said lightly. Immediately afterwards, the body of the element suddenly soared. The fiery flames swept the entire space. Tips for carving bugs. No matter how powerful your flames are, don't even think about getting a good deal with me. The head of the Ye family snorted coldly. Although I don't know what kind of world this is. But Yen wanted to kill him. Simply delusional. Even the space here is so small. Even Yen will teleport. He can also easily catch up with Yen. And he is not helpless with the body of the elements. Just use some abilities outside. Yen can dodge. Endless filth. The head of the Ye family also launched an attack immediately. Black seemed to be real, and the filth that was constantly creeping appeared immediately. Like swamp silt. Quickly put out Yen's flames. Dirty abilities. Yen watched as countless filth wrapped around him. He cursed in a hurry. At the same time there was no resistance. Allow these filth to corrode and destroy your own elemental body. And at the same time, after Yen's elemental body disappeared with the Ye family's head, a figure of Yen appeared. And appeared on the top of the almond giant beast. That's how the king is. I actually fought with my clone and haven't found out yet. Yen smiled lightly. From the beginning, he did not leave the head of the almond behemoth. He has been hiding himself with illusory abilities. The one who has been fighting is just his clone. And what Yen didn't know was not just the head of the Ye family. Everyone was deceived by Yen. Including those two god-level existences. They just put their eyes on it and didn't observe the situation carefully. So I didn't find out that it was Yen's clone. It's just that now they see Yan suddenly appearing on top of the almond giant beast. They all thought Yan was a small world locked up by the Ye family's patriarch. Sent out again. Rank up. The magic cannon in the sky, get ready. Double sky swing magic cannon, get ready. Triple sky swing magic cannon, get ready. 3 yuan to 1. God swings the magic cannon. 35. Ready, launch. Followed by Yan's orders. The giant almond opened the mouth of the abyss. Countless hyphae rapidly changed their structure. The energy of the Ye family fortress that had just been swallowed was all used to prepare for the attack. A full 3 Tianxiao Dang magic cannons were fired together. After the launch, the energy of the 3 cannons converged again. Finally, under a special large formation composed of Ye and mycelium, the energy of the 3 confluences has been sublimated again, and it has been promoted to the magic cannon. Finally launched. And at the same time, it was difficult to destroy the Ye family patriarch who was Yan's clone. It also left the illusory space in an instant. He hasn't had time to be happy yet. A powerful attack that made him feel suffocated. Rolled over in an instant. Even if he is king, the body also peels off in layers quickly. Like a cracked clay figurine. The body eventually fell apart. This blow, the power is comparable to that of 5 one-liners fired together. Is this the ability of the giant almond under his feet? It shouldn't be, but it's even more terrifying. 39. That almond giant beast is a pile of bones, and those that are like flesh are all Yan's symbiotes. If you guessed correctly, the power of this blow should be the attack launched by his symbiote. Simply put, he can turn his symbiote into a mechanical structure. 35. Finally, this attack is comparable to 5 first-line days. Facing Yan's ultimate blow. The powerhouses watching the battle took a deep breath. Especially the spectating kings. They think themselves. The blow was on himself. Even if you are prepared, after withstanding this blow, you can still breathe a sigh of relief. Not to mention the current situation. The head of the Ye family was attacked unprepared. Even if you find it, it's too late to resist. In the end the body simply can't take it. It has now been completely wiped out. It's not dead yet. Just when everyone thought that the head of the Ye family would surely die, Yan's eyes saw it. In the way of the gods swinging the magic cannon, there is a weak spiritual body that ignores the surrounding attacks. Running away slowly. Soul Eater. Seeing this, Yan did not hesitate to release a large number of Soul Eater insects. Surrounded by layers of hidden spiritual bodies. And Yan is personally manipulating these Soul Eaters. Began to eat this group of spirits. In the end, it was accompanied by a tragic mental howl. This group of spiritual bodies was completely devoured by Yan's assholes. I can't believe it, a platinum beheaded a king? 55. From the beginning to the end, the Ye family's patriarch did not show his full combat power. And just die. Actually, he doesn't need to show all his combat power, after all, it belongs to the cannon bombing mosquitoes, and it still can't be killed. Pure waste of power. But, he didn't expect that he would be shot to death by Yan. Don't talk about him, we didn't even think about it. I have to say that he died really aggrieved, but it seems reasonable. Who let him encounter a pervert like Yan, who can use the symbiote as a formation to strike such a terrifying blow? I suddenly want to change my fortress attack from a single line of sky to his method of artillery attack. I don't know if he is willing to give drawings. Many strong people began to discuss. And other strong families. At the beginning, I also sighed Yan's strength. But then quickly fell silent again. This battle, no one has intervened from beginning to end. They didn't shoot because it wasn't their turn. And the military does not intervene, and the 2 gods who supervise the war zone do not intervene. This is intriguing. This is killing chickens to warn monkeys? The powerhouses of other aristocratic families quickly figured this out. It was just an accident that Yan was able to kill the head of the Ye family. But the death of the head of the Ye family was not an accident. Yan couldn't beat it. Then someone will do it for him. Killing the head of the Ye family. In the future, let the family members restrain themselves and stop doing wrong things. The powerhouses of the aristocratic family began to order and restrain their own family members. Of course they don't do all evil. But for now, it's best not to make any mistakes. The sentencing begins now. Tiangong Academy, Student Yan. Because of your malicious destruction of military property. Destroy a fortress. Now punish you, self-imprison your cultivation base above gold, and go to the Star of Survival for 3 months. But, in view of your outstanding military exploits, the 3-month punishment has been reduced to 1 week. From now on, please go to any survival star within half a year and complete the punishment content. The overdue ban will be doubled. At this time, a mysterious voice sounded. Although not loud, but within the scope of the entire human fortress. But all heard clearly. Dash. Where is the punishment? This is for him to go on vacation. I don't think so, I think 3 months is a vacation. 35. After all, as long as it doesn't exceed half a year, there won't be a big deal. Didn't you find the point? The crime he committed was to destroy a fortress, not to kill the Ye family. Obviously, this is a warning to the family. 35. Wow, that's true. Fortunately, the Ye family is a role model for us, otherwise we might have become the chicken that was killed that day. 99. Be careful in the future. Talents who can be attracted will be attracted, and those who cannot be won will be ignored. Don't do these little tricks. Some of the unruly children in the family are also taken care of. Once I find out who dares to bully men and women, I'll be the first to kill him. A group of powerful family members said with a sigh of relief. Yan. You killed a king. The other side. On the battlefield. Yan sat on top of Amon's head. Luo Yu and others arrived late driving the airship. Yan nodded lightly. It doesn't seem like a big deal. In fact it is. If he hadn't absorbed the power of the fortress. If it wasn't for the other party's carelessness, he would not have shown his true strength from beginning to end. He can't really kill a king. If he encounters the king again in the future, it is impossible for him to have a fortress-level energy reserve to attack. And even if there is, it is also difficult to hit the king. After all, this time it was the time when the opponent was stuck and left the illusory space. And the illusory space, if a king goes all out, it can be broken at any time. Outrageous! Everyone groaned. Kill the king. Even by chance. But let them go in a group. Can't do it either. By the way, about your 7-day trip, the grounding penalty. When are you going to start? Luo Yu continued to ask. It's all right, it's only 7 days. It's just that this is too far from the survival star. 99. I have to figure out a way to teleport back. Yan thought for a while and said. The military's teleportation array should be fine. But just to send you to some special place in the rear. You'll have to travel further on your own to get to the survival star. Luo Yu thought about it and said. Teleportation array on the battlefield. Unable to transfer to survival star. This is also the protection of the survival star. Otherwise, if the fortress is robbed by the enemy can use the teleportation array to directly invade the survival star. In this case, I thought of it. Then you should go back to the lounge and wait for me. In 10 days at most, I'll be back. 99. Yan suddenly thought of something and said. And the trade in this behemoth fortress continues. After all, I can't afford it either. Yan looked at the almond giant beast under his feet and said. This stuff is easy to use. But it's a waste of energy. Even his own cultivation is not enough. Where does the extra energy work it uses? Don't worry, I will help you solve it. Rainy nodded and said. See you then. Yan waved his hand. Just about to choose to leave. I saw that Wei Na did not know when she came to her side. I'll accompany you. It's me after all. Wei Na looked at Yan and said. It's none of your business, it's what I want to do. 99. But Yan didn't go on. Hold Wei Na's hand directly. Instantly teleport away. Immediately afterwards, a small altar in place withered and dissipated in an instant. Here is. Follower Yan teleport away. Then Wei Na suddenly appeared in a foggy world. With a surprised expression. Phantom world. When the time comes, I'll bring you here to play. Now this is the transfer station, and our next step is to go to the academy. Yan explained. Then he reached out and pressed it on the altar. Just about to transfer away. Suddenly I found myself unable to move. Dream butterfly god venerable. Yan looked at a butterfly that landed on the back of his hand. Suddenly he knew who was stopping him. Performed well. The phantom of dream butterfly god venerable appeared. Yan praised while looking at Yan with a smile. I also killed a lot of innocent people. 99. Yan looked at the other party and asked back. Certainly not his conscience. Instead, it is to test the attitude of the dream butterfly god venerable. Do you think that at the level of God, you would care about this? As I said, as long as you think the right thing is right, you do it. God can't be wrong. Although you are not a god yet, I have treated you as a god and cultivated it. So there's nothing not innocent. Because they were born in the wrong era, they were born in the wrong family, and they were with the wrong person. That's all. 35. Dream butterfly god venerable said. I understand. Yan nodded and said. Dream butterfly god venerable seems amiable. But just for yourself. For the existence of value in her eyes. Not that she is ruthless, but that she is God. Things need to be considered with God's attitude. The downfall of a family. In her eyes, it was an ordinary thing. She lived thousands of years. Why would you care about such a small thing? What she is thinking about is the future of the human race. It's not a little thing that doesn't matter to the human race. You don't know me, do you? Immediately after. Dream butterfly god venerable looked at Wei Na and asked. You are the god of dream butterfly. Wei Na blinked her eyes and said with some doubts. She means. Aren't you the god of dream butterfly? I know it. I still don't know. Maybe in the future, you will know me again. 35. Dream butterfly god venerable said with a smile. Then it turned into a butterfly again. Landed on a small whale. Start traveling around. Is this a game addiction? See this scene. Yan groaned inwardly. And his own little spirit. He didn't even say hello to himself. Outrageous. Anyway, let's leave first. Yan said again. Wei Na nodded. The two teleport away again. Wait until they show up again. Already in Yan's room. It's not there. Left the room. Yan came to Avril's room. I thought Avril was not here. Maybe it's a mission, but you haven't come back yet. I've heard people say that sometimes a mission can take a long time. 5. Wei Na thought about it and said. Maybe. I'll go and ask Ren Jingsha. Yan opened the portal directly. Come to the door of the dean's office building. Wei Na also followed closely. F***ck, why are you back? Have you had enough fun in the Qianlong squad? Ren Jingsha also immediately appeared beside Yan. Some surprised asked. Also very sad. I just came back 2 days ago. Yan also came back. It must be the eccentricity of the dream butterfly god venerable again. Sent him back. Made a mistake and I'm going to be at Survival Star for a week. By the way, I'm here to ask about my junior sister's situation. Yen asked. Avril. Don't worry, she is one of the talents that the Academy focuses on. The level is second only to the two of you. 35. She's doing missions in other war zones now, and it's a long-term mission. Looking at the data, she's doing pretty well. 99. Ren Jingsha opened the system interface of Tiangong Academy and said. Well, it's fine. Then I'll go first. Yen waved his hand and said. Wait. 35. You said you made a mistake, what did you do? 35. Ren Jingsha asked curiously. Tear down a fortress. Yen replied. But demolishing the enemy's fortress should be a great achievement. Or. Ren Jingsha suddenly thought of something. Yes, I demolished the military fortress. 55. Of course it's not a big deal, I'll just go to the Star of Survival for 7 days. Yen said casually. Why didn't you get killed by the king of the fortress? And it's only 7 days? You're obviously going on vacation. Ren Jingsha snorted. I said that the king can't beat me, do you believe it? Yen said with a smile. Then just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped again. Correct. Do you have a dimensional aircraft? You won't be able to use it anyway, so let me use it. 99. Yen said unceremoniously. Give you. Then, for a short while, don't let me see you. 99. Ren Jingsha pouted and said. Oh shit. Go on vacation with a girl. Are you asking yourself if you want an aircraft? Have you considered how you feel as a single dog? If it weren't for the fear of Dream Butterfly God Venerable. He really wanted to smash Yetan's head right now. So irritating. But in the face of Yetan's small request, he couldn't refuse either. I can only curse in my heart and give it in my hand. See you next time. 99. Yetan said with a smile. Better not see. Ren Jingsha pouted. Not waiting for Yetan to leave. He just disappeared by himself. Where is your hometown? Leaving Tiangong College. After coming to the dream dimension, Yetan looked at Wei Na and asked. Survival Star 67, Nature's Star. Are you going to visit my house to see? Wei Na looked at Yetan and asked expectantly. Of course. After all, I don't have any relatives or friends in Zuxing. The place where I live is a small shabby house. Nothing worth going. Yetan nodded and said. I would also like a small broken house. Wei Na suddenly whispered. But I don't want to. Yetan smiled. After locating the natural star, the dimensional aircraft flew directly towards the natural star. Hello, I'm Yetan from Tiangong Academy. Because of a mistake on the battlefield, I am now coming to Survival Star to receive a 7-day punishment. This is my identity code. If you haven't received any news from your side, you can report it to investigate. Outside the Star of Nature. On a spaceship. Yetan brought Wei Na to an officer and said. Tiangong Academy. Although the other party did not know Yetan's specific identity. But I heard from Tiangong College. The attitude should be as polite as possible immediately. Okay, okay. Understood. I'll handle it. The officer quickly hung up the communicator. Then he was no longer polite. But a little bit of pressure. That. Mr. Yen. It says above, you can just go down and stay for a week by yourself. Cultivation is sealed, etc., so there is no need to check. However, I suggest that you better seal your cultivation base yourself. Otherwise, the Zhou Tianxingde Great Array will extract a large amount of spiritual power from your body. The officer said very seriously. 35. See you in that week. 35. By the way, she's with me. Yan wanted to talk about Wei Na's identity. No, no. You and your lover just leave 5. Other things, I will properly handle it with you. The other party hurriedly said. Thank you. Yan nodded. Take Wei Na directly into the natural star. Wait until Yan leaves. The officer breathed a sigh of relief. Even now, he still doesn't know what Yan's identity is. But the person above just told him, don't ask if you shouldn't ask, don't care if you shouldn't. Even if doing things makes Yan unsatisfied, he may be more than simply dismissed. This moment, he just understood. The young man in front of him is a hidden boss. It's not just a student problem at Tiangong College. Even the top of the military. They also gave him 3 points. So, these 7 days of punishment, it looks like I'm here for a vacation. It's still the people above who can play, and even use this excuse to go on vacation. The officer muttered inwardly. But okay. This Yan, it seems not difficult to serve. Do your own job. Don't provoke him. It should be fine. This natural star is really big. It is more than 20 times that of Xiaxing. Inside the atmosphere of natural star, Yan was driving the aircraft. Looking at the size of the natural star, he said. Well, but the population is not large. 99. Most of them are primeval forests or grasslands or something like that. That's why it's called the Star of Nature. Wei Na explained with a smile. Back to his hometown. Although still at the planetary scale. But she still had a genuine expression on her face. You enter the location of your home. 35. You are more familiar than me here. Yan directly handed over the control of the aircraft to Wei Na and said. Wei Na nodded. Skillfully input a string of coordinates. Immediately afterwards, control was returned to Yan. By the way, your parents. The aircraft is now on autopilot again. Yan suddenly thought. Since I went to Wei Na's house. Why don't you prepare some gifts for your elders? I'm actually an orphan just like you. But I still have a lot of other relatives. Although I picked it up, everyone treats me very well. Weina explained. Yan nodded. Considering Wei Na's identity, she probably wasn't born by anyone. Rather, it was born directly on this planet. It was finally picked up. Feed and grow. Where to stop? Finally came to the place where Wei Na lived. Wei Na pointed to an empty space and said. Yan nodded. Actively pilot the aircraft to land. Ah, you're back. Just left the aircraft. A child's voice sounded. Yan looked. Discovery is a tomboy. Wearing light clothes. Dirty all over. But it doesn't look like malnutrition or anything like that. It's just the links here, so wear less. The reason for the dirtiness is estimated to be caused by playing in the wild for a long time. Little pair, I'm not going to tell you. Girls, don't get yourself dirty. Wei Na looked at each other and smiled. Reach out manually with the ability. Directly remove the dirt from the opponent's body. Wow, sister, you have become so amazing. And I'm just a kid, so I don't need to care about the image. 35. Anyway, my mom said it. Girls will naturally be beautiful when they grow up, just like you, sister. 35. It won't be too late for me to dress up well then. Xiao Li said with a smile. I'm not like you, I love cleanliness when I was young. Wei Na smiled and said. That's sister, you don't like to play around. By the way, sister, who is he? Xiaoli pointed to Yan and said. His name is Yan, and I come from the same academy. Wei Na briefly introduced. An academy. Last time, Southwest said the same thing about a woman he brought. As a result, I got married later. I see. Come on everyone, my sister is back. And abducted a man back. Everyone, come and see. Xylee suddenly ran away. Excitedly shouted. Soon. In a real village, all the people came out. Anna, you're really back, I thought Xylee was talking nonsense again. She said you brought, wow, it's incredible, Anna, you really brought a man back. The guy looks good, he looks better than the boys in the surrounding villages. No wonder Anna looks at you. After all, she loves cleanliness since she was a child. Our country boys are dirtier than the other. 99. A middle-aged woman came over. Said carelessly. Others also came over. Seeing Yan and Wei Na discussing each other. With Yan's ability, they could speak more quietly. Also heard clearly. Some were praising Yan for being good-looking. Some people say that their son has no chance. Others said that none of them here is worthy of Wei Na. It's also a good thing for Wei Na to find one for herself. But anyway. Nothing malicious. It can be seen that the people here are indeed very honest. Okay. I can't let the guests stand here. Everyone is ready to drink. Anna, just take them around our village. 35. By the way, I just cleaned your house 2 days ago. You don't have to clean anymore. The middle-aged woman said carelessly. Well, thank you, Auntie. Wei Na smiled and said. Others see it. Also quickly disperse. They went home to prepare their meals. A group of children gathered around curiously. After saying hello to Wei Na, they all looked at Yan curiously. Yan could only simply say hello and deal with it casually. Seeing this, Wei Na also hurriedly let them play. You don't like children. Finally quiet down. Wei Na brought Yan under a huge tree. While admiring the fallen leaves. Asked openly. I don't like it, and I'm not good at dealing with it. Yan replied. 55. After that. Wei Na was halfway through. Suddenly stopped again. What's next? Yan asked curiously. Let's talk then. Auntie, they should be ready until evening. I'll take you to a place. Very beautiful. Wei Na held Yan's hand. Run towards the depths of the forest. At the speed of both of them. Although just a trot. But also very scary. 5 minutes later. Wei Na led Yan to the edge of a lake. And the natural scent is also very strong. It's a nice place. Looking at the beautiful lake. Yan commented. This is where I was born. Of course, that's just my own feeling. Although I don't know why, I feel like I was born here. An auntie also told me that she lost her way in the forest back then. Wandered here by mistake, found me and took me back to the village. 35. Wei Na said slowly. Perhaps, you really were born here. Yan said with a smile. At the same time, I have an idea in my mind. Wei Na chose to be reincarnated here. Nature star. Moreover, the life and natural aura here are not as strong as what a survival star should have. There's an island up there. Have you been up there? Yan suddenly pointed to somewhere in the center of the lake and said. No. But we can go and see. Venus said. Yan also nodded. Immediately after. Wei Na stepped directly into the lake. Just stand on the water. And Yan recruited mycelium to pave the way. The two walked slowly to the island in the center of the lake side by side on the lake. It doesn't look big, but it always feels so familiar. After logging in on the island, Venus said. Perhaps the natural atmosphere here is very similar to you. Yan thought for a while and said. Immediately after reaching out. Stroked the ground. Put down a hope. Although I don't know if it will be useful in the future. Looking at Wei Na who looked puzzled. Yan opened his mouth to explain. I hope it doesn't work. Yan suddenly added again. Wei Na looked at Yan. Although there are still some doubts. But did not continue to ask. Instead, look around. Take a deep breath. Sure enough, it's still very familiar, maybe I've been here before. 5. Maybe, I was born here. Wei Na smiled and said. But it doesn't matter. Wei Na suddenly said again. Then leaned in front of Yan. Enjoy, this warm and familiar. It fascinated her again. That's it. Time passed quietly. Only then did Wei Na continue to speak, let's go back. Auntie, they should be ready. Yan also nodded. Na, you guys are back. 5. I thought you were all gone. Back to the village. The middle-aged woman said carelessly. Auntie, I went to play by the lake. Wina explained. It turns out that it is so far away. Also, although you are not afraid of wild beasts, the guy. I forgot, you are all extraordinary adults, you are definitely not afraid of beasts. Auntie suddenly clapped her hands and said. Okay, take your seats now. If we don't go there, all the good things will be eaten by those children. Auntie said with a smile. They just eat hard. We'll be fine if we don't eat now. Wei Na said with a smile. Then how can it be? Not eating is not the same thing as not being able to eat. Anyway, hurry in and get in. 35. Auntie directly pushed Wei Na and Yan in. At this time, inside the huge wooden house, it can be said that it is overcrowded. The crowd formed a circle. Talk and laugh. Wait until Wei Na comes in. All the topics came to Wei Na and Yan again. It can be said to be enjoyable. Do not like. After the banquet is over, Wei Na took Yan to the wild. Admiring the beautiful stars that can be seen by the natural star. It's just not suitable. Yan said. He has been alone since childhood. It's been a long time. Naturally, it is not suitable for such a warm and lively scene. And maybe I really don't like it. If you don't like it, forget it next time. I want to share with you. It's a beautiful view here. Wei Na said with a smile. By the way, at this time, the lake is more beautiful. Let's go back and see. 9. Wei Na said suddenly. Then he pulled Yan back to the lake again. Exactly as she said. It's very beautiful here. The edge of the lake is full of beautiful fireflies. The lake water reflects the colorful starry sky. Water and sky one color. Dreamy. Enjoyed the view for a while. Wei Na brought Yan to the island in the center of the lake again. Then lay on the ground. Look at the starry sky. An indescribably wonderful taste. If only this moment could last forever. 5. Wei Na suddenly sighed again. But she knew it was impossible. They need to practice. Need to get stronger. Need to get out of here. Cosmic stars. Moon. Yan suddenly felt something. Waved. A pure white moonlight shone down. It's not his own power. Rather, he manipulated the moonlight. Let more light fall on this lake. Sure enough. Yan said happily. This proves his bright moon series ability. Are conceptual abilities. Certainly low-level conceptual abilities. Must be used in moonlight. The moonlight is also beautiful. It's like a wedding dress. Maybe you should make it more like a wedding dress. 99. Wei Na turned her head sideways. Looking at Yan's cheek and said. Of course, this is a wedding dress for you. Yan waved again. Like a real moonlight pouring down. Smooth as silk. And the whole lake is like wearing a wedding dress. At the same time on Wei Na. A real moonlight wedding dress emerges. This is our wedding. I know, I can't be the only one. But, I wish I was the first, the most special one. Wei Na suddenly started staring at Yan said. Yan smiled. Now, if Wei Na said it could only be her, Yan agreed without hesitation. And perform it diligently. 18. Own lover. Just being considerate and sensible. By the way, do you remember what I didn't say during the day? Wei Na suddenly asked again. What? If you don't like children. 35. We don't want it anymore. Wei Na said with a smile. Now. The wedding is over. And the end is over. After all, if you write it, it will be blocked. So it's over. Come to the 7th day of the natural star. Yan and Wei Na just left the island in the lake. Wait until Wei Na bids farewell to everyone. Then he hugged Yan's shoulder and left. This is. She used to have a good relationship with Yan. It would not be so proactive. But now there is no limit. Naturally as close as possible. Who is this lady of the month? On the dimensional aircraft. Wei Na looked at the address book displayed by Yan and asked suspiciously. A cooperative businessman. I thought I could make some money, so I cooperated with her. 5. The result. The income can't keep up with the speed of my practice. Well, although the development is good. 99. In the past few months, tens of billions of federal coins have been earned. You can use these. Yan thought for a while. Directly allocated tens of billions to Wei Na. So much money. The village where Wei Na is located. It can't be described as rich. Purely depends on the soil fertility. So you have nothing to worry about. This amount of money is definitely a terrifying huge sum of money. It's useless for me to ask for this. You can give some money to your aunt's relative. 5. Improve material life. Although they don't have to worry about food and clothing, it's good to buy 2 good-looking clothes. Yan thought for a while and said. That won't take that much. And they don't dare to ask for too much. Wei Na thought about it. Just hit 100,000 federal dollars to go back. This money is not worth mentioning to her now. But for the village. It's a decent amount of money. The remaining money. Wei Na herself didn't want it. She is not a controlling woman. Otherwise, she would definitely use her own money as the reason. Refused to return it to Yan. Just take it. Next month, I still have billions in. 99. If you store it for a few more months, you may be able to buy some good training supplies. But that's for you. I'm definitely not enough. Yan explained with a smile. It is terrifying what he consumes to strengthen an ability. Not to mention overall strengthening. Even if it is 100 billion, it is not enough for him to stick his teeth. 10,000, that is, 10,000 platinum coins. Guess it's time to save money. He has risen to another level of terror. In short, just rich. But the strange phenomenon of not having enough money. Hey, Yan is back soon. Now the situation on the front line has suddenly changed drastically. 5. S needs you to control the scene. Your punishment is the same as a vacation. If you don't finish it, come back as soon as possible. 99. I really need you here. And the evaluation of your giant beast fortress has been completed. But the military, there are other things I want to talk to you about. Cooperation. Anyway, you come quickly. There are too many things. At this time, a series of messages came. This is an unfamiliar ID. But look at the content. Yan knew that this must have been caused by rain. Let's go then. Year. Thought here. Yan left the aircraft with Wei Na. Directly through the phantom altar, shuttle to the inside of the fortress on the battlefield. 66, 99. Everyone looked at Yan and Wei Na, who suddenly appeared. It's no surprise. But Yan changed his face. Quickly pick up the fruit of spiritual power and put it in your mouth. Are you all right? Wei Na asked with concern. The boast goes too far. 5. Consumption is a bit large. 35. I knew I had passed by the transit station earlier. Yan said with a sigh of relief. From the star of nature to the battlefield. Even if it is Ren Jingsha who walks through the expressway of the dream world. That would take over a month. He sent it directly. The spiritual power in the body was instantly evacuated. But it's just the spiritual power being evacuated. Not a big problem. You too, are you on your honeymoon? Looking at Wei Na and Yen, there is no estrangement at this moment. Luo Yu couldn't help saying. Yes. We had a wedding. Wei Na said with a smile. Everyone. Good guy. CO authoring with you is not just about traveling. Married by the way? But for the relationship between Yen and Wei Na. People have long known that. Now it's just a matter of choosing to get married. Very normal. Sooner or later. But, they never thought of it. It's time to get married. These two. Don't take punishment as punishment. Go and deal with your fortress first. I'll contact the top. I guess they didn't expect that I just sent you a message and you came back. Luo Yu looked at Yen and said to Wei Na. Soon. The two people watching the fortress that Yen had seen before walked in. Hello student Yen. The assessment of the fortress has been preliminarily completed. The prices are all on this table. The other party said politely. At the same time, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yen. Yen took a look. Also nodded in satisfaction. Very reasonable price. However, we found that this almond giant beast fortress. It's not like the way of attacking. The other party thought about it and said. I'll teach him how to swing the magic cannon in the sky. The last blow was the divine sky dangling magic cannon. This is a drawing. Yen stretched out his hand slowly. Point to the person's forehead. Immediately afterwards, a spiritual message was transmitted in. The other person closed his eyes and kept his current posture. Just over half an hour. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yen with excitement. I didn't expect this to be possible. This power, with the same consumption, is 3 times stronger than one line sky. And the range is not close. If you change it, you can achieve the speed and range of shining sky, and the power and consumption are more perfect than shining sky. Compared to Amen Behemoth Fortress. 99. This drawing is the most valuable thing. I don't know what you want. We will definitely prepare it for you. The other party said excitedly. In discourse. Even more, there is a hint of admiration for Yen. And the valet standing beside him. It was a look of surprise. The dignified throne, the tone is so polite, even a little humble. Although he also knew that Yen was amazing. After all, a week ago, a throne was just beheaded. But in that battle, they all believed that Yen had relied on external forces. His own normal strength cannot pose a threat to the king. So I saw my own boss. A dignified veteran king. Such an attitude. This made him even more surprised. Godhead fragments, or void spirit veins share. 35. Yen said unceremoniously. This. The other party suddenly fell into contemplation. For the value of this drawing. Exchanged to become Godhead shards. That's definitely a terrifying amount, or portion size. And the share of the void spirit vessel. To be honest, the void spirit vein seems to be more difficult to deal with. Military is also divided into numerous factions. Not to mention that the void spirit vein is not only provided to the military. The major families, the stars of survival. Some superstars may want to. Therefore, he suddenly wants to default on his debts now. Or give it slowly later. But considering Yean's identity, don't think too much about yourself. It is better to pay honestly. 3 days. 3 days later, I will give you a satisfactory answer. How? Yes. 35. Yean nodded. He knows what he wants. Either way, it takes time to prepare. And the void spirit vessel needs to be discussed carefully. So 3 days is not much. Got Yean's reply. The other party also left in a hurry. I don't want to stay for a moment. After all, the content of the drawings in my mind. He had to quickly copy it and give it to the group of engineers. Then we have to prepare for Yean's compensation. All right. Things are temporarily resolved for one. Captain, what happened to the battlefield you said? Yean looked at Luo Yu and asked. The battlefield suddenly escalated. Even the kings are starting to really fight. The troops dispatched by the multi-party forces have also been directly increased by dozens of times. 99. Our human race is easy to be hated by others. So it's a little bit more stressful now. Naturally I need someone who can hold my ground. Speaking of which, Luo Yu looked at Yean and Wei Na. With the means of the two of you, the king and the following are not random killings. And no matter how many enemies there are, it is trivial for you. And I think, you should like the situation. That's why I recommend you. Of course the above wants you to come, but they are afraid of disturbing your vacation, cough. Rainy explained. I see. This is indeed a good thing. Yean nodded and said. Then he looked at Wei Na. Wei Na nodded. Let's go together. 35. That's it. After the two were fed dog food full of mouths. Left the lounge. Start your journey to the battlefield. It's all deteriorated like this. This is just waiting for me to clean up the mess. Just left the fortress. Yean looked at a large area of darkness on the distant battlefield. Couldn't help but complain. Those are the armies of all races. But albeit aggressively. But where is still blocked by the army of the human race. Even with the disparity in strength, the opponent still failed to move forward. Well, it really does. Yean was not in a hurry to shoot. Instead, close your eyes. Feel it carefully. Immediately, he noticed that there were many enemies who were infected by him and didn't even know it. And these are mostly demons. The demon master who was infected when I rescued Elena is now dead. Of course, it was found to be normal 5. But I didn't expect to infect so many people. Yean said somewhat unexpectedly. Then close your eyes again. Start manipulating the people he infected. It just started to attack the surroundings indiscriminately. Just 1 or 2. But the reality is a big one. And with Yean actively spreading the infection. After 10 seconds. In the eyes of Wanzu, more and more people are crazy. They were controlled. Try it with mental immunity, 5. Among the tribes. A master-level powerhouse said loudly. People who understand this. Also try it right away. But the result simply doesn't work. What about the purification type? You try. So another group of 10,000 tribes began to try. This time, it worked. But only for a while. Crazy or crazy? Ordinary purification has no solution, 5. Yean said with a smile. His source you can infect. After a complete infection. The other side is Yean. In fact, it is not much different from my own hyphae. Simply put. After the infection is complete, they become a species. Rather than simply being controlled by something. So purification basically doesn't work. Unless they are thoroughly cleaned of spores. But in that case, the infected existence will also be purified and disappeared. It is equivalent to erasing people and spores together. All nearby Terrans, 5. All back. 9. The rest of the rest, the cure of the cure. Everything that follows, leave it to me. Yen used the connection of all things. The ability to communicate mentally. Informed every human race present. Immediately after. In the army of all tribes. Countless mycelia grow wildly. At the same time, it attacked the surroundings. This familiar scene. Human armies have naturally seen it. Also know that the outrageous man shot. So they stepped back. This gave Yen complete room to perform. Ultimate life burst. Making dreams. Just 2 abilities. The army of 10,000 races was immediately defeated. A large number of low-level beings commit suicide. The other part was directly torn apart by the explosion. Their corpses were quickly swallowed by the mycelium. A stronger explosion followed. More powerful mental attack. Continue a few waves down. In the end, only some Grand Master level and some Diamond level existences survived. Elemental Storm. At this time, Wei Na, who has always been guarding Yan's side, also suddenly shot. A giant storm mixed with various elemental properties suddenly formed in the center of the enemy. Although the lethality is not high enough, but trapped the remaining enemies. Life melts. Wei Na stretched out a finger. Enemies within the elemental storm. Life begins to drain rapidly. Continue. Up to 10 minutes. All enemies will be completely zombies. But, not all enemies are like that. Another part, they were born dead. You can have a small one. Yen saw this. Directly use the mycelium to set up the magic cannon. Of course a weakened version. But it's more than enough to kill the Grand Master. Only. Just when Yen was about to start. A ash of ashes suddenly swept over in the distance. This is the ashes that a Grand Master can kill instantly. You go back to the fort and hide. 99. Yen said immediately. He had personally experienced the terrifying extent of the ashes. Even a Grand Master is almost certain to die. Wei Na nodded. Just turn around and leave. The human army saw this scene. They also chose to flee. But at the same time, the fortress of the human race is surging with energy. A huge shield quickly pushed outwards. Those who entered the shield breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, countless streamers flickered in the distance. It was the fortress shelling from Wanzhou. One part is aimed at the shield, the other part is aimed at Yan. Reward Report. Chapter 68. It's really going to be ready to die together. See this scene. Yan muttered. These are attacks from fortresses. Enough to break the shield. The ashes that followed. It can devour and burn the army of the human race. But what do you mean by how many shells are still aimed at me? 35. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? Yan even suddenly wanted to laugh. But this situation. He has nothing to do. At most, he used the illusory space to withstand the attacks of those fortresses. Or hide some people in an illusory space. Of course there is also erasure. But even if these two skills are used together, only a small number of people can be saved. After all, this battlefield is too big. Yan currently has enough energy. It is also temporarily impossible to make these two abilities cover the entire human army. Vina shouldn't be afraid of this scene. Yan looked at Wei Na who was behind. His main goal at this point. There is no one else except Wei Na. If the human race really was wiped out, that's the military's problem. He doesn't take the blame. Just when Yan thought so. A very dull one. It even made the sound of seawater-like fluctuations in the vision of space. The vibration was accompanied by a sound. From the human fortress, it quickly spread to the distance. The fortress shelling from a distance. After encountering this shock, was quickly stopped. It was as if time stood still. And the ashes that burn everything. It is instantly disintegrating. although still moving forward. But when it came to Yan, just let Yan's superficial skin burn to ashes. Keep up with the last time. Almost engulfing Yan is a world of difference. That's it. Ashes came to Terran's defensive shield. A wave of dark ashes erupted. Dreamy, but extremely dangerous. The human race's defensive shield flickered a few times. It also became a little dim. But then on the Terran side, they quickly replenished the shield with energy. And at this time, the artillery bombardment, which had stagnated in the distance, began to accelerate again. This time, the shield of the human race continued to advance forward. It didn't take long for Yan to be protected inside. But the shield didn't stop. Instead, move forward. Eventually the shelling of those fortresses came head-on. I see. Although the shield can block it. But I am afraid that when the shield is broken, it will threaten the human army. See this scene. Yan also understood the military's approach. This matter has been resolved. It's time, to another battlefield. Yan turned around and chose to go back. Wei Na also immediately greeted her. Change the battlefield. Wei Na looked at Yan and asked actively. Yan nodded. Then the mind moved slightly. An altar emerges. Just as Yan was about to leave. Far away. Another black one. So unrepentant. Yan and Wei Na looked at each other. Wei Na nodded. The two turned back again. At the forefront. Facing the army of all races. Then Yan waved his hand. A wall of mycelium large enough to spread to the end of the view quickly emerges. At the same time, a root of red mycelium grows out. An army of all ethnic groups was prepared. Just when Yan was about to open fire. The front of the army of 10,000 tribes. Suddenly, countless shields appeared. Do you know my abilities? Yan was not surprised. This time, the army of all ethnic groups dared to continue to attack. Definitely be prepared. Mental shield. Just when Yan wanted to pretend to use the fire sequence ability to attack. When secretly planning to use psychic abilities. The front of the army of 10,000 tribes. Suddenly, a faint protective shield appeared. Yan took a look. Just know that this is the shield of spiritual protection. Interesting. It was so well prepared. B. Yan changed tactics again. Directly use mycelium to launch a large-scale abnormal state curse. And regardless of the status. Apply whatever negative state you have. But something that made Yan puzzled happened. The army of all ethnic groups is over the sky. A streak of light shone down. Or other special abilities. In short, all of them are purification skills that remove the curse. Yan's curse just succeeded. They already knew the curse. That's it, prediction. There are people from the orbs in command. Now Yan understood. The other party was indeed prepared. But coping so perfectly. Still have to rely on the prophetic ability of the organizing tribe. Response policy was made in advance. If that's the case, then change the way of fighting. Yan raised his hand. Huge mycelium walls. Start growing quickly. Become one mycelial giant after another. Immediately after, these giants rushed forward without fear. And in the army of all ethnic groups. One after another master-level existence. Get out of the team quickly. Actively stopped these mycelium giant dolls. You go back first. I went in alone and played with them. Yan saw this scene. Immediately said to Wei Na. Wei Na shook her head and said. Good, go back. Maybe Wei Na can be fine. But Yan didn't want to watch Wei Na take risks. Then be careful. Wei Na gave Yan a kiss. Then chose to leave. Since her man made this choice. Then she naturally has to support Yan. Maybe she can do the same thing as Yan herself. But she didn't want Yan to worry about herself. Not to mention, Yen might get distracted. Lead to combat errors. System. Exist. Come and help me fight. Yen smiled and looked at the approaching army of 10,000 races. Communicate with the system. As you wish. The combat deduction ability is on. Enable unknown ability analysis. Open the analysis of the unknown race's combat power. Open the possibility of countermeasures. Assessing combat power based on existing information. Start to deduce the outcome of the battle. The current win rate is 99.99%. The battle begins. Accompanied by a series of prompts from the system. Yen's gaze also changed quickly. Next second. A phantom of the bright moon illuminates all things in the sky. Bathed in moonlight. Yen's figure instantly disappeared in place. Next second. Somewhere within the army of 10,000 tribes. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Yen incarnates the element of fire. Endless flames began to spread in all directions. Frozen thousands of miles. Ice and snow walls. FRZ. The strong people in the army of 10,000 tribes saw this. They have shown restraint. To this. Yen just smiled slightly. The figure disappeared again. Reappeared elsewhere. Holding 2 fiery red mycelial whips. Smash all surrounding enemies. Stop him from using his teleport ability. At this time. The voice of the spirit organs spread throughout the army. Immediately after, a series of energy fluctuations emerged. Yen can feel it. The space seems to be blocked. Want to teleport again? It is no longer possible. But this situation is also predicted by the system. Teleport just allows him to sneak attack at will. But without that, his fighting ability, it is also enough to deal with these armies. Then, in the tumultuous waves of flames, a root of fiery red mycelium was set up again. Towards all directions. Seems to be firing at random. Immediately after. There are countless mycelium martial arts. Chopping melons and vegetables. Quickly eliminate surrounding enemies. And hit the attack from a distance. They were all stopped. After the surrounding enemies are resolved. One by one, the existence of the master level came. Surrounded Yen. It seems to be building some array. I want to take Yen down. Ding, the deduction of the formation begins. The detection is a confinement seal type array, and a weak point has been found. 35. Start breaking. Followed by system prompts. Yen's eyes immediately turned to a Grandmaster. Immediately after that, the ability of the fantasy system was activated. Even if the opponent is prepared to fight against mental abilities, might just be stunned. Then Yen raised his hand. Countless mycelium spread out. And grow countless magma mushrooms. Then came the sound of explosions one after another. When the explosion sound disappeared, the aftermath of the explosion dissipated. The formations of the masters still exist. But Yen is no longer in it. 300 heavenly magic cannons. Emission. Wait until a group of grandmasters find out that Yen has disappeared. When preparing to find Yen, Yen's voice sounded again. At the same time an unparalleled attack emerges. It directly runs through the entire direction of the army of all ethnic groups. This is enough to hit the king's bombardment. There are more armies of all ethnic groups. Let them resist together. Also doesn't help at all. E40. I don't know either. One of my fellow clan died. See this scene happen. Somewhere in the army. A master-level existence, looked at the spirit weavers and asked. On him. No, it should be his ability to shield fate. 35. I can't peep into the future now. I think my kin should do the same. 9. Otherwise she wouldn't have been killed by that blow. 35. The people of the spirit organizing clan murmured in fear. That's what your weavers are useful for. As a result, this usefulness is still not well done. The master said angrily. The people of the spirit organs seem to be noble. But really, except for the power of prophecy, simply useless. As it is now. Once the predictive power fails, the enemy hasn't come yet. I was panicking myself. If it weren't for the role of the spirit organs, it would usually be very big. He wanted to scold him for a long time. Never mind. You inform your kin and give orders. Let the army move on. I'm looking for someone to hold back that human genius. That group of masters is also a waste, the sealing formation developed for the human race 5. It actually sealed a loneliness. The name is always angrily said. Then start practicing with others. Among the armies of all ethnic groups, one master after another appeared. In the end, they all moved towards Yan's position. Humanity. As good as you are. A mere person is only platinum. I don't believe you can handle us. And it's not just your Terran who is talented. 35. I am waiting for the geniuses of all races, and they are no less inferior. A Grand Master level existence of the God race. Seeing Yan scolded angrily. Genius. How long has it been since your cultivation started? Do you have the guts to go head to head with me who have been practicing for a few months? Yan smiled and said sarcastically. Next second, the attack was launched immediately. The Grand Master of the Celestial Clan was thinking of continuing to say something. Unexpectedly, Yan attacked directly with a whip. No martial arts at all. I don't know how many years I have practiced. And surrounded me with a group of people. 55. Thank you for saying that you are a genius. Yan said with a smile. Immediately after, countless mycelium around him began to fly together. The Grand Masters who were planning to do it around. They had to choose defense. Humph, the one who survives to the end is the winner. Human, that's all you can do. Just be prepared for your strange abilities 5. Your attack seems so weak. After easily blocking Yan's attack, the Grand Master of the Celestial Clan not only snorted coldly. The surrounding masters also took action against Yan. Weak attack. Would you like to try this? Seeing that the attacks of the masters were about to hit Yan, Yan suddenly appeared behind the Grand Master of the Celestial Clan who spoke just now. How could you? How can you teleport? Who told you, those abilities that imprisoned the space? Can I make my teleport invalid? Yan said with a smile. It was only intentional before. His teleportation ability. Not by moving through space. Instead, move with the moonlight. The other side does not block the moonlight. Instead, block the space. Haha. And more importantly, under the moonlight, his teleportation ability. Ignore all restrictions. Even space-type teleportation. The other party is blocked. He is not afraid either. And you think you are relying on your masters. Trap me here. 35. Can this army pass? Yan asked again. The other party did not answer. But just react. Immediately launched a counterattack towards Yan. But Yan teleported away in an instant. I won't play with you. 35. Goodbye. Since the other party no longer pays attention to himself, Yan didn't bother to say anything more to them. Directly with the hand as the blade. Teleport behind these masters. Easily split their heads. Compared to the last time, he and Wei Na killed 200 Grand Masters. Now his abilities have been improved. Break through the defenses of these masters. Simply easy. Combined with high mobility teleportation. Kill. It's just a momentary thing. Your soul, don't even try to run. Cleaned up the body. Yan released the Soul Eater again. Start eating their souls. Finally solved. Directly let the hyphae remove the corpse with some remaining spiritual residues. All swallowed into the phantom stomach bag. It's time to leave. Yen muttered as he looked at the army of 10,000 races that had already left. Next second, his body instantly dissipated. The reason why he spent half a day here. Just because. This body. It's just an avatar. And this time, among the armies of all ethnic groups, countless mycelium suddenly emerged. Most of these hyphae grow out of the weaker Wanzu bodies. Immediately after, dreamy butterflies flying around. Numerous butterflies use psychic abilities together. Even if the army of all ethnic groups has spiritual protection. But it only lasted for a while. They fell into all kinds of hallucinations. And outside, countless mycelium exploded, slashed, or circled and strangled. The power of countless curses spreads everywhere. Illusory stomach. Yen saw that the situation was almost the same. Countless mycelium began to devour surrounding enemies. Either dead or alive. As long as it is seriously injured, or has no resistance. They were all swallowed up by Yen. That's it. Just a minute passed. Nearly 2/3 of the army of all ethnic groups disappeared. The remaining enemies can only resist with difficulty now. Forget it, let you live a little longer. Looking at the army of Terran who took the initiative to greet him. Yen thought for a while. Start to withdraw your own hyphae and phantom butterflies. Not to mention, the remaining enemies are a bit troublesome to kill. At least, he has to leave a little record for his own people. It is also a training for them. This human genius is too powerful. We have to get rid of him. At this time, the god-level powerhouses of all races start communicating. The human race can no longer have a new god. He grows up to the demigod realm at most. Not enough to worry about. God also said. Not enough to worry about? Wait until the gods of the human race hold back you short-sighted people. He alone is enough to slaughter your entire clan. If the non-human race can't become a god now, I feel that his memoirs were promoted to gods in an invincible manner. 5. Like that dream butterfly. He can clean up all our gods in one go. There are also gods angrily. Then how to kill? His butterfly ability is obviously bestowed by Dream Butterfly. And no matter where he goes, I guarantee that he will be protected by the gods of the human race. With his undead ability, we can't do anything at all. There is a new race of gods said. I see that you are just scared. Not dead. His immortality has no law, or a special ability. Such as rebirth from a drop of blood. When the time comes, any god will take action, defeat his law of immortality, and completely wipe out all his related items. You can't believe he's not dead. 35. What you are afraid of is nothing but revenge from the human race. 39. But I tell you, let him grow into a demigod. It is more severe than the revenge from the human race. God continued to scold. So, you come. The 10,000 ethnic pattern has finally settled down. Those who can still face great turmoil are nothing more than those small clans that are not worth mentioning. 99. Especially the top 10, top 100 races. 35. It's all settled down. You must force that dream butterfly to shoot again. It is not possible to disrupt the pattern. 35. You, or your fellow clansmen, together can really stop the dream butterfly god venerable. But the human race still has 98 gods. It's as invincible as dream butterfly, and it's not without it. God retorted. Then what about you? We can go, and you all shoot together. The top 100 of the 10,000 races are all hostile to the human race. 99. Everyone join forces, can't stop the gods of the human race? Even destroying the human race is not impossible. 66.99. Destroy the human race. Your celestial clan is a big family. Not when we are fools. Your celestial clan and the abyss demon clan can block the revenge of the human gods. But what about us? Also, don't forget, the gods don't die. The foundation of the human race has never been the 99 survival stars, nor the extraordinary stars. 99. Not even these fortresses. It's the group of combat powers that is more than a perverted god. You still want to exterminate the human race? Do you really treat me like a fool and use it as a gun for you? Some gods scolded. Okay, stop arguing. Now there is only one focus, and that is the genius of this human race. How should we deal with it? 35. Either because of him, the war of the gods was launched, but, the consequence is that the gods will come out, and ordinary creatures of all races will be annihilated. There is no doubt about this, the gods of the human race have this ability. 35. This is also the reason why among the gods, it is not easy to shoot. 99. Secondly, send the existence below the god level to deal with him. As long as I wait for the gods and don't make a move, the human race won't hate us so much. But whether it's a demigod or an emperor, the number of human races is only a lot more. This plan is also unlikely to succeed. So, either find a genius with his cultivation level and defeat him. Or, let's just pretend he doesn't exist. Lol. Let him continue to grow. Anyway, it is impossible for the human race to give birth to a new god. No matter how powerful he is, the degree of harm has a certain upper limit. At this time, a mysterious voice sounded. Say it in detail. After the gods listened, they were silent. Now Yen is like a huge cannonball. He can't be moved under normal circumstances. If you don't understand him, the power of this cannonball will get bigger and bigger. But once you're serious about moving him, this cannonball will cause an unprecedented explosion. It doesn't make sense anyway. I think it's better to find a genius to beat him. The human race pushed him out, obviously wanting him to take the invincible path that the human race did. If you can beat him, crush his confidence. 35. Even if he continues to grow in the future, the situation will be much better for us. God thought about it and said. Then you went to a genius, and after a few months of cultivation, you can have his cultivation level. Even if it is a few years, 10 years. 99. I don't think you can find it. Someone sneered sarcastically. I think, should kill him. 35. At least, we have to find a way to seal him completely. Otherwise, the heavens and the myriad races will inevitably usher in catastrophe. At this time, an ethereal female voice said. Kill him. Casualty. He is doomed now. Also, don't think I don't know, the king of your spirit-weaving clan once looked for that Yen. Although I don't know what they were talking about, it must be something like trying to win over him. The result is obvious. Fail. And now you're screaming to kill him. Is it possible that the future of your weavers will be seriously damaged because of him? 35. So you want me to wait for the 10,000 clans and help you to share the burden with the spirit organizing clan? Do you really think you can see through the future and deceive us at will? Among us, it is not that there are no existences who can peep into the future and deduce destiny. 35. Put away your tricks of deceiving God. God annoyed. This is the God of the spirit organizing race, and it was something that he did not expect. But this also proves what that God said. It is not only the weavers that have the ability to peep into the future and fiddle with fate. So, she would not have expected that her words would be refuted like this. Because the other party obviously blocked the prying eyes of fate. Number 77. Looking at the current situation. This human can't move, and it's hard to move. But for the Terran, I think we should plan something. It's preparing for the future. While it may not happen, we have to prepare for the worst that can happen in the future. It doesn't make sense, does it? The mysterious voice continued. Pointless. No. 35. Yes. 35. We should have been ready for this proposal. But there is no objection from God. Just when the gods ended their exchange, suddenly another voice sounded. By the way, what about the Spirit Master? If we contact the Spirit Master and let him take action, forget it. Just the Spirit Lord, he has nothing to do with cutting his own godhead all day long, and his strength is so weak. Some time ago, a king of the human race dared to attack him. 99. Look at the protection behind that human being. If the Spirit Master dares to show his face, he will definitely be beaten up again. 99. And he came from that mysterious plane. I still don't know what his intentions are. Just let him hide behind the human race and make trouble. Don't have too much contact with him. The gods nodded. Correct. I just saw the future. The development of the Void Spirit vessel will not be so smooth. There may be catastrophe. You all pay attention. The spirit of the Weaver clan, who had just been speechless, suddenly spoke up. This catastrophe is aimed at our heavens and myriad races, all races. 5. The god of the spirit organizing race suddenly reminded him again. Including humans. Including humans. 6699. Could it be another evil disaster? It must be evil. I only see endless darkness and countless phantoms. Never mind. It's a big deal that this void spirit vein is useless. Everyone suffers losses together, so that no one loses. 6699. The words say so. But at the thought of giving up the void spirit vessel, no one feels good. After all, there are very few void spirit vessels. The three races of humans, gods, and demons, each race's void spirit vessel. Only 2 of each. The rest of the races all share a spiritual vein. Now, with great difficulty, a new void spirit vein appeared. If so gone. It's really a pity. 3 days later. In the lounge. Yen looked at Liliana and played mahjong with Wei Na and the others excitedly. I thought she came here to learn some cash techniques and the like. The human race may also depend on the situation and let her learn a little. But did not expect. She is more interested in games like playing cards and mahjong. This is no one anymore. Just then there was a knock on the door. Yen took the initiative to walk over to open the door. Then I saw the figure of 2 attributes. Hello student Yen. As for you, we are ready. This is what we pay for. Only one officer was seen. He took out a small box from the storage space and said. Let's talk recently. Yen said. Also out of the way. 35. The other side nodded. Come to the room. Sit in exactly the same position as last time. This is about your fortress, as well as the blueprints, as well as the statistical rewards for some of your exploits. I hope you are satisfied. The other party opened the box. Pushed in front of Yen. This ring contains fragments of the Spirit Master's Godhead. 35. This is a training resource. These are other Godhead fragments, but the attributes are relatively uniform. This is. Did not wait for the other party to introduce. Yen looked at the items in the safe. Basically know about it. This is our wedding gift to you. A little thing is no respect. The other party said politely. Is this spread? Yen not only looked at everyone in the room. The relationship between him and Wei Na is also known to this group of people. I didn't expect this to spread out completely. First of all, we have helped you to register as a legal and legal couple. Secondly, 3 items. 1 for your wife's clothes and 1 for your weapons. There's one more item, it's a special military pass. With it, you have extremely high privileges. Sometimes, someone doesn't know you, and there are some misunderstandings. The other party said with a smile. Well, thank you. 99. Yen nodded. Choose to accept the gift first. As for checking, it's totally unnecessary right now. This is the other party's intention, and it can't be too bad. Just do it yourself first. The godhead of this spirit master, there are other godheads, there are quite a few. Well, the training materials are also good. 35. Okay, so the transaction is officially completed. The remaining 3 storage rings. Yen took a good look at it. After confirming that there is no problem. Nodding satisfied. I'm glad you were satisfied. Hopefully we will have the opportunity to cooperate next time. But I still have a question. Mr. Yen, about the Sky Dagger and the upgraded version of the Sky Dagger. The other party asked. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yen. It's me based on the first line sky of the human race, and the magic dragon cannon of the demon race. I made it myself. It's not a blueprint from Wanzu, so you don't have to worry about Wanzu owning this thing. Unless your secrets are stolen, of course. Yen explained directly. But you are so talented, are you willing to come to the military for engineering research? Okay, I thought you could help us improve the shield system? You know, most people focus on cultivation, and there are very few people who are willing to study these aspects. Our fortress shield has not been updated for hundreds of years. Perhaps you, of course the reward is good. The other party was thinking of inviting Yen to be a researcher. But looking at Yen's expression of rejection, immediately changed my mind. Since the remuneration is easy to talk about, then I can talk about it too. You give me the current defensive shield blueprint first. Maybe I can find a way to improve. Yen said directly. There is a system anyway. This is certainly not a problem. It is also quite comfortable to earn some extra money. Now he has accumulated a lot of resources. After getting the shield and getting the reward, you can improve yourself a lot. Then, please come with me. The other party saw Yen agreed. He also stood up happily and held Yen's hand tightly. Yen saw this. Also had to follow each other to leave. 71. Teacher, you are right, Yen, that pervert, killed a king. I'm afraid that in 2 days, I won't be able to beat him. Inside Tiangong College. Ren Jingxia said with a look of surprise when looking at the information that came. I said it all, his kind of genius is the most suitable for the battlefield. Not only can you walk out of invincibility, the growth rate is also very fast. And because of the constant fighting on the battlefield, he will not be unable to control his power because he grows too fast. And also, the old dean said confidently. Speaking of which, this kid is not only a genius in cultivation. It's great in other ways too. At the time of the assessment, his martial skills were improved by himself. 35. And he also designed a new set of fortress attack methods based on the human's first line sky and the demon's dragon cannon. 99. The names are also quite domineering, they are called Tian Xiaodang Magic Cannon, and the upgraded Shen Xiaodang Magic Cannon. I heard that now, I have been invited to improve the fortress shield again. Ren Jingxia sighed. Think back to that time. He is also a genius. He is also a good boy who is highly regarded and praised by everyone. But compared to Yen, he's not a fart. Improved shield. Humph, a slap in the face. 35. Cultivation is the right way, didn't the military people deliberately hinder him? The old dean said suddenly and angrily. But, it's only a short delay. And this is a great thing for my human race. It can reduce a lot of casualties in the future. Ren Jingxia said. Humph, so what if you're all dead? 35. In my eyes, a yen is much more useful than those trash. Because the small loses the big. The old dean said, CHDH, with dissatisfaction. 66, 3. Ren Jingsha was speechless. I can't talk about this anymore. And you keep saying that, to be known by others. Your highly respected image is completely gone. Correct. This Ye family is just a middle-class family. How dare you attack Yen? You're out of your mind, you don't even give me the face of Tiangong Academy? 99. Ren Jingsha watched what happened to Yen. Some do not understand. Such a smart homeowner. How did you lead the Ye family to become a middle-class family? Hey hey. At this moment, the old dean suddenly let out a meaningful laugh. This Ye family is a family that I have carefully selected and are full of evil. In my demigod realm, just give some psychological hints. It's not going to be. And the effect is also very good. Platinum kills the king. My human race has been through the ages, but there has never been a precedent. 35. Of course. I mean by my own abilities. 35. The old school principal said with a smile. Feeling is your old age. Ren Jingsha pouted. I thought my teacher's body was gone. Be honest. Unexpectedly, still unwilling to be selfish. But the Ye family died. Yen provoked you to mess with you. Have to stumble him. Ah, that's right. 99. Ren Jingsha suddenly thought of something. Quickly left the room. Next moment. Above Tiangong College. A thunderous sound rang out. Directly through the layers of the array. It smashed into the mental body of the old school principal. Teacher, I forgot to tell you. You shouldn't have spoken out. Otherwise you will be struck by lightning. 35. Teacher. Ren Jingsha looked at his teacher's indifferent soul body. Asked with some trepidation. He didn't hurry to escape just now. That thunder could cut him half to death. Certainly. His teacher's demigod soul should be fine. Cough, when did this happen? The old school principal got up with difficulty and said. 2 days ago. A close friend of yours once. 99. Say he knows you a little bit, in order to prevent you from continuing to meddle. That ban was set. It's fine for you to operate secretly, but you speak out. Of course, if I tell you, your secret operations will also be monitored. Anyway, now, from now on, you'd better cut off all contact with the outside world. 35. Don't go out of the room. Otherwise you will be struck by lightning at any time. Ren Jingsha said. Humph, what this old man does is for the sake of the human race. To even punish me. 35. The old dean said indignantly. You can stop talking. Let Yen know about what happened last time, and he still gave Mendi Shenzhen face. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge on you. It's still like this time. I believe that he will have the ability in the future, and he will definitely be the first. You will die. Ren Jingsha persuaded. That's not bad. My old bones have no hope of becoming a god, or they are no longer interesting. 95. Weakness is that he can really kill me, which proves that under the gods, he is invincible. I don't have to worry anymore. The old school principal said arrogantly. You, ugh. Forget it, I don't care if you are beaten to death in the future. Ren Jingsha shook his head speechlessly. Own teacher. This is not stubbornness anymore. I'm afraid there's something wrong with my brain. It was the opportunity that gave me many opportunities to become gods. As a result, becoming a god is now hopeless. My teacher can't take it anymore. So there is a problem with thinking? Humph, I don't need you to collect the corpse either. Hearing Ren Jingsha's rebellious and unfilial words, the old school principal also said angrily. Yes, you don't even have a body. Of course you don't need me. But do it yourself. Don't implicate your good student. Ren Jingsha pouted and said. Then just leave. Rebel. The old academy patted the table angrily. Then he sighed again. How come no one understands me? Thank you very much for your pointers. The future fortress shield, I promise 50 years, 30 years can be replaced. In a research room, an old scholar excitedly held Ye'an's hand and said. Although Ye'an didn't help improve the shield, but the ideas given have already developed direction. But even more precious. With this, they are hundreds, even millennia in the future. You can constantly update the shields. Nothing. Speaking of which, these things should be easy for the gods to solve. 99. Why? Ye'an was a little curious. Or rather, doubt. The gods do what the gods do. We're going to do what we're going to do. Their duty is to protect the entire human race, and our duty is to fight and grow 5. Flowers and swaddling clothes can't stand the wind and rain after all. 35. The old scholar smiled and said. Actually, the gods didn't do this back then. But I found that the human race that is too comfortable is difficult to grow better. That's why God has become a god above, so our human race will fight endlessly on the endless battlefield. Not only the human race, but also other races. In terms of the abilities of the gods, everyone is enough to make the war subside and their races develop steadily. But in the end I chose endless battlefield. That's why. 35. The old scholar went on to explain. I understand. Ye'an nodded. Dream Butterfly God Venerable also said similar words at that time. No wonder. Dream Butterfly God Venerable has a lot of emotions. Not the kind of ruthless that is really aloof. But sometimes, they maintain their feelings and do things that seem to not pay attention to feelings. It's all experienced. Think carefully. If there is no endless battlefield, not to mention other races, just the human race, the number of its superhumans will reach a terrifying bottom. By the time, the resources within the human race simply cannot support so many extraordinary beings. Then in order to get more resources, there will be fighting within the human race. We'll fight. Instead let it fight internally. It's better to go to the endless battlefield and snatch resources with the heavens and the races. Thus, not only solve various internal problems, it also made the race completely unite. And the growth rate is much faster than in fighting. Then I won't be bothered. Although I am much older than you in terms of age, in terms of research, you are the senior. So no worries. I was the one who disturbed you. After getting my answer, Ye'an prepares to leave. The other party also spoke to Ye'an from the bottom of his heart. That's when I said goodbye to Ye'an. Your Excellency Ye'an, this is your reward. After Ye'an left the laboratory, one person came right away. Gave Ye'an a ring. 35. Ye'an probed. Nodding satisfied. But the name of the other party is quite interesting. Student Ye'an, Sir, Your Excellency. In this world, strength really matters. 35. Background is second. Ye'an smiled. Murmured. Finally put away the ring. Send away. Then I'll be in retreat for a while. You just keep playing. 39. Back in the lounge, Ye'an said to Wei Na and the girls. Of course, the main thing is to talk to Wei Na. Going up again? 35. You can upgrade if you have resources, it's really enviable. 35. Luo Yu couldn't help but sighed and said. It's nothing to envy. Captain, your talent is not weak, and it will be a matter of time to grow to the demigod realm 5. By then everyone will be the same. Ye'an said with a smile. Different. Even if I'm a demigod, I'm not like you two monsters. 35. Talking. Luo Yu took another look at Wei Na and said. Wei Na just smiled at this. Not much to say. Forget it, You go. You don't have to tell me next time, it will save me trouble. Lo Yu waved his hand and said. Isn't that afraid that you are always worried? Yan said with a smile. Roll. You are so old. Just like you, even if you are thrown into the abyss, I don't worry about you. Luo Yu said with a sigh. Yan saw this. Also leave quickly. There are many fragments of the Godhead of the Spirit Master. And then, Spirit, Curse, Fire-type Godhead. 99. Good. Looks like accident has picked the one that suits me. Inside the room, Yan took out the Godhead fragment and observed it carefully. Finally showed a satisfied expression. Then countless mycelium swept all the Godhead fragments. Just start absorbing it together. Ding, you have absorbed enough divinity to unlock plus 1000. Ding, you have absorbed enough divinity to receive plus 1000 speed. Ding, you have absorbed spiritual divinity, and your spirit sequence ability has been improved. Ding, you have absorbed the divine nature of the curse, and you have awakened the new ability Curse of Instant Death. Ding, you have absorbed the divinity of flames, and you have awakened the new ability Flame Domain. Ding, the absorption of divinity is complete. Current unlock level, 700, 00, 700,000, /100, 00, million. Unlocking 70%. Good. Look at the unlocking degree of the sequence of gods. Yan said with satisfaction. He's looking forward to unlocking it all. What kind of power can you get? Of course now. It is impossible to become a god. It should be to allow oneself to have the ability similar to God. And then there are other abilities. Yan took out the cultivation resources. The next moment, the whole room was filled. Yan hurriedly used mycelium to swallow all the cultivation resources in the room into the illusory stomach. Then take out another part. Continue to swallow. Take it out again. After a few rounds. Finally, all the cultivation resources were swallowed up. Homogeneous parasitism, infection parasitism. Rank upgrade, absolute step increase. Biological origin, Tinder 1 biomitter, creator of creatures. Bioimitator plus creator of creature, copy of everything. Added. Energy collapse and compression, inextinguishable flame. Moon spirit, blade of bright moon. Repair as Platinum early stage, Platinum late stage. The rest of the abilities have been enhanced and have not evolved, so they are not displayed. God, to be unlocked 700, 00, 700,000, /100, 00, million. Life, parasitic infection, absolute rank promotion, essence change, replication of all things, evolution of will, attenuation of energy demand. Spirit, soul eater, illusory dream butterfly, heart dream weaving, virtual soul, spiritual seeing through, all things consciousness connection. Flame, energy collapse compression, inextinguishable flame, flame field, heavy flame bullet, flame cutting, magma mushroom, ultimate life burst, fire immunity. Illusory, illusory clone, existence erasure, illusory space, phantom altar. Ming moon, moon spirit, moon blade, blessing of the king of angels, moon brilliance, existence reduction, moonlight shuttle, holy bath. Curse, curse of abnormal status, luck manipulation, instant death curse. Swallow, all things melt, illusory stomach bag. Good. It's all good ability. However, how did the cultivation base improve so much? Yan was a little surprised. After the ability is improved, naturally, it is necessary to improve cultivation. But he did not deliberately improve his cultivation. Unexpectedly, from the early stage, it came directly to the later stage. 1 peak away. Can be promoted to diamonds. Forget it, the cultivation base doesn't matter. Yan muttered. Among those evolved abilities, The most important thing should be that everything is replicated. This ability is not simply copying an item. But when you understand the concept, you can reproduce the same thing. Even if you know enough information about a creature, you can copy it and change it to a creature. With Virtual Soul, it is equivalent to directly creating a species of life. Except for biology, of course. Machinery, formation. Even with enough energy, you can also create a fortress out of it. Then this is a very powerful thing. As for energy collapse compression, as the name suggests, it's about squeezing energy to the limit. Let its essence collapse to a certain extent. It can then be fired. Finally burst out. Causes a very powerful lethality. In the case of heavy flame bombs, it belongs to cannonballs. This ability is more similar to a sniper rifle. Light is the power that is emitted. It is enough to penetrate the defense of the master level. It is also said that the subsequent explosion is more powerful. Of course, this is still an ability that requires a lot of spiritual support. And the other two of the flame sequence: inextinguishable flames and the realm of flames. One is the ability to be born after merging with one's own original talent. The other is to change the rules to a certain extent within a certain range. Improve your fire ability. But the inextinguishable flame is not inextinguishable. But foreign objects cannot be forcibly extinguished, unless you provide your own spiritual power supply. But even so, the inextinguishable flame also burns the surrounding spiritual power, until the fuel is completely lost. Or take it back by yourself, it will really go out. It's all powerful. But the curse has an instant death. The mental sequence has not changed. It seems that the divinity of the dream butterfly god Venerable has given too much. It leads to the absorption of other types of spiritual divinity, and the effect of the ability will be strengthened in a short period of time. It won't stimulate new abilities. Of course I don't need it either. Yen muttered. The ability of his spiritual sequence is absolutely powerful. Can't even think of it. Mental ability. What other abilities do you need? Defense? His own consciousness is immortal, and there is no need for defense at all. And mentally strong. It is the best defense in itself. No other means are used. Yueling, the blade of the bright moon. Look at the ability to add 2 new moon sequences. Yen waved. A small shadow of the bright moon appeared in the room. Immediately after, Yen's thoughts moved slightly. A creature resembling a salamander appeared instantly. It's useless. Yen looked at this moon spirit. Suddenly some doubts. However, considering their own abilities, most of them are combined abilities. Sometimes a single one doesn't work. The combined effect is great. So Yen quickly thought about it. It is useless now, that is, the ability to match has not yet awakened. Or, this has room for improvement and growth. The last is the blade of the moon. Yen stretched out his hand. Many moonlights converge. A crescent-shaped weapon appeared in his hand. Yen looked at the weapon. Feel it carefully again. Then, with the change of Yen's mind, the weapon began to deform again. In the end, it simply turned into a simple arc. The one without the handle. I see. Yen also figured it out. This ability is not used for melee combat. It's a long-range consumption attack. Just like swordsmanship. Can fly far away quickly. Cut everything. And Yen also found out. Not just the shape of the crescent moon. This can also be turned into a thin needle, incarnation of a mammy. It can be considered that this sequence has an attack method. I thought it was an auxiliary ability, maybe it could be used at a critical moment. For this ability, Yen couldn't say he was satisfied. But there is no dissatisfaction. Now it seems to be quite capable. Of course, this is his own shadow of the bright moon. If you can find the moon that is recognized by many creatures as the moon, then the light that the moon radiates, he can use it himself without consumption. Then the power will be called great. It's just too restrictive. After all, the moon doesn't exist everywhere. After the ability to understand almost, Yen also got off the bed. Move your body. Ready to leave the room. Then at this time, Wei Na suddenly pushed the door and entered. He looked at Yen with a smile. 66, 3. Yen understands it instantly. Didn't I come at the right time? Wei Na just came into the room. Someone else pushed the door in. The person who came, officially Hung Liu. She looked at Yen and Wei Na. There is something indescribable in my heart. No, you're here, ahem. Is something wrong? Hong Lu nodded. I had an experiment and suddenly something went wrong. 99. But it shouldn't. And one of my abilities has been warning of danger. Hung Liu said a little uneasy. Danger. Hear these two words. Yen looked at Wei Na subconsciously. Wei Na closed her eyes. Nod slightly. Yen also immediately realized that something was wrong. Wei Na admits that there is danger. That's certainly not a small thing. How about, look at your experiment first. 55. Yen tried to ask. Hong Lu nodded. The sourness in my heart was also reduced. Wei Na looked at Yen. It was full of worry. What's wrong? Yen noticed the same. Looking at Wei Na and asking. Go ahead. Wei Na shook her head and said thoughtfully. Don't worry, I'll be back. 39. I don't know what Wei Na is worried about. But staying here now doesn't seem to be a good thing. I know. Wei Na nodded. Watching Yen leave. It's not too long, but I don't want to wait any longer. Wei Na muttered. Immediately afterwards, his eyes flashed, and a green light flashed. Wei Na's eyes also changed a bit. These memories. Whose is it? Feel the bits and pieces of knowledge that come to mind. And various footage. Wei Na murmured suspiciously. I didn't expect it to come so soon. The disaster that TNG predecessors mentioned at that time turned out to be an evil disaster. 99. At this time, the two gods of the human race on the battlefield. Feel the changes on the battlefield. Looked at each other and said. I just don't know what the scale is this time. And I chose the Void Spirit vessel here. Once it is polluted, no one will want to use the Void Spirit vessel. That's not a bad thing. But, why does Senior TNG let us come here? Obviously there is such a calamity. Who knows? 99. The two gods looked at each other again. Doubts all over their faces. It's so fast. Damn weavers, did you finish the news on purpose? Not just the human race. The gods of all races also sensed the coming of the evil disaster. But the weavers warned them. How long has it been since evil has happened? They don't believe that the gods of the spirit organs, peeping into the future is such a short time. Forget it, it's a reminder after all. Otherwise, if you are not prepared, you will lose a lot. Everyone, withdraw your troops. Next, let's fight together to resist the evil. I wonder if the gods of the human race will join forces. Don't worry, the Terran is much more sensible than you. 66, 35. Just when the gods of all races were discussing the final new appearance of that battlefield, the space shattered. One by one huge pale green tentacles poking out from the boundless void. On the tentacles of a root, there seemed to be innumerable eyes, innumerable mouths, and innumerable ears. Watching everything. Talking about everything. Listening to everything. In addition to the existence of the diamond level below. Just see the tentacles. They fell into a special state. Like addicted. Like falling into a swamp and unable to extricate himself. Immediately afterwards, the skin on their bodies began to wriggle. An illusory pale green tentacle emerged. Weird. Everyone, below the master, close their eyes, and are not allowed to use other methods to detect. Except for the Grand Master, all return to the fortress. Grand Master level and above powerhouses are stationed outside the fortress. The rest of the gods, seal the evil with me. 35. At this time, a voice on the battlefield resounded throughout the world. Whether it is human. Still all races. After hearing, they chose to do so. Immediately after, a terrifying breath came out. The gods of all races here. They all started. Various forces burst out. The void of the entire battlefield was shattered. And tentacles protruding from the boundless void. It began to twist painfully. 18. The evil continues. Although painful, the tentacles are still increasing. Even the strange creatures squeezed out from the gaps in the tentacles. Go all out. Otherwise the void spirit vessels will be polluted. Let's drink the northwest wind together. 99. The male god of the human race shouted angrily. After the gods heard it. Silent. But they have increased their strength and continued to seal. This time, under the power of the gods, the evil disaster also began to slowly retreat. Just when one of the gods was about to end. Suddenly, the void also shattered. A giant like an octopus, but its shape keeps squirming. A strange existence that cannot be expressed in words at all. Instantly emerged. That is more terrifying than the gods. A being stronger than the gods. Also at this time, a foul force passed through the gods. Scattered away. Chapter 69. Is this the real evil? The collapse law of the dead universe. Look at the huge evil disaster that descends in the distance. Yen couldn't help sighing. And he also noticed. His own spirit tingled faintly. Countless unspeakable information is constantly pouring into my brain. Crazy tore his own spirit and reason. But okay. This information Yen can discard at any time. The method of rejection is also very primitive and crude. That is to directly tear off the spirit of this piece. Throw away. Then the original talent is immortal. He will quickly restore his spirit. This method. Change to someone else. Even the king can't do it at all. Or. It's not impossible. But don't dare. After all, no one's mental body can recover as quickly as Yen. Attention everyone. Block all filth. Make sure no filth enters the fortress. The rest of the people, don't use the naked eye to see the evil disaster. Otherwise it will be contaminated. The voice of the gods echoed. Those kings, masters, and diamond-level existences who were on guard originally. The step-like start intercepts the scattered evil disasters. System. Clear. Starting the analysis. Yen saw this scene. Immediately start the communication system to analyze this evil disaster. Although the nature of the evil disaster has probably been analyzed. But there is still a lot of information. Need to understand. For example, what is the weakness of evil disaster? What kind of laws does this evil disaster have? Just when Yen communicated the system. Outside world. The kings came out one after another. Blocked most of the scattered evil disasters. In the face of this blob of filth. The method of elimination is also very simple. That is by sheer power. Destroy them completely. Otherwise, these evil disasters will not kill you at all. Just like Yen faced that filthy dragon at the time. Even if you can keep killing. But it can never be destroyed. Just when Yen was thinking. A piercing cry suddenly sounded. Yen raised his head. This was discovered. A special existence transformed by a group of evil disasters in the distance. Flapping its wings. Fleeing everywhere. and those who are guarding the front. There is simply no way to stop so many evil disasters. Now it's the shield next to the fortress. Can hold on for a while, is a while. Energy collapse compression. Yen saw this. Immediately begin to continue the power. Aiming at the evil catastrophe that looks like a flock of birds, but looks very strange. A thumb-sized energy block. Instantly penetrated all evil disasters. Eventually it exploded. Clears most of the evil in an instant. But the remaining pieces quickly gathered together again. Formed a massive existence. No spirit body. Observe the monster again. Yen found no spiritual power to speak of. The other side is pure law existence. Some actions seem illogical, but follow a special rule. Inextinguishable flames. Observed for a while. Yen shot again. A mass of flames completely covered the evil disaster. With constant burning. The body of the evil disaster is also rapidly decreasing. It was about to be completely burned to the ground. Something unexpected happened to Yen. Debris of promotion. Quickly began to breed more flesh. Burning faster than Yen's flames. Begin to resurrect. Burst. Yen saw this. There was no hesitation. Attack again. Destroy the debris you want to revive into nothingness. In the center of the battlefield. The place where evil comes. The gods can only resist now. Although there was an accident just now. Let evil come down completely. But okay. The spiritual veins are not polluted now. And the evil has also stopped expanding. This disorderly evil god. Also completely suppressed. But that's about it. The two sides are now deadlocked. The gods are powerless to seal. This evil god seems to be unable to continue to expand its influence. And wait for the gods. So powerless. At this time. A lazy, slightly sarcastic voice sounded. With the eyes of the gods. A holy figure incarnates light. Come here. Ze. Why don't you hurry up and help? What are you talking about? Some gods scolded. Hehe, your gods let us a group of demigods help? How embarrassing. However, for the void spirit vessel. Just help you. The Queen of Angels sarcastically said indifferently. Although she is a demigod. But ordinary gods would not be her opponents. At the same time, there are only demigods of the angel race. Possess this outrageous leapfrog combat ability. Sisters, form a battle. 35. The Queen of Angels said to the angels behind her. These are all demigods. Even if the strength is not as good as her queen. But it's nowhere close. Holy radiance, endless brilliance. Accompanied by the voice of the Queen of the angel race spread out. The entire battlefield. 10,000 clan fortress. They were shrouded in holy light. Except for certain races. Such as demons, shadows, and the angels. There are a total of 7 demigod-level existences. The figure is infinitely enlarged in the light. We hold the principle of heaven in our hands, and we are one heart and one. Next moment. The 7 huge sacred phantoms gradually merged together. A presence full of holiness, majesty, wisdom, compassion, etc. Behind her. Endless brilliance condenses. One pair, another pair of wings emerged. Cut the evil and eradicate the evil. The sky is coming. Holy arbitration. Next moment. The huge angel phantom suddenly turned into reality. At the same time, a giant sword flew from the void. He was held firmly by a giant angel with divine wings. At last. Cut with a sword. The powerful sword chi split everything. Even the gods present felt this breath. They couldn't help but change their faces. Especially the demons and the gods of the Shadow Sha clan. There was even a hint of fear. But okay. This attack is not against them. But this great evil. accompanied by sword energy. This huge evil god also seemed to feel the danger. The countless eyes on the body suddenly opened. Countless tentacles swim in the direction of the sword chi. The power that the gods could not comprehend continued to gather. Time, space, cause and effect, fate, freeze, reversal, nothingness. And a lot of rules. Far away, Yen was watching this scene in the fortress. With the answers from the system analysis. Kept mumbling. But even with so much power, so many rules, still can't resist this sword. Countless laws come when this sword comes. Have collapsed. Countless tentacles were not directly cut off. But after touching the sword energy, immediately turned into nothingness. What a powerful force! No wonder it is said that the demigods of the angel race are enough to kill gods. What a pervert! Yen couldn't help sighing. Under this sword, this evil god doesn't seem to be able to survive. Finally, he let out an unknown roar. Even the gods frowned slightly after hearing this. But elsewhere, there is the brilliance of angels to protect. When I heard this voice, I just felt bad. But Yen was after the initial harshness. But I heard the word foolish. No, this is not the writing of Wanzu. It's not what Tiandao means after translation. 39. But I simply understood what he said. Yen muttered. Also a little scared. I shouldn't have watched it for too long. What's wrong with sanity? Ding, please don't worry the host. This is the result of your symbiote ability will evolution. You want to understand the nature of evil, so your symbiote is constantly trying to evolve. Although I haven't evolved any abilities yet, it's enough for you to understand the meaning of a word or two. At this time, the system prompts. I see. Yen finally felt relieved. As long as it is not imperceptibly contaminated by evil disasters. But, why do I suddenly feel that things are not so simple? Looking at the evil god who was flattened by a sword. And only a small amount of residue left. Yen muttered uncomfortably in his heart. Doubt and anxiety. Yen looked at the gods and began to clean up the wreckage of the evil disaster. Just when everything was about to end. When the huge figure of the angel gradually disappeared. In that boundless void. Suddenly a burst of laughter sounded. This sound is very seductive. An indescribable demonic nature spread in everyone's ears. Yen suddenly felt that his body seemed to be wriggling. Head down. Just see. In his left hand, countless eyes opened unconsciously. These eyes stared straight at Yen. A mocking sound followed. 66.99. Wrong. It's an illusion. Just when Yen really thought his own was contaminated. Suddenly I felt an indescribable sense of disobedience. But before Yen took the initiative to get rid of the hallucination, a butterfly suddenly flew past his eyes. Next moment, the defiled left hand disappeared. The feeling of disobedience is completely gone. Then Yen raised his head. I saw a dreamlike scene. All the fortresses of mankind. Countless butterflies are flying everywhere. Eventually formed into a beautiful sea of butterflies. Dream butterfly god venerable. Whose handwriting are these butterflies? Nature speaks for itself. But what makes Yen puzzled is, these butterflies came together and did not dissipate. The figure of dream butterfly god venerable did not appear. It is this sea of dream butterflies. Began to quickly pour into the land of evil. Follow the void. Influx into the plane where the evil disaster is located. Is this a counterattack? Yen was a little puzzled. Not just Yen. At this moment, even the gods were puzzled. This can be said to be the strongest existence of human beings. What exactly do you want to do? The outlet of evil has become smaller. Senior Mendy, you should want to seal this place. Hey! Fortunately, a human dream butterfly shot. 99. Otherwise, this place can't be saved. However, in this case, the human share of the void spirit vein. What are you still struggling with? Who told your family that no other gods will help you? The gods talk to each other by voice transmission. But no matter what, psychologically they all breathed a sigh of relief. The evil disaster that happened this time can be said to be rare and powerful. 20 or 30 gods of them couldn't even solve it. And the sound at the end is too weird. I don't know which terrifying and grotesque existence sent it out. Luckily it didn't come. Otherwise, another disaster. There's no need to fight anymore. It's time to divide the issue of the ownership of the void spirit vessels. This is the consensus of all the gods present. And they also looked at the two gods of the human race for the first time. Judging from the current situation, even if the human race is less than 30%, at least it has to be 2. Don't think 20% is too little. The many races present, most don't even have 1%. There are even several races to come together to divide this percentage. Just when the gods thought so, suddenly, the gap that is about to be sealed, suddenly it shines brightly. Endless pure white light shines through the gap in the seal. Seeing this scene, the gods looked at the angel family again. How is this possible? Evil disasters should all be filthy existences. 35. How can it be so holy? The angel family was stunned when they saw this scene. You didn't do it. There is a spirituality to ask. Did you see us do it? The Queen of Angels replied unceremoniously. Wrong. It's not holy. It's full of hypocrisy. This is an evil god disguised as a divine being. The angel queen suddenly continued. Then he held a sword. Cut off with a sword. After that divine light touched the sword energy of the Queen of Angels. Immediately it turned into a puddle of silt. Immediately after, the crazy transformation of the divine light. Countless beings like silt poured out everywhere. Hurry up and seal it. The gods saw it. Immediately realized something was wrong. They all tried to stop these filth. But it's too late. Many filthy gods are simply powerless to resist. They are flocking to all directions. All back. These are not things you can resist. Use the stronghold's shield to temporarily defend 5. Then, all withdraw. 99. Yen suddenly realized something. Said to a group of humans who were preparing to resist the evil disaster in front of them. All retreat. Do as he says. At this time, there was also a voice from the gods of the human race. Those who were still hesitating. They all chose to retreat to the inside of the fortress. All the fortresses also began to gather together. The energy transfer between each other has also become more intense. An invisible barrier. Completely blocked in front. The endless filth that has become a sea of silt is temporarily blocked from the outside. That's too late. Although the fortresses gather quickly. But it was too late to get together. The shield will be completely corroded by the evil disaster. Not to mention waiting to gather together to defend each other, enter the dream dimension and leave. But now go directly to the dream dimension and leave. Then evil disasters will surely follow into the dream spirit world. Although the dream spirit realm is controlled by the dream butterfly god Venerable. But so many uninstalls poured in. It is inevitable that some dreams will be infected. And the humans corresponding to those dreams will also be contaminated. Crack. Just when Yen was worried about it. In front of the fortress where he was, a huge crack suddenly appeared. Then the cracks continued to expand. Totally broken at any time. Ding, the analysis of the evil disaster is complete. After deduction, the host is enough to survive the evil disaster. 55. At this time, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Can I survive evil? But, it's not about me. Yen couldn't help thinking of Wei Na and his teammates. As for other strongholds, other humans, although very sad, but Yen has no choice. When did I get sentimental? Yen suddenly sneered. How do other people relate to you? Moreover, since he can survive the evil disaster. So. Yen suddenly had an idea. So Yen immediately teleported back to the lounge. Here Verna, Liliana, and the members of the Qianlong squad are all here. After all, such a big thing happened. It's natural to get together. It's just right, it's all here, then let's go. Yen said with a sigh of relief. Directly summon a huge phantom altar. Then trap the crowd with mycelium. To be sent away. Yen, you. Don't worry, I'll be back. Wei Na seemed to see the idea. Looking at Yen with some sad eyes. Yen just smiled. Just teleport everyone away. At this very moment, the shield outside suddenly shattered. Countless filthy power poured into it. All the formation bands in the fortress are instantly invalid. Yen was also completely engulfed at this moment. In filth. Yen's body kept twisting and deforming. He could feel his consciousness as if it were constantly changing. Inextinguishable flames. Yen thought for a while. Ability is used. A fiery flame burned on the surface of his body. Those filthy beings, though not afraid of Yen's flames. But Yen could sense it. The mutation of his own body quickly slowed down. And when the body mutation reaches a certain level, Yen gave up the body directly. Respawn immediately. Including the spirit as well. That's what it means to survive. What did I think? But since I can survive, then I may be able to adapt to this power. Yen muttered. But none of this matters. The purpose of his stay. Not for these things. It's the void spirit vein. Huge void spirit vessel. If he could bathe in it. Not to be a god. He feels that it is not a problem to become a demigod if he continues to devour evolution. Let's go and see. Since these filth, they can bear it. Yen naturally felt relieved. Go ahead with the power of filth. Fortunately, too. These filthy powers are not really silt. Although it is difficult to act in it. But it's not impossible. Have the gods left? Leaving the fortress along the filth. After going all the way. Finally came to the center of the battlefield. Yen can no longer feel any power other than evil disaster. But that's also a good thing. In this way, no one can stop him from absorbing the power of the spiritual veins. However, when Yen wasted a lot of effort. When I finally found the void spirit vessel. A scene that made Yen speechless appeared. The spiritual veins are not polluted. But it was sealed by the gods. Moreover, the seal headed by it was set by the dream butterfly god Venerable. So, at that time, God Venerable Dream Butterfly did not intend to seal the evil disaster. Instead, the seal protects the spiritual veins. Or, because the evil seal failed. This is why you choose to seal the spiritual veins? It seems to be the second. After all, this seal is not only the power of the dream butterfly god Venerable. 99. There are other gods. Yen muttered. Immediately after that, the body wriggled. Yen frowned slightly. He immediately abandoned his body and chose to be reborn. I didn't expect this to be the case. I'm not here for nothing. Yen sighed. Just about to turn away. He shook his head reluctantly. Go directly to the seal. Reach out. Press on the place where the seal of the dream butterfly god Venerable is. Yes, there is resonance. Feel the power response of the dream butterfly god Venerable. Yen immediately smiled. System, help me find out how to open the seal. It's enough to turn on a little bit. Yen said. As you wish. The game is starting. Got Yen's order. The system immediately began to frantically deduce. And Yen stood quietly in front of the seal, waiting silently. I don't know how long it took. Yan didn't know how many times he was reborn. The system made a ding sound. The solution is given. According to this plan, Yan also quickly opened a trace of the seal. Of course before that, Yan completely blocked the surrounding filthy power. Then let the mycelium penetrate into it along the gap of the seal. Start absorbing energy like crazy. I don't know how long has passed. Yan only felt that countless reminders sounded in his mind. And gradually, his body is no longer corrupted by filth. His sanity is no longer distorted. It seems that everything is going in the right direction. But Yan felt his consciousness getting heavier and heavier. Gradually forget about time. He gradually forgot his purpose. It seems that everything wants to be forgotten. Slowly only instinct remained. Can't go on. The only remaining sanity reminded Yan himself. So Yan also gave up and continued to absorb spiritual power. Fill this seal gap as much as possible. Then the consciousness became heavier and heavier. The body gradually curled up. Countless pale green mycelium quickly grew out. Wrap Yan tightly. But it didn't end there. These hyphae are still growing. Constant packages. Yan at this time also fell into a deep sleep. That's it. Mycelium wraps around continuously. Yan's consciousness kept sinking. There was no sign of waking up at all. Inside Tiangong College, on some unspeakable planet, a pair of beautiful clear eyes slowly opened. The original plan was for half a year. 35. Unexpectedly, 3 years have passed. I don't know how he is now. Lu Ruhua muttered. Then she stood up and stretched her body. The power of inadvertently revealed results. Destroy the entire mountain. 66.99. Lu Ruhua was speechless for a while. She also did not expect that the power of the king level was so difficult to control. And also so powerful. Stretching yourself, the power of physical agitation is enough to destroy a mountain. To die, to die. Lu Ruhua, what are you doing? Immediately after. Not surprisingly, a voice that bored Lu Ruhua sounded. Mo Liulai slapped the debris of the mountain with a scolding palm. He stared at Lu Ruhua fiercely. Want to fight? Feel the king-level breath revealed by Mo Liulai. Lu Ruhua smiled and said. 6699. Never mind. When the master finds out, he has to be scolded again. Mo Liulai thought about it and gave up. Of course not afraid of being scolded. Mainly because she suddenly thought, under the same realm. I am a bit not the opponent of my senior sister. Then I'll find someone else to practice my hands later. Lu Ruhua thought about it and said. Just promoted to king. She really couldn't help but want to practice her hands. But before that, she has other important things to do. That is to see how Yan's situation is. 3 years in self-isolation. Yan has to be promoted to platinum anyway. Of course it's not platinum. Gold pinnacle. As long as academic knowledge keeps up with. Thought here. Lu Ruhua immediately opened the portal. Came to the attic. Seeing this, Mo Liulai hurriedly followed. But after waiting for the 2 women to come to the attic. Suddenly stunned. Anyone not there? Could it be in the laboratory? 35. Mo Liulai was a little puzzled. Lu Ruhua saw this. Immediately went to the laboratory. But still not. That might be a mission. Ask Ren Jingsha, that shameless BD. Mo Liulai suggested. Lu Ruhua nodded. Then send away. What should come is coming. Compared with Yan, it will be teleport to the front of the office building. Lu Ruhua was directly sent to the office. Ren Jingsha, who was stealing the old academy's wine. When I saw Lu Ruhua, I felt the tyrannical aura in her. I was so frightened that I couldn't hold the cup. What about my students? Lu Ruhua asked straight to the point. About this. I'll tell you slowly. But don't get excited, and your strength will be restrained. Ren Jingxia sneered. Just promoted to king. I can't control it yet. Lu Ruhua said directly. Hey, that's it, I thought you were angry again. Ren Jingxia breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking of Yan's situation. He was sweating again. About Yan's situation. How to say that? Ren Jing said hesitantly. I couldn't hold a straight word for a long time. Don't ink, and where is my apprentice? Don't say it again, don't blame the old lady for scolding people. Mo Liuli patted the table directly and said. Forward. All right. It's the way it is. What about Yan? His talent is amazing. 5. Not long after you retreat, it will start. Ren Jingxia began to slowly tell Yan's past experiences. Including the things that Dream Butterfly God Venerable took a fancy to. Lu Ruhua heard it. He also showed a happy smile. Own student. Really talented. Even the character he admires the most is planning to train him. And as a teacher, she naturally became proud. Mo Liuli on the side heard so many glorious deeds of Yan. I can't help but start getting a little jealous. Such a glorious deed. My stupid apprentice, probably not as good as Yan. Well, you said he was married? 35. When Ren Jingxia was almost finished talking about Yan, Mo Liuli suddenly asked in surprise. Although Lu Ruhua didn't say anything. But he also showed a surprised expression. Yes. Is it normal to get married? He's a gifted student, so many people like him. Ren Jingxia nodded and said. Who is that? Could it be my stupid apprentice? Mo Liuli asked suspiciously. This, your condolences. 5. Wrong. Cough, it's not your female apprentice. That kid is very. Ren Jingxia pouted and said enviously. Heard here. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liuli looked at each other. Have some doubts. At that time, Avril fell in love with Yan. This is something for all to see. Turns out it wasn't her? Who is that? Say it now, don't hesitate. Mo Liuli continued to ask. 6699. Ren Jingxia felt bitter. Done. His half-life is probably gone. But, and I have to say it again. It's way you should have an impression. The girl who teamed up with Yan and Avril at that time 9. It looks very beautiful, has a very calm and mature temperament, and it feels very. Ren Jingxia hasn't finished speaking yet. Mo Liuli interrupted impatiently. I see. You are getting more and more perverted, you look so carefully as a female student. Mo Liuli complained. Ren Jingxia dared not speak. If he doesn't say so, can he delay time? I remember her ability was mysterious, but she was absolutely talented. It's worthy of my students. Lu Ruhua thought for a while. Said happily. Although a little surprising. But his students can be considered to find happiness. Compared to him enjoying loneliness all the time. Much better. Certainly worthy. You don't know how perverted these two are. 39. Just that way Na and your apprentice. The two joined forces, both at the platinum level, and they killed 200 grandmasters. Although they are all chicken masters, but, it's amazing. Ren Jingxia continued to exaggerate. Heard here. Mo Liuli and Lu Ruhua both showed surprised expressions. Platinum versus Grandmaster? The two of them were sisters, and they were nothing more than diamonds against Grandmasters back then. And there are no more than 10 enemies. They beheaded half. This is their proudest achievement. But compare Yan and Wei Na. Not enough to see at all. Tell me in detail. Lu Ruhua became interested. After all, it is an amazing record of his own students. Of course she had to get to know it better. By the way, Emoliuli is envious. It's boring to say. How about you watch the video? Ren Jingsha thought about it and said. It is good. Lu Ruhua nodded. Although Emoliuli is envious. Very sour. But I couldn't help but want to see it. Then wait until Ren Jingsha slowly finds Yan's image. Deliberately interspersed with more scenes of Yan's usual battles. Then it was played. At least give me a day extension to my life. 18. You have to die in a day. These two mad women, when they were masters, dared to fight the king together. 99. Now that the king is king, isn't my king really going to be beaten to death? Looking at Lu Ruhua and the two sisters. Ren Jingsha's head was about to explode. Run away? Where can you go? And if you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple. Wait until Lu Ruhua knows the situation. The entire office building must be demolished. Correct. At that time, Yan gave me something and asked me to bring it to Lu Ruhua. Ren Jingsha began to rummage. A similar pendant was quickly found. Give it to her later. Hopefully the anger will stop. 99. Ren Jingsha whispered cautiously. That's it. After Lu Ruhua finished watching the video, he turned his attention to Ren Jingsha again. Ren Jingsha thought for a while. Long pain is worse than short pain. Just give the things to Lu Ruhua and explain the situation. Ahem, take this thing first. 35. This is what Yan asked me to pass on to you before leaving. 5. Ren Jingsha took out the pendant and placed it on the table. Lu Ruhua picked up the pendant curiously. This is a crystal clear butterfly strung with mycelium. It's beautiful. What material is it? Emoliuli looked at it and asked. How would I know? Ren Jingsha pouted. But most of them are made of godhead fragments. And then? You've been hesitating and refusing to speak. 99. What the hell happened to Yan? Lu Ruhua carefully held the pendant. He looked at Ren Jingsha and asked. Forward. At that time. Yan is there. We can basically win the battle for the void veins. At least 2 or 3% of the share. Result. Evil has erupted. Ren Jingsha also lowered his voice. Evil disaster. Lu Ruhua and Emoliuli immediately realized that something was wrong. Yes. At that time, the gods practiced their hands, but they were only cleaning up the first wave. 35. I didn't expect there would be a second wave of evil. Even Senior Dream Butterfly took action. It still didn't work out. At that time, there were a total of 5 human fortresses that failed to hold on. 35. Swallowed by evil. The fortress where Yan is located is one of them. But Yan has the ability to teleport over long distances. 39. He sent all his teammates and his own people to Tiangong Academy. So everyone escaped evil. It's just, I don't know why, he didn't leave by himself. Ren Jingsha said this. Both Lu Ruhua and Emoliuli's expressions changed. Don't worry about both of you. I'll take it slow. The situation at the time was that Yan was not unable to leave. 35. It was he who chose to stay. 35. All of us do not know his intentions. 39. Even Wei Na, who became his wife at the time, just said later that he was destined to stay there. But, in the future, Yan will definitely come back. I can't figure out the situation, but it's his own choice. Ma. I don't want this either. After all, he is the most important talent in Tiangong Academy. At the same time, God Venerable Dream Butterfly also values him. Ren Jingsha began to be incoherent. Lu Ruhua was surprisingly not angry. Just silently put the pendant on. Where is his wife, Vina, now? Lu Ruhua looked at Ren Jingsha and asked. It seems to be on the front lines. The evil is now spreading everywhere. 39. The gods established a line of defense, but they did not immediately clean up the evil. It seems that there is an intention to train newcomers with evil disasters. Because of the situation of the 10,000 races, the human race understands it, but the evil disaster knows very little. So I haven't moved for the time being. Of course it could be something planned. I don't know exactly. Ren Jingsha explained. And what about Avril? Lu Ruhua nodded. Then asked again. Mo Liulai also reacted at this time. Yan's experience can be said to be legendary. But what about his apprentice? Why is it gone? Don't say it's a sacrifice for love, other people's wives are fine. Ahem, her situation is even more special. Simply put, it's missing. Seriously, it should have gone to the Abyss Demon realm. A hypothetical guess, there is a high probability of a mutiny. Of course, I think it's degenerate. Ren Jingsha said helplessly. Going to the Abyss Demon realm. 99. She is a human, how could she go to such a place? Mo Liulai frowned and said angrily. Real. Her aura is no different from a demon. And according to the reports of our personnel lurking in the Abyss Demon realm, Avril seems to have become the apprentice of the demon god. 35. In the Abyss Demon world, not to mention walking sideways, but at least no one dares to provoke her. Ren Jingsha said helplessly. Immediately afterwards, Mo Liulai was shown an image of Avril in the demon world. Avril in the picture. No longer the sacred and noble appearance of the past. Instead, it became crazy and violent. Looks like a degenerate. 35. But it seems that reason is still there, or is there a new consciousness born? But at least you can breathe a sigh of relief. Your apprentice, at least he's still alive. Lu Ruhua looked at Mo Liulai and said. 66.99. It's not much better than death. Mo Liulai gritted her teeth and said. She doesn't even know how to express the current situation. I probably explained that. Ren Jingsha hasn't finished speaking yet. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai teleport away together. It takes life. Ren Jingsha breathed a sigh of relief. But it was difficult, the two of them didn't make a fuss. He's all set to rebuild his office building. Master. 35. Somewhere in secret. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai came to the bamboo house. Respectfully bent down. You two have finally become kings. It seems that in those 10 years, there was no idleness. A mature voice came. Full of joy. Thank you Master for your teachings. 5. Lu Ruhua thanked him. At that time, in Zuxing, in order to resist the Zhou formation to absorb spiritual power, she and Mo Liulai have tried various methods. The understanding of power is also deeper. Later, it was only intended to restore the original power. Unexpectedly, it was out of control. Gradually promoted to the king. Since yourselves are fine, it's time to look at your students too. 5. Inside the bamboo house, the voice sounded again. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai remained silent. Asked after a while. Master, don't you know the situation? 55. Lu Ruhua asked suspiciously. If it is said that more than 2 years ago, Yan used the Star Guardian formation to stop a Grand Master and behead him. 39. I still know. Of course, later, he destroyed a middle-class family by himself. Improved the fortress naval gun and killed a king. Neither. Lu Ruhua's master suddenly wondered again. Lu Ruhua nodded. Then explain the matter in detail. I didn't expect to experience so much. But this thing is really weird. Maybe he found something and wanted to use his ability to test it. 5. 66.99. You want to borrow my power? Lu Ruhua's master suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes. 35. I want to enter the evil disaster to find out. Otherwise, I'm not at ease. Lu Ruhua nodded. Forget it, I'll take a trip for the teacher in person. Lu Ruhua's master sighed and said. But, master, you. It doesn't matter, I have endured this pain for so many years. I'm used to it. If it were you, I'd probably faint on the spot. Not to mention finding someone. Lu Ruhua's master sighed and said. Then the door of the bamboo house opened. A little girl as delicate as ceramics and as tender as a baby walked out barefoot. Let's go. 35. The little girl closed her eyes and said. Lu Ruhua nodded. Then he waved his hand. The dimensional tunnel of the dream world opened directly. The little girl also walked in slowly. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai saw this. Also hurry up. By the way, Xiao Liulai, what are you going to do? Came to the dream world. The little girl suddenly looked at Mo Liulai and asked. Just now, Lu Ruhua also said about Avril. Dive into the abyss demon realm that day and take a look. But compared to my nephew, I'm not in a hurry. 35. Murray said. It's not easy. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. The little girl sighed. Then the three of them started walking all the way. All three are kings. The aircraft is no longer used. After they have gone a long way, a colorful butterfly skirt blocked the way of the three. You. So that's the case, it's your lineage. For him. The voice of the dream butterfly god venerable sounded. The three immediately bowed and saluted. Don't be too polite. His words, I could sense his presence a year ago. This child is also quite powerful, even in such a place, he still wants to steal the void spirit vessel. Even unlocked my seal. But a year ago, he suddenly restored the seal. I couldn't sense him after that. Although I don't know where he went. But he hasn't been eroded by evil for at least a year, and he should be fine now. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said. Thank you, Senior God, for letting me know. Lu Ruhua's teacher and apprentice thanked them. Tell you this because you are his teacher. If you don't let you go to him, you probably don't want to agree. So, you can look for it, but don't go too deep. To avoid any accident. When he comes back, I won't see you having an accident because of him. And it won't be long before the gods will clean up those evil disasters, you can't find them and wait. Dream Butterfly God Venerable finished. All the butterflies disappeared completely. The three teachers and apprentices have not had time to thank them. The scene in front of him changed instantly. Then the dimensional tunnel opens. They were thrown out straight away. This is probably the most powerful evil disaster in the past 1,000 years. Back to the real world. Lu Ruhua looked at a large area of darkness in the distance. Cannot help but murmured. She knew that this evil disaster was very powerful. But after seeing it with my own eyes. Still amazed. What are you going to do? The little girl looked at Lu Ruhua and asked. I'll go find someone first. Lu Ruhua thought about it and said. Then go ahead. I'll be waiting for you here. After all, I'm not suitable for meeting people. The little girl thought about it and said. Lu Ruhua nodded. Immediately head towards the fortress in the distance. And Mo Liulai stayed. With their master. Hello, I'm Luo Yu, the captain of Qianlong's squad, I don't know you. Well, Master Lu? Inside the dragon squad. Luo Yu heard that someone was looking for her. Come out to meet me. I didn't expect to bump into a big acquaintance directly. Certainly. She is familiar with each other. Rather than the other party being familiar with her. You know me? Lu Ruhua was a little surprised. Of course, I was once a student of Tiangong Academy. Luo Yu did not continue to speak. But Lu Ruhua already knew what she meant. former student tutor of Tiangong College. Including elders, etc. I don't know myself. I'm here for Yan. I was in retreat for 3 years, and I didn't expect so many things to happen. I heard that his wife also joined your team. Can I find her? I have something to ask. Lu Ruhua looked at Luo Yu and asked. Sure. Rainy nodded. Get in touch with Vina. Soon. Wei Na pushed the door and entered. Looking at the picturesque Lu in the room. Also showed a surprised expression. Then what came to mind? Hurriedly salute. Hello Mr. Lu, 5. Lu Ruhua nodded. At the same time, he took a good look at his student's wife. Diamond level. And it feels so mysterious. Lu Ruhua muttered inwardly. But although some can't see through Wei Na. 00. But she was still satisfied. Yan chose this marriage partner. 17. Very good. And the talent is not weaker than Yan himself. It's only been 3 years. It is already a diamond-level existence. Back then, she could join forces with Yan to kill 200 grandmasters. Now I guess she can do it alone. Mr. Lu, do you want to ask about Yan? Lu Ruhua stared straight at him. Wei Na was still a little nervous. After all, Yan has no other relatives. The only thing he respects is this Lu Ruhua. So seeing Lu Ruhua, she thought about her identity again. A little nervous. Yes, it should be said, it was. But I already knew why he stayed at that time. So, now I just want to meet you. Lu Ruhua nodded and said. 66.99. Wei Na didn't expect Lu Ruhua to say that. Suddenly a little overwhelmed. Although she usually doesn't care about anyone. And can maintain noble, natural temperament. But facing Lu is picturesque. She is like a child. Uneasy. Hey, is there a guest here? Are you new? At this time. Hong Lu suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Asked with some doubts. Luo Yu quickly pulled Hong Lu aside. Explain Lu Ruhua's identity. Hong Lu also suddenly became overwhelmed. She never thought of it. It turned out to be Yan's teacher. You're so nervous. Baganza can't be beaten, so you should leave first. Luo Yu looked at Hong Lu and secretly said. Yat. 35. Hong Lu nodded. Smile and leave quickly. Lu Wu just felt inexplicable. Could it be that you feel disturbing our family affairs? Lu Ruhua wondered in her heart. By the way, I want to ask you. 99. You seem to have expected at the time that he would choose to leave. Is it your ability? Lu Ruhua looked at Wei Na. Finally asked again. Do not know. Maybe, or maybe it's just a hunch. But my ability is very special, and I sometimes don't understand it myself. 5. Anyway, I felt at the time that he had to leave. Perhaps I can forcefully keep it, but, if I do that, it will make me regret it. Wei Na thought about it. Said with a puzzled look on his face. I see. Lu Ruhua sighed and said. It should be Wei Na who awakened the ability similar to prophecy. In addition to the words of the dream butterfly god Venerable. Maybe Yan really has no problem. But don't go in and look for him. She was also upset. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. 55. Lu Ruhua suddenly stood up and said. I'll send it to you. Wei Na said quickly. No need. Let's have a good chat when he comes back. Lu Ruhua smiled and said. Then immediately teleport away. No wonder she can't see through, so she is a king. Luo Yu saw this scene. Said in surprise. At the same time, a terrible situation came to mind. Originally, Lu Ruhua was a master, but it turned out to be so famous. Now the king. Isn't that? Forget it, Don't think about it. Anyway, with Yan's relationship, she won't trouble me. Luo Yu shook his head and muttered. But speaking of Yan, she is also difficult to understand. What the hell did Yan do? As for Yan will die in the evil disaster? It is impossible at all. How about it? Seeing Lu Ruhua come back, the little girl looked at Lu Ruhua and asked. I have met a very nice little girl. Lu Ruhua smiled and said. 99. Oh, you said it too, it's a little girl. People get married at a young age. You too, how old are you? The little girl looked at Lu Ruhua and said to Mo Liulai. Master, stop joking. 99. Who dares to be like her? Indeed, as far as my junior sister's mouth is concerned, no one will ask if you dowry all of our apprentice. 35. Mo Liulai and Lu Ruhua sneered at each other. The two of you don't want to get married, just say it. Have to quarrel with each other and tell me? The little girl said old-fashioned. Actually, junior sister has someone she likes. 35. But I didn't expect it to be taken first. Lu Ruhua suddenly spoke up. Mo Liulai was stunned. When did I fall in love with someone? Who is it? The little girl also asked with interest. My student. The talent is good, and the person is handsome. At the time of the assessment, my junior sister had an idea. Although there is a suspicion of old grass eating tender cows, as a teacher, I am not unwilling to help my students agree. As a result, after the retreat, there is no chance. Of course she is willing to be a child, and the wife does not dislike her, so it is not a problem. Lu Ruhua said with a smile. 66.99. Believe it or not, I tore your mouth. Mo Liulai said fiercely. It was just a joke at the time. I really remember this Lu Ruhua in my heart. I don't care how you mess up, just give me a few more disciples, grandchildren, and granddaughters. The little girl said with a smile. Just as the three teachers and apprentices were joking, they also came to the face of evil. The current evil disaster is trapped by a huge formation. Occasionally some are released on purpose. It is to relieve the pressure, and at the same time let the army of the tribe fight and hone. Accumulate experience in dealing with evil disasters. You are. It turned out to be the thrones. I don't know, sir, what's the matter with you? A Grand Master guarding the barrier came over and said. We're going in. Lu Ruhua said very directly. What? The master himself did not hear clearly. This evil. At that time even the gods shunned them. Is anyone still going in? Can't understand. Lu Ruhua frowned slightly. A coercion emanated. No, it's just. The master hesitated. He had never seen anyone who went in to die. If you don't have permission to open, I'll give it to you now. 35. If you have, then I command you to open it. Lu Ruhua took out an ID card and said. After the other party sees it, quickly nodded in agreement. After a while of manipulation, a gap was opened. 3. Hurry up. 35. Otherwise it will be closed soon. 35. The master urged. Lu Ruhua nodded. Then he flew in under the leadership of the little girl. Be careful. 3. The master thought for a while and exhorted. Then quickly closed the channel. At the same time clean up some of the filth that overflows. Shining. After entering the evil disaster, feel the erosion from evil. The little girl opened her eyes suddenly. A streak of color like a glass spread out. The surrounding evil disasters began to avoid in an instant. At the same time shivering. Seems like something terrible has happened. Bless. The little girl spoke again. The scattered Shenhui began to gather quickly. Finally, a circular protective shield is formed. Wrap the 3. According to the situation at the time, we should go this way. Lu Ruhua calculated the position. Then he pointed in one direction and said. The little girl nodded. Controlling Shenhui, he began to move forward in the filthy evil disaster. A buzz. Along the way. Like the sound of a mouse. The hum of deep-sea monsters. Bird calls. Miserable wolf howl. Various sounds rang out one after another. And from time to time, strange figures appear. But immediately disappeared, or fled far away. Although you have the protection of Shenhui, you'd better shield your hearing and vision. 99. Otherwise, it is still vulnerable to some influence. The little girl looked at her two apprentices and said. It's fine, master. There will be no real impact. Lu Ruhua shook her head and said. It's good to understand the situation. The little girl reminded. Then keep going all the way. During this period, they saw more and countless strange existences. The screaming sound made them feel the urge to vomit. Just when all three thought the future was far away, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. Yen. Lu Ruhua said subconsciously. But at any time I realized something was wrong. This Yen is full of twists. Part bloated, part twisted. In the eyes. Countless tiny eyes moved around. It's him, but it's not him either. Could it be? Lu Ruhua suddenly became worried. But immediately shook his head. Shouldn't be like that. Or, it's just a weird being imitating Yan's shape. Whether it is or not, grab it first. Mo Liuli snorted coldly. Reach out. A black thing like a chain directly bound Yan. Then Mo Liuli pulled the chain. There were countless tiny eyes in Yan's eyes. It also locked Mo Liuli immediately. Mo Liuli's scalp felt numb when she saw this scene. Immediately after, this Yan let out an indescribable laugh. Then the bloated body suddenly agitated. Explosion at the last moment. Disagree with the prototype. 66:39. I said it wasn't me. Mo Liuli looked at Lu Ruhua. For fear that Lu Ruhua would be angry at this time. He's not Yan. Lu Ruhua said calmly. Mo Liuli breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my sister is not angry. Otherwise, when you go out, you will be beaten again. Because, the front is Yan. 35. Immediately after, Lu Ruhua spoke again. Mo Liuli raised her head. Scalp tingling again. Front. Hundreds of Yans appeared in the filth in different shapes. The shape of each one made her forget Yan's handsome cheeks. It should be some kind of weird race. Copy his appearance. Let's leave them alone. 35. They are all here, maybe Yan is not far from here. The little girl analyzed. Lu Ruhua nodded. Immediately afterwards, the three masters and apprentices bypassed these Yan. Came to the rear. Then, there was a scene that made Lu Ruhua feel sick. In front. More Yan. More Yan's limbs. Lying there sideways. These seem to be lifeless. It should be soon. Seeing this, the little girl said again. Although I don't know what's going on. But at least Yan can't have infinite number. Here, I can feel the special aura. Suddenly, Lu Ruhua pointed in one direction. The little girl nodded. Immediately turn around and move forward. After passing through a pile of Yan corpses, they finally saw a huge disc seal. There are all kinds of powers on it, and there are various powers left by the gods. The seal mentioned by the god of dream butterfly should be here. 99. There is only this seal, and there is no such breath of God. It looks like Yan left it a year ago. Lu Ruhua said excitedly. Teacher? Or Shishu, Shizu? 35. Why are you here? At this time, an illusory figure emerges, up. Chapter 70. Yen. See what this phantom looks like? Lu Ruhua said excitedly. Just wanted to come to Yen, but was blocked. Are you sure he's not in disguise? Evil disasters are extremely bizarre, and they mostly use infection, erosion, and bewitching as their means. 95. Maybe he's a monster in disguise now. The little girl stared at Yen carefully and said. Seems to want to see something. Do not trust me? But it's normal. Speaking of which, teacher, uncle, and ancestor, what are you doing here? Is it for me? Yen asked while looking at the three girls who were vigilant. The real Yen has never seen my master. Lu Ruhua suddenly thought of something. Staring angrily at this phantom Yen. Don't worry. 35. Yen did see me, but not physically, but in spirit. 55. When you took him away, he couldn't help but look back at me. I thought I had to help, but I didn't expect him to leave like no one else. The little girl explained. Then so. Lu Ruhua's expression relaxed again. Why don't I ask? Since you are Yen, what is your wife? 35. Mo Liulai thought about it and asked. Vina. 35. Yen replied neatly. Then why did you choose her? Big. Then I'm not too young, why? Mo Liulai hasn't finished speaking yet. He was directly kicked by Lu Ruhua and almost flew out. You really miss my students? Lu Ruhua said angrily. Uncle, you didn't say anything, cough. 55. In short, I can say that I am Yen, but not Yen either. I am not the ontology, the ontology is now in. Phantom Yen pointed in a certain direction and said. Go in, where did you go? Lu Ruhua hurriedly asked. The plane where the evil is located. He left me at the last minute before going in 5. That's why I stayed here, and the guards sealed it. There is nothing else to do after all. 99. Phantom Yen shrugged and said. Then why did he keep you? 35. Lu Ruhua asked curiously. Maybe I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Maybe it's because of you. It may also be to preserve this memory 5. Phantom Yen thought for a while and said. How to say? Lu Ruhua continued to ask. You are also people that the ontology trusts. It's okay to tell you some things. 95. For example, the original ability of the ontology is not immortality, rebirth. 99. It's indestructible. Phantom Yen said with a smile. Indestructible. The three girls were puzzled. They had never heard of this ability. And what's the difference with immortality? As long as there is one cell, whether it's a symbiote or a body, the body can be resurrected infinitely. 95. At the same time lifespan, etc. is also permanently constant. 95. The way of heaven is immortal, and the body is immortal. The way of heaven is dead, but the body is still immortal. As long as he can retain that trace of existence. 35. Phantom Yen explained. So smart. Mo Liulai opened her mouth in surprise. This ability is indeed not comparable to pure immortality. No wonder it is called immortal. But even so, it is still very dangerous for the body to enter the plane world where the evil disaster is located. It is very likely that his original ability will fail. So when the main body dies and cannot be reborn, then I become the main body. If he can be reborn after death, but lose his memory, I can also tell him something. If it's okay, I can stay here and guard the seal, and I'm afraid that someone will come to me, but I can't find it. Leave me to explain the situation. Like now. Phantom Yen said with a smile. Meticulous, as expected of him. But again, how do you make us believe you're not pretending? Lu Ruhua looked at the phantom with sharp eyes. Yen said. Ah, there is. Phantom Yen thought for a moment. His eyes suddenly turned to Lu Ruhua's chest. Then hooked up. A pendant butterfly worn on Lu Ruhua's chest. Suddenly it flew up. And tethered to the hyphae of the butterfly. Also grow rapidly. After a show. Phantom Yen waved again. Mycelium and butterflies have turned into their original pendant appearances. This should be the case. 35. After all, this is my ability to transform. Yen said with a smile. 39. Lu Ruhua nodded. Now she is completely convinced. Then why did your body enter the plane where the evil disaster is located? Since you can survive here, why not choose to leave? 35. Lu Ruhua looked at Yen and said. This incident was purely accidental. The main body relies on itself to be reborn infinitely to replace the body, so I stay here to steal the void spirit vessel. 35. As a result, the realm has soared all the way. Finally fell into a deep sleep. By the way, you may see it when you come. 35. After the body was reborn, many corpses were left behind. 35. In short, after the main body fell asleep, it instinctively floated in. I woke up at the last minute and just kept me. But I couldn't bring back the main body at that time. Because after he got in, he almost lost contact. 35. Phantom Yen said with a sigh. Correct. Don't go in either. The main body went in because his symbiote had the ability to temporarily adapt to the evil disaster. Although this divine brilliance also seems to come from the power of evil disasters. Even so, don't go in. In short, the main body is safe and sound, and you don't need to worry. Phantom Yen looked at the three girls and persuaded. Mo Liulai and the little girl both looked at Lu Ruhua. Well, then don't go in. 99. What about you? Although you are a clone, you are also Yen. Would you like to leave with us? Lu Ruhua looked at the Phantom Yen and asked. Number 35. I will guard the seal, and when necessary, I will enter the plane of evil and provide a coordinate for the body. It will take less than a year for the body to wake up at the latest. When the main body can't come back, I will go in. You better leave now. It's too dangerous here. Phantom Yen thought for a while and said. Okay. 35. The three girls looked at each other. In the end, Lu Ruhua nodded and said. 300 only needs to be sure that Yen is alright. Going in again is useless. The evil here is so terrifying. She couldn't even imagine it. The plane where the evil disaster is located, what is the situation? Yen can get in safely. But she might not be able to. And if you insist on going in, it will only harm his own master and sister. Go all the way, don't come back. Looking at Lu Ruhua, she had the intention of leaving. Phantom Yen shook his hand and said. Lu Ruhua nodded. Then follow the little girl to leave. Well, it's gone. Sure enough, it makes sense for the ontology to keep me. I just don't know the main body, is it out? But it's so far. It seems that he hasn't woken up yet. Phantom Yen muttered. 3. It's a shame you guys can come out. 99. After leaving the scope of the evil disaster, the previous master said with a smile. It's just a special trick. Not worth mentioning. The little girl said old-fashioned. Forward. The master was speechless immediately. He couldn't see the realm of a little girl. But it doesn't always feel too high. I didn't expect the way of speaking, so. Forget it, let's go. Look carefully, the evil inside is too terrifying. 5. Don't make a mistake. Lu Ruhua glanced at the other party and said. Sir, don't worry. It can't go wrong. The master nodded and said seriously. Lu Ruhua and the three also ignored him. Break the dimensional tunnel directly and choose to return to the academy. Teacher, are you all right? On the way back, watching the little girl frown occasionally, Lu Ruhua said worriedly. Fine. It's good to use up a lot of strength, just take a rest. The little girl waved her hand and said. Teacher, let me inherit it. 5. I am also a king. Enough to bear this power. Lu Ruhua looked at her teacher and said. Go away. 35. It's just you who has a bad temper, and you fight with people all day long. 35. I can't bear the backlash in 2 days. I still fit, and after I inherit, I see who dares to provoke me. After all, I've never lost a fight. Emoliuli said proudly. Never mind. I'll continue to bear it. You are not suitable for you. The little girl shook her head and said. I saw that the master didn't mean to let it go. Lu Ruhua and Emoliuli could only sigh. How about this power? At this time, the phantom of dream butterfly god Venerable appeared. He smiled and looked at Lu Ruhua's teacher and apprentice and asked. Sure. The little girl nodded. After all, it is the request of the dream butterfly god Venerable. They also have no reason or possibility to refuse. Well, a twisted godhead. It is a pity that the laws of this world do not fit. 39. But it's pretty good for dealing with evil disasters. I heard about it back then, but I never cared about it. It's hard work for you to continue to pass on this power. 9. Dream butterfly god Venerable said softly. Reach out at the same time. Swayed some brilliance. The little girl's expression softened immediately. Thank you, Meng butterfly god Venerable. The little girl said happily. How long? She has never been so relaxed and comfortable as she is now. It's just relieved. In the future, you may still need to contribute to your efforts. It's my reward for you. Dream butterfly god Venerable said with a smile. Speaking of which, Lu Ruhua and Emoliuli both showed sad expressions. The one who carries this power, if fully motivated, then the end is to sacrifice your own life. They are in the same vein and have been passed down for thousands of years. Therefore, even if there are few people, even if Lu Ruhua and Emoliuli have caused so many troubles, there are no severe penalties. The only time I went to Zuxing for more than 10 years, or their master, deliberately arranged the past. After returning, they retreated and became kings. Stop talking about it. Have you seen that little guy? Dream butterfly god Venerable also realized that this matter should not be mentioned, so immediately changed the subject. I saw, it's just his avatar. His body has entered the plane of evil. Lu Ruhua nodded and said. You don't have to worry, he is destined to come out. 35. Dream butterfly god Venerable said with a smile. Nor is it consolation, but the truth. It just depends on how Lu Ruhua and the three understand it. And Yen can enter the illusion world. That is to break through the dimensional dimension and enter. Yen should be able to do it no matter how evil the plane is. What's more, a certain god who likes fortune-telling also said. This is what Yen was destined to do. Better not to change. Anyway, go back first. If I find him, I will let him go back as soon as possible. 39. Dream butterfly god Venerable said with a smile. Then he waved his hand. The three Lu Ruhua were directly sent to the outer galaxy of Tiangong Academy. Hey? 35. Evil disaster has come here. I didn't expect that we would meet. 39. Somewhere in the universe, a huge flying dragon passed by. A figure on the back of the dragon that was covered in scales and skin and looked like a human said. Deal with it. It doesn't seem to be large. Another person of the same race on the side said. Everyone obeys. Use the fastest speed to clean up the evil disaster, and then hurry up to go to the ancient sanctuary. 95. The man with scales said. The others on the dragon's back nodded in agreement. Then start together. Clean up this mess easily. After making sure everything is fine, everyone quickly returned to the dragon's back. Chose to leave. 10 days later. Near a gigantic big picture tile fragment, a huge flying dragon flew over. It finally landed on a huge boulder. At the same time, other places, there are flying machines, or other flying behemoths slowly falling. Looks like it's all about timing. The man on the dragon's back said with a smile. People of other races are also everywhere. Look how many races came this time. Did the one from your human race not come in 2 days? I heard that the two surrounded and killed 200 grandmasters at that time. Although it's only been a few years, I won't be promoted to grandmaster. But, as expected, I didn't have the guts to come. I think those glorious records are all blown out. After all, those 200 grandmasters, they can't compare to us geniuses. When people of many races come together. The people from the celestial clan looked at the humans and laughed sarcastically. I don't think I can come. I heard that the man was devoured by the evil disaster. That girl stays outside every day, how infatuated. 35. And I heard that the woman is so beautiful and so infatuated. I think the taste must be delicious. The people of the demon race also laughed sarcastically. To deal with you beasts, why do you need a genius of my clan? It's enough for an ordinary person like me to come. But even me, it's enough to deal with you. Zhao Qingran stared at the gods and demons. Said truthfully. Hee, arrogant woman, the taste must be very good too. 5. But I won't do it with you now. After all, you can't break the rules, no. The genius master of the demon race said. Not all of their demons are mindless scoundrels. Things to do now is to draw the wrath of the enemy, rather than fighting. You demons can do this little trick too. And the gods. I really have the face to call myself that. The number of your gods is not even as good as my human race. 35. Zhao Qingran continued sarcastically. BCH, you look good. He was so ridiculed by Zhao Qingran. The genius of the Grandmaster of the angel race couldn't help but snorted. Wait after you get in. We catch her, you can play whatever you want, and I'll be in charge of eating after playing. How? The Abyss Demon looked at the people of the Celestial Clan with a smile and said. Dajdaj. Do you really think that my celestial race will be in the company of your despicable demons? 99. Think beautifully. The Grand Master of the Celestial Clan said arrogantly. Not necessarily, not necessarily. The demon sneered a few times. Not much to say after that. Everyone remembers that after entering, if you encounter people of these two races, don't care what they say, just do it. It's best to call for support before you start. Zhao Qingran said to the others behind him. Don't worry, Captain. The others nodded and said. In fact, there is no need for Zhao Qingran to say it. They also know what to do. There's still half a day left for the ancient sanctuary. Hey! 35. What is that? Zhao Qingran hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on a certain place in the universe. Others looked too. A planet. Comet. It doesn't look like. It's coming, everyone. People from all ethnic groups looked at a huge planet that was getting closer and closer. Soon. This special planet. Floating above the heads of the crowd. What a weird planet. There seems to be life on it. The crowd stared at the planet. All were puzzled. And what they didn't notice was. Their gazes could not be taken back. In their minds, they want to understand what this planet is. Getting stronger. Can't seem to stop at all. Close your eyes. Suddenly. Somewhere in the void. There was a roar of anger. The breath of a king dissipated. Everyone woke up. Sure enough, it's weird, I actually looked at a planet and was fascinated by it. I just wanted to get into it and find out. Isn't this a secret weapon developed by some race? Why do I feel more like a calamity? It shouldn't be. Evil disaster should be more weird. There was a lot of discussion. And in the sky, with the emergence of the first king, the existence of the rest of the king level, they also showed up. Come here after all. How could it be just a group of masters? Behind every race, there is a king to guard. But it doesn't usually come out. There is no need to come out. Unless the two races also entered the ancient sanctuary. Completely fought. Or, as it is now, something went wrong. Everyone, let's do it together. This thing is so weird. A king said. The rest of the kings thought about it. They nodded. Immediately afterwards, a king raised his hand. A black spear condensed. Finally throw it hard. I thought I could run through this planet. After less than half of the result, it stopped completely. The surface of the planet wriggled. Immediately after the spear, it turned back at a faster speed. This. Could it be that this planet is a life form? See this scene. All the kings were amazed. If so, that's even weirder. There are no life forms that are comparable in size to planets, such as the dragon clan. The real bodies of those dragon gods are much bigger than ordinary planets. But this strange life form, they have never seen it before. Stop looking. Go on. 39. This time, all the kings really do it together, and did not choose to continue to wait and see. Various attacks bombard the surface of the planet. The planet suddenly appeared numerous pits and pits. But then, countless pale green filaments quickly grew and spread. Make up for all those potholes. Like a plant. If that's the case, try it with a fire attack. A group of kings immediately changed the means of attack. All kinds of flames instantly enveloped the entire planet. Fiery temperature. Let the masters at the gate of the ancient sanctuary below. All felt a little hard. 18. After a while of burning, the kings were surprised to find out. There is nothing wrong with this planet. Seems to be completely immune to fire. Boom. Just when a group of kings were surprised, the sound of artillery shelling was suddenly heard inside the planet. Next moment, a mighty force runs through a king. Although not dead. But bear with it. Death is not far away. The rest of the kings saw this. They all changed their faces. Haven't waited for them to react. The surface of the planet wriggled rapidly. Countless existences like fortress cannons were revealed. Aimed at all the kings around. What kind of monster is this? Not only did the kings change their faces, I started to regret it inside. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't provoke it. But who would have thought? How could they meet such a strange being? Next moment, dozens of cannons fired in unison. Many kings chose to resist, but still seriously injured. Some have strong defenses, although hard to bear down. But looking at his face, he knew it wasn't good. There are only a few kings successfully dodged the attack. Although thrilling, but nothing happened. At the same time, reassures them. After a round of shelling, the cannons began to disappear quickly. After all, he can deal with so many kings at one time. The energy consumption must be terrifying. Probably not enough energy. Keep going. Otherwise it stays here in the ancient sanctuary, in case any trouble arises. 99. Another king suggested. But the rest of the kings didn't plan to do anything. So weird. Better to leave first. Or just stare at it. Then shake people. Please come to the emperor, or a demigod to deal with it. Could be better. Just when people were hesitating, that huge planet suddenly changed again. Countless tentacle-like things rolled in all directions. All the kings retreated. But there are still many king-level existences trapped. These are almost all under shelling just now. Seriously injured. When the other kings saw this, they only mourned for them for less than a second. After all, everyone is from different races. It is impossible to risk saving lives. And the kings who were trapped by the rolls resist at first. But it didn't take long. Completely dead. Don't know if it's completely stuck. Still completely dead. 66, 99. Have a good dream. Just outside the remaining king. When watching the planet vigilantly. In the inner core of the planet. A pair of eyes slowly opened. System. How many years have I slept? Yen woke up. Immediately began to ask. Ding, you have fallen asleep, host, for about a year and a half. It's about 3 years since you joined Tiangong Academy. The system simply replied. Well, it's earlier than expected to wake up. I see. It was the battle outside that woke me up. 35. Yen sensed his own situation. Immediately, he found a group of kings who were staring at him outside. When I sleep, I can kill so many kings. 5. Does the king have such a dish? Yen said with some doubts. Then he continued to sense his own cultivation. Yen suddenly realized. Master. I slept too long, and I didn't remember many things for a while. But it's pretty good. 99. Yen continued to stretch and said. By the way, what is this place? Why are there so many people from all ethnic groups? And besides the king, he is the master. 35. Yen murmured curiously. Oh. With an acquaintance, it would be much easier. But my shell is still here, and I won't reveal my identity first. Yen thought for a while and said. Immediately afterwards, the entire mycelium planet emitted a faint white light. Just when the kings thought something was going to happen, the planet suddenly moved slowly away into the distance. See this scene. The remaining kings breathed a sigh of relief. And the king of the human race just breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly frowned. Then relaxed again. You are Yen. The king of the human race felt a phantom in his mind. Said somewhat surprised. Know me? That's easy to do. Which planet is my symbiote transformed into? I have been sleeping just now. Because of your attack, I was awakened. Don't be nervous. I didn't bother you. Just to reassure you. Yen said with a smile. Don't worry, don't worry. I didn't expect it to be you. It's really terrifying. The king of the human race said with emotion. By the way, the human race is saying, you stayed in the evil disaster. 35. Why did you come here all of a sudden? The king of the human race asked suspiciously. It's just an excuse. I went out secretly and practiced in a special way. Look now, haven't I easily dealt with you kings? 5. Yen explained casually. 2. 1. The thought of Yen's strength is so powerful. Although I don't know what realm Yen is in now. Even if he is a junior. But the attitude of this king also followed with respect. I passed by chance, but where is this place? 5. Tell me. 99. Yen also said unceremoniously. The strength of this world is respected. Although the limit is insufficient. But he is stronger. So naturally there is no need to be polite. This is a desolate ancient sanctuary, and its origin is rather mysterious. Seems to be a product of the last era of aura recovery. 99. Said the king of the human race. The last era of aura recovery? Yen was a little puzzled. Right. This time, the recovery of spiritual energy began 10,000 years ago. But the lifespan of the universe is more than 10,000 years, but tens, even tens of billions of years. During this period, the recovery of spiritual energy definitely happened more than once. Of course, the point is, this desolate ancient sanctuary. It appeared when the spiritual energy was recovering back then. It is not the creation of any race now, and it was in the state of this relic when it appeared. 99. It also stores the products of the last era of aura recovery. And it's a world of its own, but the rules are very fragile. Grandmaster and above cannot enter at all. 35. And it only opens once every 100 years, lasting several months at a time. Although the closing time is not fixed, there are omens. 35. When the time comes, you can rule your own people and leave quickly. The king explained in detail. Yen heard it. Also nodded frequently. Did not expect. There are so many secrets in this world. Not even just today's Wanzu. And the last Reiki era and so on. I get it roughly. There's a lot of good stuff in there anyway, right? And you must be at the level of a king to enter. Yen asked. Yes. The king nodded. Is there a limit on the number of people? Yen continued to ask. Not at all, but considering the situation, 10,000 master-level geniuses are generally dispatched to explore. 35. It's the default rule for each other now. So no more than 10. Said the king of the human race. In this case, I'll go in place of a student. Don't expose me. 99. Yen thought for a while and said. You want to go in? I understand, don't worry. I don't know who you want to replace, or let me pretend and replace one. The king just wanted to say that Yen is so powerful. Why still go in? But suddenly thought. Yen killed the king when he was platinum. I don't know the realm now. But since it is not the king, that must be the master. With Yen's innate ability, the master kills the king, it's normal. Number 99. Yen wiped his face. His appearance instantly changed to that of a male student. Then the figure flickered. In the king's puzzled expression. The male student looked here with a puzzled expression. Senior, why am I here? The male student asked suspiciously. It's nothing, you can just stay here for now. You don't have to go to the ancient sanctuary this time. I will give you other compensation. Said the king. At the same time, he was also surprised by Yen's methods. It even sent people directly to his spiritual world. Alas! I have to go back and find someone to get this genius master out. But when I think of Yen in the ancient sage, his mood suddenly improved again. The scumbags of all races. Get ready to learn what horror is. Lu Ming, what did you just do? Zhao Qingguan suddenly turned around in confusion. Looking at Yen, who has become Lu Ming. Asked. No. Yen deliberately pretended to be puzzled and said. Well, it's probably my misunderstanding. That thing is so weird. Even kings can be killed easily. So I'm probably a little out of my mind. Zhao Qingguan reflected on himself. That thing is really spooky. 35. It's good to leave. Otherwise, we may all have to leave, and don't even think about entering the ancient sanctuary. Yen said seriously. Now. He seems to be the real Lu Ming. Fortunate indeed. Zhao Qingguan nodded. No communication after that. Instead, he silently waited for the opening of the ancient sanctuary. For the rest of the time, there were many strong men of 10,000 clans nearby. But they didn't even bother to pay attention to the group of masters below. They all chased after Yen's mycelium planet. That's it. After half a day, with the collapse of space, a huge ancient gate slowly emerged. At the same time, the door slowly opened. A ray of light shone through the gap. Ready to enter. Zhao Qingguan hurriedly said upon seeing this. Everyone looked serious, ready to fight at any time. After entering, everyone will disperse their things. So you have to look for teammates as soon as possible. The monsters inside are not that scary. But our enemies are all races. Zhao Qingguan reminded. Everyone nodded. Just when Yan thought he was going to walk in, the light that came out suddenly enveloped everyone. Got involved. 66.99. This is the interior of the ancient sanctuary. Wait until vision is restored. Yan was standing on a very high rock. Look at the surrounding mountains. A mighty feeling of silence suddenly came over him. Quite strange world. 35. Yan looked down at the group. Gaze at the cliff whose bottom is barely visible. Some sighed. This world. It's like a mountain. Piece of earth. An uneven patchwork. I just don't know what good things are in this world. Forget it, let's find Qingguan first. Yan thought for a while. Snapped his fingers. Next second. Instantly disappeared in place. At this time. The other side. After Zhao Qingguan looked around for a while. Suddenly I heard movement in the nearby grass. Be alert immediately. Captain, it's me. 35. Yan hurriedly raised his hand and said. Lu Ming? See, it is an acquaintance. Zhao Qingguan also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the two of us were lucky enough to be teleported together. 35. This way, it's much safer. Zhao Qingguan said. Yan nodded, yeah, and the world feels so weird. I don't know, what can be good? 35. You do not know. Zhao Qingguan was a little surprised. But then what came to mind? Also, you are not from Tiangong Academy, so it is normal that you know less. This world, first of all, breeds some special plants. It could be a grass, it could be a flower, it could be the fruit of a towering tree. 35. Anyway, they're all great. Either the spiritual power is sufficient, and you can advance to the realm after eating it, or the healing is particularly powerful. There are still some that can be cultivated after taking them out. Zhao Qingguan explained it seriously. The second is some special ores. These ores can even make king-level weapons. Some may be good materials for key parts, even for fortresses. Finally, it's technology. This world has technological items left over from the last era of resurrection. According to what has been discovered, their technology is more mature than ours. If you are lucky enough to find something with key technologies, it may be a good thing for my human race. Zhao Qingguan talked eloquently. Then see. This Lu Ming is very soft and has disappeared? Lu Ming? Zhao Qingguan called out suspiciously. Coming. Captain, the technology you're talking about is this thing. Yan broke out of the ground and climbed out. Then he took out a special block with a sense of technology. It should be. Zhao Qingguan nodded in surprise. I didn't expect this Lu Ming. Before she could finish. Found one right away. It's so lucky. What kind of exploratory abilities do you have? Zhao Qingguan asked curiously. Yan nodded. It's admitted. But in fact, just now he was able to discover that he was not even capable. It's just his pure power. Can be noticed. Otherwise, Captain, my combat power is definitely not as good as yours. You come to protect me more, how about half of the profits? Yan thought for a while and said. This kind of thing. To him. It's just a little toy. Number asterisk. No matter how powerful the technology is, his system can be cracked in minutes. Real objects are also not used. And this Zhao Qingguan was his teammate after all. Do you still like yourself? Never mind. I don't want so much anymore. In short, help if you can. He came here out of curiosity. I really don't see this meager income. Half the yield. That's too much. But you have the ability to explore, and I really want to get some light. How about giving me 30% then? Zhao Qingguan thought about it and said. She also doesn't want to be bullied. Half. This is my decision, Captain, don't refuse. Yan said with a smile. Zhao Qingguan still wanted to refuse. Yan chose to leave directly. Serious exploration in one direction. Zhao Qingguan saw this. Just had to keep up. And watching Lu Ming looking for items so seriously. She is also not good at interjecting. Here is one. After a while, Yan saw below a certain suspended land. There is something like a pebble. It also looks like some kind of creature's egg. But when I picked it up, I found that it turned out to be a kind of stone. So fast. Seeing that Yan found the ore, she said again. Zhao Qingguan also showed a surprised expression. What? There's another one here. Yan just took this ore. Suddenly, I saw that there was a small cave nearby. There is one more piece. So Yan directly held the piece in his hand. Throw it to Zhao Qingguan. Put another piece under the hand and put it into the storage space. Captain, take it. If we find out later, we will share it equally. Yan said with a smile. Zhao Qingguan hesitated for a while. Finally nodded and chose to accept. Speaking of which, are the monsters here really strong? Continue searching for a while. Yan Hu found nothing. Looking at Zhao Qingguan and asking. Most are not strong, but it is better not to meet those who are strong. Zhao Qingguan thought about it and said. Certainly. She hadn't seen it herself. But that's what Tiangong Academy told her. Perhaps, we should not worry about monsters now. 99. Yan raised his head. Look in a certain direction and say. Zhao Qingguan heard something was wrong. Immediately take a defensive stance. Right now. The clear sky suddenly changed drastically. A huge palm print fell from the sky. Instantly smashed to where Yan and Zhao Qingguan were. Wang Yu. Zhao Qingguan waved immediately. Countless feathers appeared instantly. And rushed to the palm of the sky. But these feathers did not pierce the palm. But with that palm stalemate. Go. Yan saw this. Immediately throw out a chain. The chain did not rush to the palm. But somewhere far away. Immediately after. A blood-red barrier unfolded. Blocked Yan's chains out. Break. Yan drank it lightly. Next second. The blood-red barrier shattered immediately. The chains that Yan threw out immediately pierced the body of the hidden enemy. Finally Yan waved. The chains flew up. The enemy trapped in the dark came to Yan's side. Also at this time. The huge palm in the sky also suddenly disappeared. The sky is clear again. Nice weapon. Zhao Qingguan glanced at Yan's chains and praised. A gift from someone else. Yan said with a smile. It's really from someone else. The officer at that time, gave him as a birthday present for Wei Na and him. The result is. It has not been used, and Wei Na's clothes have not been given out. A little accident happened. Immediately after. Yan hooked his fingers. Enemies bound by chains. Suspended upside down in front of Yan and Zhao Qingguan. Abyss demon race. Just kill it. Zhao Qingguan said. Don't ask for information. Yan asked back. No, they are the best at deception. 35. Zhao Qingguan did not continue to say more. Just raise your hand. Several feathers pierce each other's brain. Completed the beheading directly. Don't even try to run the soul. However, Zhao Qingguan did not stop. Instead, it continued to shoot a few flaming feathers in a certain direction. The fleeing soul. It also dissipates in an instant. See this scene. Yan secretly disarmed himself. Then put away the chain. Follow Zhao Qingran and leave. Your fighting ability is good. But be careful, don't be careless in the face of some races. For example, the demon family, their souls are extremely powerful, so if they kill their bodies, they must also destroy their souls. On the way, Zhao Qingran looked at Yan. Seriously said. Yan nodded obediently. The performance is an empty cultivation base. But a talented student with little actual combat experience. And at the same time, wait until the two have completely left. The devil's corpse. It was completely swallowed by the pale green tentacles. Captain, yours. 2 days later, Yan threw a piece of scrap iron to Zhao Qingran. Of course this is no ordinary scrap metal. It's a product of technology. This. No, I can't have it. I am totally taking advantage of you. In the past 2 days, you have given me too much. Even if you pay to hire me, it's more than enough. 35. Not to mention that we were originally companions. Zhao Qingran hurriedly waved his hand and refused. Captain, as you said, we are companions. Then don't say no, take it. 39. I really paid for it, I naturally don't want to give more. Yan said with a smile. Then he looked into the distance. It seems to have found something. 66. It always feels so outrageous. The teams that came here before, at most, have gained so much. It's only been 2 days now. And he found it all by himself. Zhao Qingran couldn't help sighing. Look at what is in your hand. Although she doesn't want it anymore. But Yan insisted on giving it to her. There is no better way for her. Just take it. Boom. Just when Yan found another piece of ore. Not far away. A roar suddenly sounded. Yan looked up. Look through the mountains. Spot a giant plankton, flapping its wings and whizzing past. What's wrong? Zhao Qingran knew that Yan's detection ability was great. Involuntarily asked. A huge monster, kind of like a creature in the sea. You can see it. Yan pointed in a certain direction. Zhao Qingran looked at it immediately. It was discovered immediately. A creature tens of thousands of meters in size leaped over. Lord of the Storm. No wonder it's so loud. Wherever it passes, there must be wind, rain, and thunder. That's why the rumble. Zhao Qingran said in surprise. Crack. It was at this time. A flash of lightning struck. Yan's eyes were quick and he pushed Zhao Qingran away. Then the rain rustled down. Zhao Qingran's surprised expression suddenly turned solemn. Go away. 39. It's after us. The strength of this monster is second only to the king, and it is not something we can deal with. Zhao Qingran said with a serious face. You go first. Let me try. Yan shook his head. Immediately afterwards, he threw out the chain without hesitation. Immediately rushed to the Lord of the Storm. Boom! Another muffled sound of thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the chain. The chain suddenly stopped. But it still flew towards the other side. You're crazy, you even take the initiative to provoke it. Zhao Qingran saw this scene. Could not help but wonder. No. Captain, hurry up. 55. I'll steer it away. Yan said with a serious face. Immediately after that, he jumped up and took the initiative to rush to the Lord of the Storm. You, damn it! Zhao Qingran saw this. Changed face. But he didn't choose to run away. Instead, they launched an attack. Countless feathers turned into sharp swords. Keep stabbing at the Lord of the Storm. But the lightning in the sky kept rattling. All the feathers were destroyed by lightning one by one. Get out of here! Although the attack was useless. But Zhao Qingran still bought time for Yan. Yan Hu jumped close to the Lord of the Storm. The right hand is raised high. A fiery flame engulfed it. The last punch hits. The Storm Lord's body immediately twisted. And between heaven and earth, all echoed with the cry of the Lord of Storms. Efficient. Zhao Qingran saw this. Continue to attack immediately. This time, countless feathers make up a huge special bird. Instead of jumping, he rushed towards the Lord of the Storm. Rakshasa screams. 39. Zhao Qingran said softly. Next moment, the huge bird immediately made a special sound wave. Immediately afterwards, countless feathers scattered immediately. The group surrounded the Lord of the Storm. Each feather also vibrates at a specific frequency. Exudes a special sound. Die. 35. Yan saw this. Immediately use the curse of death. Certainly. On the surface, he condensed a huge blade of flame. Violently stabbed into the body of the Storm Lord. Finally, the Lord of the Storm staggered a few times. Suddenly fell. Success. Zhao Qingran didn't believe it. The two of them. He inherited it so easily, and is known as the Lord of Storms, who is second only to the king. This monster. But it has existed here for thousands of years. For thousands of years, people who come here have avoided it when they encounter it. Even if they launched an attack, they were all killed. She didn't expect it. Unfortunately encountered. Killed so easily. It's not that great. 39. Yan was on the body of the Lord of the Storm. Said with a smile. At the same time throw out the chain. In the head of the Storm Lord. Find a giant crystal nucleus. The spiritual power it contains is pretty good. Yan nodded in satisfaction. Then jump off the back of the Storm Lord. I think, it may not be that the Lord of Storms is not powerful. 35. But you are so amazing. Zhao Qingran looked at Yan. Said suddenly. Yes? I used to be in the academy and rarely came out to fight. I don't have a clear assessment of my own strength. Yan deliberately pretended to be stupid. Forget it, you only want this crystal core. Zhao Qingran wanted to say something. But thought about giving up. The world of genius, she couldn't understand. Although he is barely a genius. But in the face of true genius, it's a far cry. Thought here. In Zhao Qingran's mind, a figure who she once thought was a scumbag appeared. Is the crystal nucleus valuable? The other side. Facing Zhao Qingran's question. Yan said suspiciously. The Lord of the Storm is covered in treasures, flesh, teeth, and the tail that can summon thunder and lightning. Zhao Qingran explained. Ah, so troublesome. In this case, I want the crystal nucleus, and the rest is yours, Captain, how about it? Yan said. However, beheading this Lord of the Storm, you deal with the most things. 99. Zhao Qingran hasn't finished speaking yet. Yan waved his hand to interrupt her. No, it's useless if I ask for the rest of the materials. 35. And if it's troublesome, it's your labor cost, Captain. Yan directly refused. What he said is also true. These things are really useless. All he needs is spiritual power. I suspect that you gave me something on purpose. Zhao Qingran said suddenly after looking at Yan for 3 seconds. Can't you? Yan said with a smile. Of course not. But the way to practice is to fight against heaven and earth. You're giving me something like this, it's not reasonable. Zhao Qingran looked directly at Yan and said. Forward. I said I'm rich, do you believe it? My abilities have brought me great benefits. 35. I came here just to broaden my horizons, and I don't need what's here. 3.7 If it weren't for your feelings, I would have nothing to do with anything. Yan thought for a while and said. You gave me half of it, and you didn't consider my feelings. Although I am the captain, I am also a woman. But I can't take advantage of you. If... Zhao Qingran suddenly thought of something. But it's halfway through. It stopped immediately. What if? Yan asked strangely. I have a favorite person. Zhao Qingran said very seriously. Now it was Yan's turn to be speechless. Feelings she misunderstood. It's okay, it's normal to have someone you like. But look at you, not with him? Yan said teasingly. Indeed, but one day it will be. Even if he is married. Zhao Qingran said firmly. 6699. I take the liberty to ask, what is his identity? Yan thought for a while and continued to ask. You ask too many questions. Zhao Qingran glanced at Yan immediately and said. I say this just to tell you if you have any thoughts about me. Never mind. I won't be shaken by material things. 5. Zhao Qingran said firmly. Forward. No. It's not just you, Captain, if the others form a team together, I. Yan said here. Suddenly think of. Others take care of him. Helping Zhao Qingran is because of understanding. Forget it, I accept your wishes. But that's how it is. 35. I will be responsible for continuing to protect you, although of course you may not need protection. 99. But in short, I can't ask for the next thing. Very clear and serious said. Yan rubbed his head. He wants to reveal his identity now. This silly girl. Take it too seriously. But consider the embarrassment after revealing your identity. Yan decided to keep hiding. This is also quite interesting. Featherblade Storm. After talking with Yan, Zhao Qingran came to the corpse of the Lord of the Storm with a firm and indifferent face. Use your abilities. Start cutting the body. Break down some important materials. Let's go. 99. After busy, Zhao Qingran said to Yan. At the same time, the attitude is not as friendly as before. But there is an extra layer of high cold. 6699. Why bother? Yan muttered. It's time to reveal the identity. Embarrassing for both of them. It's moving again. Just left soon. Yan raised his head again. Looked in a certain direction. Zhao Qingran also noticed at this time. Look into the distance. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble. A golden light shot straight into the sky. In the sky, countless rays of light flow. A terrifying coercion. It swayed around like a wave. Interesting, it seems to be sealed, or a channel has been opened. Yan said with interest. In this turbulent force, Yan can feel it. This is not the power emanating from powerful creatures. It's something like an array. In this one, he also felt the power of space. It seems that another dimension world is connecting with this world. This sacred feeling seems to be an angel race. What did they find? Yan said suspiciously. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Qingran, who was equally puzzled. Excuse me. Yan immediately stretched out the chain. It trapped Zhao Qingran firmly. Then, under Zhao Qingran's stunned gaze, a pair of fiery red wings spread out behind Yan. In an instant, it flew a distance of 10,000 meters. At the same time, Yan's wings kept spewing flames. It's like accelerating a rocket. The speed is getting faster and faster. Zhao Qingran was bound by chains, floating freely in mid-air. She tried to break free, but found that it couldn't be done at all. At this time, she is also aware. The real difference between yourself and this person. This is definitely the kind that gets crushed by himself. There are geniuses like this in ordinary academies. Zhao Qingran thought in surprise. Although the ordinary student in her heart is also the top 4 universities in the human race. But for her who was born in Tiangong Academy, 4 universities, and other universities, no difference. After all, under the heavenly palace, the academies are equal. 7. Continue to try to break free for a while. Zhao Qingguan also gave up. Since this person is not malicious, and I can't break free. The main thing is that you can't break free. Then let it blow with the wind. Hey, it's finally here. Even at Yan's speed. Still flying for half a day. This is close to the beam of light. Wait until Yan can find a boulder to settle on. The lack of Zhao Qingguan's consciousness began to blur. 66-99. Captain, are you all right? Yan put Zhao Qingguan on the ground. Asked openly. What? Oh, it's all right. I fell asleep when I was tired. Zhao Qingguan said in a trance. Yan was also speechless for a while. This can sleep. Awesome. Of course that's not the point now. But the golden beam of light is constantly getting bigger. And around. Out Yan and Zhao Qingguan. People from other races are also coming. Holy above, finally opened. At this time, an angel race looked at the sky with anticipation and said. Yan raised his head. Also found. I don't know when a golden gate appeared in the sky. And the door is slowly opening. The breath of God. Yan muttered. At the same time look at the angels. Suddenly understood what? Angels cannot become gods. But behind this door, it exudes divine divinity. Maybe they want to find a way to become a god here. It seems that the angel family has been planning for a long time. I just don't know if it will work. Yan muttered. Just when Yan was thinking. That golden door. It finally opened slowly. A holy phantom descended from the sky. The angel family burst into tears. But Yan frowned slightly. This divine, adulterated. Chapter 71. Sisters, we finally succeeded. The hope of the angel family becoming a god is finally here. The angels said with great excitement. The holy phantom smiled suddenly. Then the phantom suddenly shattered. Endless brilliance sprinkled. But only for a few seconds. These brilliance suddenly recovered. All entered the interior of the golden gate. Sisters, let's go in. The leading angel race said. The other angels nodded excitedly. The white wings spread out behind him. Rushed to the golden door. Immediately after. Geniuses of all races followed suit. Especially for the celestial race and the demon race. They don't want to see the angel race, they really have the hope of becoming a god. He even wanted to stop these angels. But the speed with which all the angels erupted at the moment. Keep them out of reach at all. Watch this scene. Zhao Qingguan was naturally eager to move. What are the angels going to do? She didn't need to stop. But there must be something good in there. Opportunity is at hand. She couldn't help but go. I suggest you stay here. Yan looked at Zhao Qingguan who was about to move and said. Why? Zhao Qingguan asked suspiciously. Dangerous. And it's weird. Yan said solemnly. In that holy phantom. He felt a familiar scent. And this breath is very similar to evil. Then you are going. Zhao Qingguan looked at Yan and asked. Well, let's see the situation. Yan nodded. Then I'll go too, my job is to protect you. 35. I got paid after all. And I'm the captain, you have no right to stop me. Zhao Qingguan looked at the golden gate in the sky and said. 6699. Okay. 35. Yan sighed. Immediately afterwards, he was about to fly over with Zhao Qingguan. However, Zhao Qingguan avoided the chain directly. Behind her, Countless feathers condensed into a huge wing. Directly whizzed past. In an instant, Yan was left behind. How stubborn! Yan shook his head. The fiery red wings fluttered suddenly. Quickly surpassed Zhao Qingguan. Hurry up in front of her and go inside to find out. Cloud World? After entering the Golden Gate, Yan was suddenly surprised. I thought it would be another land world. As a result, there is no land. Nor is it emptiness. It's a world above the clouds. Also here, a golden sun is particularly striking. This world. Then Zhao Qingguan came in. A little surprised to see here. Quite a beautiful world. It's just empty space. Except for the cloud sky sun. There seems to be nothing. And this cloud seems more like the ground. When she stepped on it, she would not fall. The two humans also hurry up. Court death. At this time, a cold hum sounded. Yan threw the chain directly. Stop in front of Zhao Qingguan. With sparks flying everywhere. A master of the Shadow Sha clan was completely blocked by Yan's chains. Tianyu. Zhao Qingguan also reacted immediately. A direct counterattack was launched. Countless feathers came from all directions. The master of the Shadow Sha clan originally wanted to resist. But the next moment, Yan's chains immediately locked him firmly. Then Zhao Qingguan's countless feathers flew by. The master of the Shadow Sha clan was cut into pieces directly. One person dares to provoke the two of us. Yan sneered sarcastically. Then he stretched out his hand and threw a fireball in a certain direction. The violent explosion directly shattered the souls of the escaped Shadow Sha clan. After all, it has reached the realm of the master. Although the Shadow Sha are not abyssal demons. But at this realm, the soul can still be separated from the body for a period of time. However, it is completely inferior to the abyss demon family. Be careful. It's just the two of us here. I don't know what happened to the others. Maybe they find something strange, and they should come over immediately. At this time, Zhao Qingguan reminded. Yan heard. Can't laugh or cry. Those who didn't know thought that the attack just now was stopped by Zhao Qingguan. It is Zhao Qingguan who should be careful. Rather than yourself. There's only one Shadow Sha around here. 99. It is estimated that he is very confident that he can secretly attack and kill us. But unfortunately it failed. Yan said lightly. So we have two options. The first is to learn from the Shadow Sha clan, to ambush and kill the enemies that come from behind, and at the same time, you can wait for your teammates. The second is to find out where the people who came before have gone, especially those angel races. 5. Yan continued to analyze. Let's go. Zhao Qingguan didn't even think about it. Replied directly. She entered here, not to find a good place to attack. It's a treasure hunt. The group of angels, and the recent enemies before. Although I don't know where I went. But here, the most noteworthy thing is only one place. Speaking of which, Yan looked at the golden sun in the sky. This round of the sun is a little too golden. And it's not dazzling. Anyway, there is definitely a problem. Then go and see. Zhao Qingguan finished speaking. Flew right over. Seeing this, Yan had no choice but to follow. With continuous upward. The two flew over one cloud after another. And the sun seems more and more illusory. Finally, after the two reached a certain height, I saw the angel race who came in before them, and some other races. An altar. Yan couldn't help but look at a giant. Like an altar made of gold. And on the altar, a huge golden disc turned slowly. According to the pattern above. Can see. It appears to be a golden altar for the sun. Lu Ming, why do I feel that they are a little weird? Just when Yan was watching the golden altar, Zhao Qingguan suddenly pointed to the people of all ethnic groups and said. It's normal, their consciousness is drawn into the spiritual world. 35. It won't be long before the results are expected. When the time comes, they will become the devout believers of this Sunday 99. What will happen after that, I don't know. 35. Yen said calmly. You mean, there's something wrong with this altar? 35. Zhao Qingguan became more vigilant and said. Not the altar, but this Sunday. I can feel its lingering laws of chaos. 95. Although it has fallen, its abilities are still alive. In its heyday, if nothing else, this sun was definitely a god. 39. Yen explained with a serious look. The sun god? No. How do you know so much? Zhao Qingguan looked at Yen with a wary expression and asked. This shouldn't be something that a grandmaster can know. After all, she is also a master, she doesn't know if she doesn't enter. There is no sense at all. Full of vigilance. 35. But I don't recommend you stay too far from me. Otherwise you will be drawn into the spirit world. 35. Yen said with a smile. No. You're not Lu Ming. When Lu Ming first saw me, he knew that I was a student of Tiangong Academy. 5. Show admiration immediately. Respect me too. But all the way, especially now. 35. The feeling you give me is not the Lu Ming from before. Zhao Qingguan must look at Yen with vigilance. Countless feathers around 27 quickly emerged. It seemed that an attack was about to be launched at any moment. People always change. Yen didn't expect Zhao Qingguan to be so vigilant. This all found its own problem. However, he did not decide to report his identity immediately. Instead, he continued to tease Zhao Qingguan. But you're getting too fast too. Come on, who are you? Zhao Qingguan continued to scold. Whether it's fast or not, it doesn't matter at all. Didn't you find anything like familiar? Yen said with a smile. Familiar. Zhao Qingguan frowned slightly. But she couldn't remember anything familiar. Oh, she really is a scumbag. I can't even remember that. 5. Obviously he kept saying, forget it, the world is not worth it. 39. Yen pretended to be melancholy. Zhao Qingguan was even more puzzled. Although I don't know what Yen said. But there was one thing she figured out. Did you call yourself a scumbag? Bah, you're a scumbag. Your whole family is scum. 99. Since you don't say anything, see if I stab you or not, it's over. Zhao Qingguan immediately launched an attack. Countless feathers flew towards Yen. Yen kept smiling. Not moving. The chains on his body began to wander freely. Accompanied by a tinkling sound. Attack from any corner. Not a single feather hit Yen. Stop it. I still have work to do. It lasted a while. Seeing Zhao Qingguan, he still refused to stop. Yen said helplessly. Then he reached out his hand and wiped it on his face. The original appearance was revealed. Seeing Yen showing his true face, Zhao Qingguan was immediately different. But only for a moment. Zhao Qingguan immediately intensified his attack. Who are you to peep the secrets of my heart? And dare to pretend to be his appearance? Zhao Qingguan said angrily. And this time the attack. Not just limited to feathers. The phantoms of grey giant birds appeared. Constantly whistling. At the same time, he rushed towards Yen. You are probably out of your mind. 99. Yen raised his hand. Countless mycelium immediately swept out. Overwhelming mycelium. Not only did the whip loose all the feathers. The phantoms of those giant birds were also wrapped and smashed. Why, do you still think I'm not? Yen said with a smile. Zhao Qingguan stared blankly at the overwhelming mycelium. Although the colors are different, But this mycelium. She was all too familiar. 6699. Then let me ask you a question. Zhao Qingguan thought about it and said. Say. Yan replied confidently. You entered the depths of my heart back then, what did you want to do? 35. And, what the hell did you do? Zhao Qingguan looked at Yan and asked. Want to beat your heart so you can throw in the towel? 35. As a result, after entering, I found that the deepest part of your inner world turned out to be a little girl. By the way, I also discovered what the Spirit Lord placed in the depths of your soul. It was settled easily. I thought it was going to be consumed slowly until you admit defeat, but you surrendered anyway. It's kind of baffling. 99. Yan thought for a while and said. 66.95. When you entered my spiritual world, you really didn't intend to do good things. Zhao Qingguan believed Yan at this moment. But in the end it did a good job. Trust me now? Yan asked back with a smile. I believe, you scumbag. Zhao Qingguan suddenly started to tsundere again. Perhaps she did not expect this Lu Ming who wanted to pursue her. It turned out to be Yan. You're still a scumbag. When I said it before, my face was firm, but when I saw me in person, I didn't believe it. Yan pouted and said. I didn't say who it was, someone can't be narcissistic. Zhao Qingguan also said with a cold snort. Of course, he still kept his eyes on Yan. Watching Yan's reaction. At the same time, it was also a little embarrassed rubbing the corners of his clothes. Haha. Forget it, I'm not joking with you. You wait here. I have to go in and see what's going on. Yan pointed to the altar and said. Of course, I suggest you leave first. Yan said again. I'm still here. Zhao Qingguan shook his head and said. 35. Yan nodded. He did not continue to force Zhao Qingguan to leave. Instead, he snapped his fingers. A glazed butterfly flew to Zhao Qingguan's shoulder. With it, you won't be pulled into a fantasy. I'll take a look first. Yan said. Zhao Qingguan nodded. His eyes looked at the butterfly with a little interest. This is the spirit world here? 55. Accompanied by Yan stepping into the range of the altar. Yan's brain suddenly felt a trance. But Yan was calm. Ability to use directly. Actively entered the spiritual world. Then see. It's here. A golden sun springs out countless tentacles. Connected to every spirit body. These spirits are looking at the sun in confusion. Occasionally struggled. But to no avail. New offerings. A miserable murmur sounded. A pale green tentacle reached towards Yan. Yan had a sarcastic look on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the tentacle. Followed by a little force. Squeeze in an instant. Pain. Ah! A sharp voice sounded. In the grey spiritual world. A pair of chaotic eyes looked at Yan. Countless tentacles approached Yan in all directions. Roll! Yan scolded directly. The tentacles that came around exploded. There was an unbelievable look in those chaotic eyes. Not a sacrifice. 9. You are an intruder. Intruder, must die. 35. The voice sounded again. A golden flame. In an instant, Yan's mental body burned. That's it. Yan yawned boredly. Let the flames burn yourself. Even its power. It is also being absorbed by Yan little by little. It went on like that for a while. The other party finally felt bad. Immediately withdraw the golden flame. Immediately afterwards, all the tentacles connected to everyone's spiritual body were withdrawn. Negotiation. Take it. A hoarse voice sounded. Although intermittently. But Yan also understood what the other party meant. This is knowing your own strength. Can't afford to offend. So give yourself the sacrifice. Hope you stop. Don't think too much. 99. To me. The best sacrifice is you. Yen smiled slightly. Countless mycelium rushed towards the sun in the sky. Fail. Accompanied by a sound. Countless pale green tentacles. He counterattacked at Yen's mycelium with anger. The golden flame spread to the tentacles again. But unfortunately it still doesn't work. Give up resistance. Be my sacrifice, be my nourishment. You will live with greatness. It's your pleasure. Yen said with a smile. A strange aura emanated from his body immediately. For a moment, tentacles stretched out from the sun in the sky. Falling back. Yen's mycelium keeps tearing and cutting. It's as easy as handling an octopus on a chopping board. Seems to know this goes on. You are doomed to fail. The golden sun suddenly burst into a fiery glow. Wait until the golden light dissipates. Yen suddenly found out. Back to the real world. What's the situation? 35. I seem to be in a coma. What about the gods? I haven't asked about the way to become a god. Damn it, as a demon, I can be manipulated by my mind. Who is it that has such a strange ability? The 10,000 races who woke up showed puzzled eyes. Everyone else was trying to figure out what was going on. Only the angels. They want to find the god they believe. I want to find a way to become a god. But around except for an altar. Everything else is empty. I don't seem to know what to look for. It was at this time. The sky suddenly began to change. Endless brilliance began to condense. A huge, sacred, beautiful, and solemn female phantom appeared. And the sun in the sky. It is wriggling and melting. In the end it turned into a golden sword. The angel race saw this scene. They all wanted to worship from their hearts. But was stopped by Yen. Don't be fooled by false light. 5. Yen voice. Like thunder. It exploded in their ears. Angels who were originally obsessed with this. They showed suspicious eyes. Then suddenly woke up. They all looked at Yen. Human, why are you stopping us? An angel race questioned. It's crazy. Yen was speechless. He helped them get rid of the spiritual suggestion. Did not expect. Their subjective consciousness. Even so. B. Yen immediately inspired the blessing of the King of Angels. Divine power radiates out. The angels felt this familiar power. They showed different expressions. This is the breath of a queen. He seems to be a guest of the angels. 35. This information. It turns out that he is the human genius who saved our compatriots 3 years ago. Feel the message. The angels were surprised at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The vigilance of Yen was much less. Human, although you are our honorable guest. But you can't disturb us either, pursuing. The angel family looked at Yen and said. But it's not over yet. On the sky. That sacred and dignified figure. Directly holding the golden sun, it slashed fiercely. Get out of the way. Yen threw out the hyphae. People who entangle the angels. Pull directly towards yourself. Then throw it into the distance. Probably in the direction of Zhao Qingran. You go quickly. This is no serious god. 35. Yen said loudly. Immediately after. The golden giant sword was completely cut off. Blazing flames and terrifying power swept away. Yen includes those Wang clans who haven't reacted yet. Instant dead body. Just when the angel family was stunned. When Zhao Qingran started to worry about Yen. Below the sword of the Sunday. Countless mycelium swept over the sword of the sun in an instant. At the same time, it began to spread towards the sacred and huge figure. Suddenly, a burst of beeping sounded. The huge figure opened his mouth slightly. Highlight an illusory, disc-like thing. This thing runs along the other's own arm. All mycelia are cleaned in an instant. Moon. Immediately after, Yan's voice emerged. On the sky. Immediately, a white shadow of the moon appeared. Cut. It fell again with the sound. Countless moonlight turned into moon blades. Continuously slashed towards the huge phantom. Forehead. The huge phantom screamed. That's like women. But extremely sharp. It sounded very disgusting. Angel people see now. Also sensed something was wrong. How could the god they follow be so weak? How could it make such a suffocating sound? The sky swings the magic cannon. Yan immediately raised his hand. Countless hyphae quickly agglomerated. A fortress-level attack device completes immediately. The powerful forces also poured out. Ah! The huge sacred phantom screamed again. The screeching of creatures like mice and bats. Weird. Immediately afterwards, the divine light began to flicker. The body began to exude a terrifying fluid. The golden sun sword in his hand also began to melt. Finally the sacred body dissipated. Turned into a humanoid. But it was full of squirming, and there was a strange existence that exuded a putrid smell. And after the sword of the sun melted, it gradually became a huge green disk. See, this is the god you blindly pursue. It's just a filthy existence tainted by evil disasters. The so-called holiness is but a false brilliance. Yan said to the angel family. The angel race also looked at all of this with an incredible look on their faces. Some of them couldn't believe it. Such a sacred existence before. In a blink of an eye, it became such a filth. You better go now. Although he is not the same as before, he is still not something you can deal with. 99. Yan persuaded again. The angel family looked at Yan and said, I'm fine. Hurry up and leave. 35. Bring my friend along by the way. Yan said. The angels nodded. Grab Zhao Qin ground directly. Fly away quickly. There are no restrictions now. Have a good fight. After seeing them leave, Yan also said with a relaxed smile. Followed by countless twists and turns of mycelium. An even more bizarre giant puppet emerges. Roar. The moment when the giant doll was born. Yan's order wasn't even needed. Just let out a roar. Rushed towards that filthy existence. Fight to the death. 4. Golden Sunday. Glory. The enemy also murmured. Followed by a scuffle with the doll. The two filthy existences started the most primitive fight. With the continuation of the battle, the enemy stretched out countless pale green tentacles. Started trying to trap the puppet. But the doll also stretches out countless mycelium. Trapped the other side firmly. Ding! Analysis is complete. The target is the shards of the godhead that were tainted in the past. After countless years of evolution, it finally followed the rules of filth and godhead fragments, and formed the current state. After a while, Yan who is always fighting. System prompts sounded in my mind. Then, after absorbing him, my divine sequence can be improved? 39. Yan pursed his lips and said. Yes. The system replied. After getting a positive answer, Yan also stopped watching the battle. Instead, he directly waved his hand. Countless mycelium began to cling to each other's body. The king of gluttony. Yan's voice was like a bell. And with his voice falling, that one and mycelium suddenly opened countless mouths. Begins to bite, devouring the body of the place. Also at this time, countless screams rang out. It seems that Yan's mycelium has a mouth for every bite of minced meat. If there is a normal master standing here now, I'm afraid they all lost their minds in an instant. But Yan is a grand master though. But it's not normal. Submit. The imprint. T. Just when Ye'an's mycelium kept biting, the murmur sounded again. That is, the other party wants to surrender to himself and beg for mercy. Even willing to offer the original imprint. Let Ye'an control everything about him. The position seeks a trace of vitality. I'm not interested in you. Except for the power in you. Ye'an said with a smile. He ignored the other's plea for mercy. They even increased their strength and began to devour each other. And the other side is constantly whispering. Constantly begging for mercy. But it never worked. Till the end. Seems to understand that begging for mercy is useless. The body suddenly began to bloat. Self-destruction? Dajdaj. Who allowed you to blow yourself up? 35. Ye'an's voice suddenly increased. A strong spiritual force rushed directly into the opponent's consciousness. The body that was about to explode, instantly began to calm down. Take advantage of this gap. Countless mycelia cling to it again. Eat more frantically. Wait until the other party calms down. When you want to keep blowing yourself up. But was horrified to discover. My body is out of control. Stop struggling. Your body is now under my control. Ye'an said with a smile. Except eating each other. His other ability is naturally not idle. That is his second source ability, infection. Black Sunday. Will come. Reproduce. With the passage of time. The opponent's body and soul will be completely swallowed up. The only remaining will. Murmured again. Dark sun. Isn't it Jinri? Ye'an naturally didn't care what the other party said. Swallow the last. Begin to absorb the opponent's power and divine law ability. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have swallowed enough divinity. The current sequence of gods is on, 80W/100W. Because you have absorbed the broken law of Jin Il, and that law overlaps with your abilities. 25. So your abilities Master of Flames and the Law of the Moon have been strengthened. Ding, because you have absorbed a lot of power. The rest of your abilities have also been slightly enhanced. The system prompts. Show me my current data. See the system prompt. Ye'an thought for a while and said. After waking up. He didn't fully understand his current situation. Everything is driven by instinct. As you wish. The system replied. Immediately after that, a form of Ye'an's information appeared. Name, Ye'an. Age, 21. Level, Grandmaster early stage. Symbiosis, multiple bacteria. Original ability, inextinguishable infection. God, to be unlocked 80W/100W. Abilities, Vientian life, endless evolution, dream spirit traveler, flame master, heavenly law of the moon, cursed sun, phantom incarnation, king of gluttony, dimensional traveler. Other, blessings from the king of angels, weird invitations. All abilities are unified. And the ability sequence is gone. Except for the sequence of gods. 55. Look at your abilities. Ye'an also showed a surprised expression. At the same time he began to sense his own abilities. It was found that the original abilities had not disappeared. Rather, it was merged into one ability. And after the merger, capabilities have also been enhanced. Such as the Master of Flames. This allows him to arbitrarily manipulate the flame ability. As long as there is any idea of use, almost anything can be done. Therefore, there is no need to work hard to evolve a new flame sequence ability. Then there are the dimension shuttlers. This is a separation of the power of the phantom altar. Now, he can travel through some dimensional worlds at will. For example, illusory spirit realm, dream spirit realm, void, and evil calamity plane. Well, abilities are very useful. 99. The law of the golden sun just absorbed, the ability to burn flames, etc., was inherited by the master of flames. 99. Brightness, holiness, etc. are inherited by the heavenly principle of the moon. Although I didn't gain new abilities, it's not bad to be divided up like this. Yen said with satisfaction. Immediately after, Yen put his eyes on it again. One of the most special abilities. Or, it shouldn't be called ability. It's the existence of similar titles, blessings, and the like. Spooky invitation. What the hell happened to me while I was sleeping? Look at this title. Yen was very puzzled. But if you feel it carefully, he could detect it. This is similar to the blessing of the King of Angels. But it is not an increase effect. It's something like a switch. Should be my symbiote, who got the title after evolution. 35. With it, I can understand it all. 99. Forget it, it's not a bad thing anyway. To be frank, this thing. Yen himself was a little confused. Ask the system. The systematic answer is one's own ability. The specific effect needs to be calculated slowly. In the face of this system in a short period of time, it is difficult to crack the ability. Yen himself was powerless. Everything is settled, it's time to go. Open your eyes. Yen muttered. But before leaving, he looked at the altar. Yen immediately stopped again. Throwing out the chain directly overturned the altar. 6699. Live. Yen looked at the overturned altar in surprise. Immediately afterwards, the altar quickly returned to its original appearance. Yen thought for a while. Directly throw out countless mycelium. Start trying to devour this altar. It tastes like chewing wax. Not much energy either. So it is, this special energy. The power of faith. 39. But so weak. It is estimated that it was provided by the angel clan just now, and the group of 10,000 clans who were hacked to death with a sword. This altar should be an altar used to collect the power of faith. No wonder I feel alive. 35. After all, faith contains the message of life and spirit. Yen muttered. But still did not let go of this altar. Directly to the swallowed clean. The principle is this. Yen mused. After devouring the altar, it doesn't even require a system to analyze. He himself understood the reasoning. But it was of no use. He doesn't need the power of faith. The gods of this world do not become gods by faith. Most gods gather the power of faith. Most of it is for doing research or something. Anyway, this stuff works. But useless to yourself. Forget it, let's go first. 99. Yen shook his head and said. After snapping his fingers, he teleported directly to Zhao Qingran's side. Who? 35. The surrounding angels sensed the presence of someone. Be alert now. After seeing Yen. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and put away his weapon. It's you, dear friend. The leading angel said sincerely. Why don't you leave? 55. Yen looked at Zhao Qingran. Someone looked at an angel and asked. We can't find the exit. And we suspect that there is no export. 35. We will probably stay here forever. The angel said with a dark expression. Not so much. Let's see if you have any compatriots here. Including, our people. I can take you out. Yen said calmly. There is none left. We've searched before and found there's not a lot of space here. Except us. There is no one else. But you say you can go out, is that true? The eyes of a group of angels ignited hope one after another. Looking at Yen asked. Certainly. But please feel sorry for yourself. Yen snapped his fingers. A root of mycelium stretches out to the angels. You are our valued guest and you have saved our lives. Let's find our way back. Take us away now, we naturally believe in you. 35. The angel in the lead looked at the mycelium that slowly stretched out and said. That's good, 9. Hear this. Yen directly manipulates the hyphae. Put a crowd of angels. And Zhao Qingguan was all tied up tightly. 6699. The angel who just spoke also fell silent. Did not expect this to be the case. I thought it was just a circle. Walk. Yen smacked his lips with an expression of enjoyment. Followed by a group of angels. Immediately sent outside. No wonder there's no one else left. It seems that after we entered, this passage was closed directly. Otherwise, there will be no movement at all. After coming to the ancient sanctuary, Yen looked at the surrounding situation and said. That. Can you let us go first? At this time, the leader of the angel captain said slyly. She wants to break free. But after thinking about it, it seems a little rude. And the point is, she tried it. Find yourself with a high probability that you can't break free at all. Okay. Yen said somewhat intentionally. But it still loosened the bonds for this group of people. Where are you going next? 35. Yen looked at a group of angels. Asked openly. We have worked for hundreds of years to open this place. 35. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a scam in the end. 35. The main purpose of our coming to the ancient sanctuary is gone. The rest is to collect some items and go back. But there is a place we still want to go to. Captain Angel thought for a while and said. Where? Desolate tomb. Captain Angel said solemnly. It is the most dangerous place in the ancient sanctuary, but it is also the place with the most good things. Almost 70% of the people who go in have never been able to come out. But we want to give it a try. At least this time I come in, I have to gain something. Captain Angel said seriously. Going or not? Yen nodded after listening. He looked at Zhao Qingguan who was on the side and asked. Go. Zhao Qingguan answered without thinking. She's here to find something good. And there is Yen, an extremely perverted existence. Of course she doesn't have to be afraid. Then we are together? Yen asked another group of angels. Okay. I haven't waited for Captain Angel to answer. An angel said happily. No problem at all. Captain Angel also nodded. A guest of the angel family, an existence blessed by the Queen herself. Just saved their lives. Don't say Yen is a thigh to them. Even if Yen is a weak scum. As long as Yen wants to go. They also had to escort Yen in. Then lead the way. I don't know the location. Yen said with a smile. Captain Angel nodded. Spread your wings immediately. Fly high into the air. After a pause. Fly in a certain direction. The rest of the angels saw this. Also in a tight line. Followed up. Let's go. Yen looked at Zhao Qingguan and said. Zhao Qingguan nodded. A pair of wings also appeared behind him and flew away. Life is omnipresent. 9. The identity has now been revealed. Yen naturally doesn't need to pretend. With the use of abilities. Countless mycelia weave a huge wing behind Yen. And this wing also has several round holes. That's the ability to use fire. A biological device that increases power. Looking at the girls who had already flown to the limit of their field of vision and almost turned into black spots. The wings behind Yen fluttered slightly. There was a hurricane on the ground. Yen's figure also immediately shuttled to the side of the crowd. How long? Yen looked at Captain Angel and asked. The current speed, about 5 days. Captain Angel hasn't finished speaking yet. One with mycelium. The girls were tied up again. Immediately after Yen, the wings behind Yen began to flap again. and spit out a fiery flame. Yan instantly turned into an afterimage. With the girls disappeared in place. Only a lot of feathers are left floating in the air. After an hour, Yan looked at a huge black building in the distance. Feel the deadness in the air around you. It was immediately clear that this was a barren tomb. So it slowly descended. Forward. Captain, I'm a little dizzy. After being put on the ground by Yan, an angel said dizzy. Captain Angel's face is also not good looking. But he still gritted his teeth and insisted not to spit it out. She didn't even think about it. On the flight again, the angels who have always had an absolute advantage. To be completely abused by a human. Moreover, they themselves are unable to bear the side effects brought about by this powerful flight speed. This is my problem. 35. I didn't expect you to be unbearable. Yan said a little embarrassedly. Simultaneously wave. One after another holy white light shone down. Only then did the expressions of a group of angels relax. Of course, Zhao Qingguan is no exception. This is the barren tomb. 99. Is there any other way to open it? Yan looked at the huge black building and said. Said to be a grave. If it weren't for the dead aura revealed too strong. Yan felt more like a church. No need, just go in directly. But you can't come out according to the route you entered. So the door is always closed. To get out, you must find other paths. Said the captain of the angel race. Can you send it? Yan asked. Someone tried it and it doesn't seem to work. The other replied. So. Let me try. Yan snapped his fingers directly. A puppet grows in an instant. Then go to the door of the tomb. Push open the door. Wait until you walk in. The door suddenly changed. Immediately it became inactive. It seems that after entering, the time to regret is useless. 35. But. Yan snapped his fingers again. The puppet who just entered. It was instantly teleported by Yan. Sure enough. Yan said with a smile. The girls. Good guy. Just said that it can't be sent. You just send it straight out. If this desolate ancient tomb can really be teleported so easily. How could the death rate be so high? Even without teleportation. Everyone also has various other means of transmission. Don't get trapped in it. Don't be surprised. It's exactly as you said. Normal teleportation is useless at all. 35. But for me. Yan smiled and didn't say much. Zhao Qingguan is fine. I have long been used to Yan's outrageous level. But for those angels. Each one showed an excited expression. So, we can teleport back at any time? 35. I thought that if I entered this time, I would most likely be reincarnated in the rebirth pool. 99. I'm afraid of being trapped inside, rather than dying inside. If I want to be reincarnated, I have to kill myself. But I can't bear to commit suicide. 5. You are really amazing, no wonder you are blessed by the Queen. The angels said excitedly. The captain of the angel race was also relieved. Although it is their choice to come here. There is also a sense of mortality. But, cannot die. Who wants to die? Then let's go in. 39. At this moment. Zhao Qingguan said suddenly. Looking at Yan surrounded by a group of angels. He immediately took Yan's hand and left. Hey? 35. The angels felt that Zhao Qingguan's mood was a little problematic. But they were puzzled. Why is she a little PD off? Did they say something wrong? You all pay attention to the fact that human beings have a slightly different way of life from ours. Don't offend our friends. The captain of the angel clan warned with a serious look on his face. Although Zhao Qingguan was not blessed. But she is Yan's friend. Then of course they are their friends. Okay. 35. Face the captain's warning. A group of angels who have never been in contact with men and do not know the problems between men and women nodded earnestly. Why, are you jealous? Looking at Zhao Qingguan, who was angrily pulling him away, Yan said with a smile. No. 99. Zhao Qingguan said with a cold snort. What are you jealous of with them 5? They are all women and no men, so they don't understand the relationship between men and women at all. Yan explained. How dare you say it, they don't understand, you don't understand. Those angels are also easy to deceive for you, and it is estimated that you will be deceived in a short time. Scumbag. Zhao Qingguan said. What's a scumbag? I really like. Yan pouted and said. You already have a wife, and you still do this kind of thing, what's not a scumbag? Zhao Qingguan asked back. That's a good question, and I don't think the federal law will work for me. If I can, it's not a problem for me to marry a few more. Before, I also promoted friendly exchanges between humans and angels. In order to further promote the relationship between the two clans, I think to find more angels, the leaders of both sides are absolutely in favor. Yan said solemnly. 66.99. What about me? Zhao Qingguan looked at Yan resentfully and asked. Let's go together. 39. Speaking of which, being too handsome is also a sin. 39. It fascinated you. Yan said with a smile. Loquacious. Zhao Qingguan said. But heard Yan said he was willing to marry her. Still smiling. But immediately, she realized something was wrong. Do it yourself. Isn't that the third one? And Vina. She has also been in contact with Wei Na for some time. Know how strong, how powerful, how beautiful that woman is. Can you compare yourself? Will she allow herself to spoil the relationship? Zhao Qingguan, you can't give up. Thought here. Zhao Qingguan shouted inwardly. It's to cheer yourself up. Although there are various problems. But in the face of feelings, she's still not ready to give up. Even if it will make people despise. No wonder it's a tomb. After pushing open the door and entering it, Yan looked at the 300 corpses scattered all over the place and said. Most of these are the corpses of Wanzhou 9. There are also some special monsters. However, there is no value here. Even if there was, it would have been taken away long ago. Zhao Qingguan looked at it and said. The people of the angel race also looked around carefully. The strong dead aura made them a little uncomfortable. Therefore, they exude a faint divine brilliance. Dispels the surrounding dead aura. It's really worthless. Yan took control of the hyphae, lifted a bone and said. No spiritual power, no nutrition. It's a waste of time to let the mycelium devour. Then move on. 35. Yan said directly. The crowd nodded. Follow away. Under the leadership of Yan, everyone quickly left the original room. Follow a passage that looks very broken. All the way to a damp underground cave. Be careful. Inside the dark cave, people haven't had time to look around. Yan directly stretched out his hand and stopped the girls. Immediately afterwards, countless insects and rats crawled over. Yan threw out a flame. But found these things. Don't be afraid of fire. Holy. 35. Dispel everything. At this time, the captain of the angel tribe launched an attack. A powerful divine light dispelled the darkness. And those dark worms immediately turned to ashes. It turns out that it's all an illusion. Ontology is these darkness. Yan nodded. He just didn't notice it. But in darkness, suddenly so many worm monsters appeared. No one, the first reaction, was this dark question. The angel family has records. We know how to deal with these monsters. Looking at Yan's gaze, the captain of the angel race said slightly proudly. I see. Yen nodded. Then he snapped his fingers. On top of his head, a faint shadow of the moon appeared. Bright light illuminates everything. The divine breath radiated. It is also an expression that makes the angels show enjoyment. With this moonlight, not only did they get an increase, and you don't have to spend your own strength resisting death aura. There doesn't seem to be anything of value here either. Apart from a corpse, it's a corpse. Observed for a while, Yen came to a conclusion. But looking at the bones that are also dry to the point of no value, Yen was also a little puzzled. It's not like a natural air-drying garment. It's not that the back creatures have eaten clean. Rather, it was extracted and stripped of all valuable power. Maybe continue down. It can be figured out. Yen muttered. So he led the girls. Start going all the way. Along the way, I encountered many strange monsters. But they were all defeated. Only a group of people also failed to find anything good. That's why Zhao Qingguan picked up a charging ring. After use, it can resist a Grandmaster attack. But only once. The next time you use it, you have to slow down. That is the general stuff. 2 intersections. Continue to explore for a while. Look at the 2 paths, one left and one right. Yen couldn't help but look at the angel family. Don't know, although documented, it seems random 5. It's just luck, said the captain of the angel race. Yen thought for a while. He stretched out his hand directly, and the 2 hyphae quickly clinged to the hole and went deep. 66, 99. It should be fun here. 99. Soon to end. Yen pointed to the hole on the right. On the left he has not found a way out. But the right side came to an end. There was clearly something waiting for them. And the room at the far end on the right, filled with a strong sense of death. Obviously abnormal. Come with me all. Be careful for a while. Something could happen. 99. Yen looked at the girls and said. The girls nodded. Carefully followed behind Yen. So a group of people came to this room. It doesn't seem to be anything, but the death aura is a little rich. It seems that only this golden luxury cup still has some value. Zhao Qingguan looked at it and said. Then the problem is definitely the cup. 39. Yen said with a smile. Although I don't know who designed it here. But this kind of routine. He is very familiar. So Yen reached for the cup. Then he didn't wait for him to pick it up. The surrounding space immediately stretched out. A huge skeleton crawled out of the darkness. Bone spirit race? The angel race asked suspiciously. Probably not. It's just that the body is simply gone. Yen looked at the huge skeleton and said. Then raised his hand. A huge fireball was thrown in the past. The huge skeleton was blasted out immediately. But the body is intact. This said again. 95. Holy bath. Yen waved his hand. The shadow of the moon above his head instantly magnified countless times. That sacred light irrigated the opponent's body like nectar and jade dew. The huge skeleton immediately made extremely painful movements. Immediately after, Yen summoned countless mycelium. Climb up quickly. Started to frantically gnaw at the bones. It's still not very nutritious. B. Yen manipulated the mycelium along the darkness. All the way down. This darkness cannot be illuminated by the light of the moon. Yen could sense it. Its own hyphae sink deeper and deeper. 99. Definitely a big problem. It stretched for half a day. The huge skeleton in front of him was killed by Yen. But the hyphae continued in that darkness. You wait. Yen looked at the girls and said. Then, under the suspicious eyes of the girls, Yen sat down cross-legged. Start to push the hyphae down with all your strength. This is. In a dark chaos. Yen gradually felt something. At last. Mycelium penetrates the darkness. Yen's field of vision delivered through the hyphae. Seeing it, my mycelium came to a huge room. Not a room. The house price is not so big, it's even, comparable to a planet. There is such a big hole. Yen said with some doubts. Immediately after the mycelium forked, it opened to explore in all directions. That's it. An hour passed. A message that shocked Yen also came. That's not empty. But an atrium. The heart of a gigantic giant. Its existence is comparable to the size of an entire ancestral star. What a monster! The size of the heart position alone is comparable to a planet. Yen said with great surprise. Immediately after, the information of other hyphae also came. Integrate this information. Yen's addition to an astonishing conclusion. This is presumably the corpse of a dragon. Its existence. Far more than on the void spirit vein battlefield at that time. The body of the dragon god seen is even huge. This is also a god. I get it. 99. Yen suddenly thought of something. No wonder the corpses here are left with a little useless scum. Turn out to be all vitality. All devoured by this dragon's corpse. In this way, he is constantly repairing himself. The dark past. It's his accumulated strength. Wait until someday. After the accumulated strength is enough. It's definitely the day of the opponent's rebirth. The last era of aura recovery seemed even more terrifying than this era. 5. Such a huge god-level creature is facing death. Yen couldn't help sighing. Then remove all the excess mycelium. Just a trivial one left to monitor what's going on here. Call. Open one's eyes. Yen let out a long breath. Who would have thought? This turned out to be the tomb of a god. What's wrong? Zhao Qingran asked Yen with a look of fear. I see the truth of this grave. Yen explained. The truth. The angel family and Zhao Qingran were surprised. It's so mysterious here. Stop telling the truth. Most people come for treasures. Who cares about the truth? This is indeed a tomb, yes. But indeed a tomb of a god. That huge size is more terrifying than the current dragon god. 99. The heart alone is like a planet. Yen said. I don't know if it's okay. After knowing this, instinctively, you will feel a sense of fear. After the girls heard Yen's explanation, they also showed surprised expressions. They did not expect it to be the tomb of a god. And this god is so huge. The point is, he didn't really die. The corpses we encountered were deprived of all life force by him, so they all became dead bones. 39. The purpose is to accumulate strength to resurrect. Seeing the girls were surprised, Yen added again. This time, the girls were no longer surprised. But just like Yen, he was suddenly scared after a while. Forget the dead god. But there is no god who is completely dead. And they are still on this god. Scary to think about. The good news is that he fell into a deep sleep. It's impossible to wake up in a short time. The words here are actually the center of his heart. So the good stuff is the most because it is closer to the heart and easier to absorb after death. 35. Yen continued. Although the girls breathed a sigh of relief, but still a little scared. There was even a desire to retreat. It should be fine, he has been asleep for so long, it is impossible for him to wake up suddenly. The captain of the angel race looked at a group of teammates shivering. So comforted. Yen also nodded. 18. Just at this moment, Yen's vision changed instantly. Everything around disappears. Only two golden vertical pupils like the sun stared straight at him. Consciousness has awakened. 35. Yen was speechless.